this map. It's just 3 kills as Bomb gets caught off guard once again. That P-Street push. Drug is there to pick up a double kill. Looking for the triple. Drug putting on a show.
He comes up against another killing spree here for Formal Snipe Drone. It's going to be challenging, so is Shady. Shady's going to... Oh my god. Do not challenge Formal. Do not challenge Formal.
Fastly approached by luckily E United were able to get away with the sword and grab the bad part. It's going to get the Cloud9, but finds one.
Right now, Soulsnipe does have the overshield, but can you get to the flag quick enough? Spawn struggling a little bit in terms of... Oh! I tell you what, this could be another read.
2 go down, 4 dead, flag back home to Kansas City, and on the move.
When you run it through buildup, you leave yourself so vulnerable to the other team pushing through the middle of the map.
Double kill.
It's a gaming of 1. Now, can he put this to use?
Here, it's a killing spree from Lucid.
Over the tires. Has his sights set on rockets, and that's some beautiful business out of him. Picks up 2, screaming, where are they? 3!
Not seeing any window spawners. Does find a busy Ragton. Wait. Wait. Might have hit the body shot through the other player, then get the cleanup. In the meantime, all of Sentinels in C9s. You can't stop them. You literally cannot stop them, my God.
That's going to be a double kill. Who said he's just an IGL? The man's a slayer.
A second player will fly in. Royal 2 just taking full advantage of it. There's a triple. And some main stage energy for you. You love to see it. Royal 2, he came to play.
They recognize the players on their own, they will just jump on you, and that team shot is so difficult to play against. And Chick may be starting to heat up.
Wobbling them wings, it's an overkill.
One of the best players in Europe right now, and that's exactly what Quadrant needed. Triple kill on the other side.
Another overkill.
Happening!
Exterior's going to be... Excuse me, Monster going to be challenging. Don't challenge Super CC.
Ankle shot, but that's a headshot. Got a headshot as well, Frosty.
To fight up, he is the game changer. Goodness me, Spawn.
We all know Icy Penguin can be as good.
Cloud9 jumping to B. Cloud9, too little, too late. Sentinels, they're back.
The multi-time Halo World Champions are your champions at the HCS Major, Kansas City.
They're wolves. Back from the hunt. Out there, beyond the safety of these walls, sometimes you have to fight on your own. When the only one who has your back is you.
Welcome to the Lone Wolves. King of the Hill. Enemy team took the hill. Double kill. Last Spartan standing. Spartan eliminated. Danger zone incoming. Showdown. Flag capture.
We always have room for another wolf.
Play it now with Game Pass.
The HCS is presented by Astro Gaming, AMD, Dolby, and the Marines.
Hello everyone and welcome to the HCS NA Pro Series 6. My name is Lottie Van Prague. I'm going to be hosting today, but I'm joined by a crew of much more talented individuals today. I have my analysts and casters. They can do it all. I've got Bravo on set and Gaskin on the mics, and it is true. I'll tell you right now, it is true. I've been week in, week out with you boys, and I know how incredible you are, and I'm excited because we've got some incredible Halo Infinite to watch today, and to analyze and to cast over. But before we get into the action today, if you guys remember last week, Pro Series 5, it was magical. We had some incredible moments. You guys at home might have watched it, but if you didn't, we're going to talk you through some epic ones that we actually managed to catch, and we got a little bit of tape to go alongside it. Now, Brav, our first tape is going to be Optic versus Pioneers on winners semi-final. APG, he was doing it all.
He was. First off, not true, Lot. We all know that you're the glue that holds us together. We are a bunch of numbskulls. Without you, we are lost. So it's great to be back for another week of Pro Series. This first clip here, we'll watch it once or twice from APG. Great use of the grapple. And to be honest, I think it's a perfect showcase because we're just barely starting to scratch the surface of what's possible with the grapple on Catalyst. Right before this, APG actually dropped off of bridge. You'll see he then just drops down with the grapple. He can get himself right back into the action and then flank around and pick up these 2 kills. But man, you can go full Spider-Man on this map and do some wacky things with the grapple, Dan.
I think it's just a case of you've got to be prepared for people to re-challenge with the grapple now. You can engage so fast that it means even if you're running away from a fight, you want to catch your opponent unexpected, unaware, and then you get the dip on them, right? That's what Halo's always been about, trying to get that first shot on them, trying to be the surprise player, and it's making some very, very exciting moments on Catalyst for sure.
It certainly is. Look, I'm ready for the grapple to be even betterly executed as well. I know our pros have got it in them, so I think the grapple plays on Catalyst haven't really been quite exposed just yet. I'm excited to see what they have up their sleeves. But taking you guys back to the C9 versus Optic winners final, game number 2, Stella was on an absolute tear. He had 4 kills to lead C9 in this Slayer victory on set. I mean, this guy, he's pretty fantastic for his team.
He's pretty damn good, let's be real. We call him the Silent Assassin, and it's for a reason, because he wins games in tight situations and kind of just goes about his business like you would expect him to. He just wins games. And if you see these final moments, it was tied up at 44 all at this point. And just before we see these final kills coming in from Stella, this is the difference maker, right? You need a player on your team who is going to be in positions to pick up final kills, to clean up damage, to make sure that these one-shots don't get away, and to put you into the lead in the crux of these big, big games. This was 1-0 in the series. It was a best of 5. This put Cloud9 back on a level terms with Optic, and it was just those big moments we talk about. Stella makes them all the time, and is one of the most consistent best players that we have in the Halo Championship Series.
He really is. I feel like he is that silent assassin, like you mentioned on set. I mean, this guy can do it all. And I think at the beginning of the season, he was one of the more underrated players. But what I love about Stella with Cloud9 is I think he's really coming out of the woodworks. I think he's showing everybody what he is truly capable of. Obviously, he has a world champ under his belt, but I just feel like there's something about Halo Infinite and Stella that's just really, really clicking for me right now. So I love to see a clip from him as well. But we have more clips up our sleeves, folks. And I've got to say, the C9 versus Optic, the grand final, map number 3. And Gaskin, this really shows what happens when you take a split decision, you make a wrong move, a wrong turn in any kind of situation in a really, really heavy grand final like this, and it can all go downhill.
It's also everything I love about King of the Hill. In fact, it's been added to the HCS. We're getting these really closely contested games. Now, this particular hill, very difficult to break if you can hold it successfully. Optic had control. You assumed this is going to be it. We knew Cloud9 had one last push, and with the positions that Optic were in, we thought, you know, Cloud9, they're going to struggle, but suddenly the nades come in. Lucid is away from the rest of the team, almost expecting someone to be in a position where he could take them down from batteries, and then suddenly the Cloud9 swarm arrives. They break that setup, they get control. Optic aren't able to get any more time, and because of it, of course, Cloud9 take that map, take the lead in the series, and they go on to win that grand finals.
Yeah, pretty wild. I think another thing that we saw in that clip as well is just the fact that you saw Bound. He takes the shortcut to C Plat. He doesn't challenge Hill. Instead, he actually goes and helps at Hydra first. So little difference makers like that, especially as Dan said, when you have Lucid on a Whirlpool flank, they're going to be the difference maker, and you really can't give C9 that much space.
Well, you talked about little difference makers. Bound was a big difference maker in this next clip because, again, C9 versus Optic in our winners finals game 3, CTF, overtime. Bound managing to get an overkill off the back of a failed Optic flag. And Bravo, this is what you want out of a play like Bound.
Yeah, take a look at this. Lucy gets hit with 2 spikes. They lose the flag on the stand. Optic drops and slays right here for just a second, but they kind of change their mind. Formal and Lucid are working together to slay, but then Formal doesn't really slay enough. The rest of the team goes back for the flag, and off the back of that, you're going to see a Bound overkill here, as you say. And honestly, Mark, we're seeing more and more of that, the potential for counter caps on Catalyst.
Well, we certainly are. With some of the spawns that come in, even if you get a fresh forward edge, you're going to have those overextension opportunities. It really is kind of a 2-part process. It reminds me a little bit of Onslaught when we see those final flag stands, you know, last second returns, counter cap opportunities coming in. And even though you might think this flag's past halfway and we're coming off respawn, there's always a chance on Catalyst that you can get from A to B. You can damage that flag carrier, and you have to be almost perfect on the way back. Reslay, Optic got it wrong in that occasion. Bound one off, picked up the overkill, and that was the difference maker as Cloud9 ended up taking that game.
They did indeed. As you can see, guys, last week was a movie. We have so many clips that we could have chosen. Those are some of the standout ones from the end of last week. And I got to say, I'm looking forward to seeing more of them today. It's going to be absolutely amazing. Now, we need to move into Rostermania once again, because I'm afraid the next couple of weeks, we're going to be talking about some team changes and where people are landing. And one of the notable ones right now is that Kratos is gone from Xset. Xset did put out this tweet on our screen here. They said thank you so much to him. All the great moments they've shared together, and they wish him nothing but luck in his future endeavors. But you know what? Kratos being Kratos doesn't need luck. He says thank you for everything, but I don't need the luck at all. So I mean, it just goes to show really how confident this guy really is. We kind of got a taster of that in Anaheim when we kind of saw a couple of the VTs that he'd been putting out and producing with Halo. And I gotta say on set, you know, he's not shy of confidence, but what could that potentially do to teams? Like, who's looking to pick up somebody with that kind of mentality?
I mean, anyone would be happy to have a player with that mentality on their squad. You've got to believe you're the best if you want to win tournaments, and it's maybe something that kind of gets memed a little bit with Kratos, but if you don't have that self-belief, then you're never going to be able to put yourself in a position to win a tournament. And I think you look at all of the players who are on teams who have won championships, they all believe they're the best in the game, right? And I think it's something you have to have intrinsically as a player to be one of the best. And I'm sure Kratos will find a home very, very soon, and I'm sure that the team that he joins will be stronger for it.
They certainly will. I'll tell you what, watch out everybody though, because Kratos is on the loose. So just be aware of that one for sure.
Scary proposition.
It is quite scary actually with him on the loose. But I tell you what though, Bound, obviously last week, an epic performance for him, coming to, a team that's really cemented themselves this past season as being one of the best and really fighting for that #1 position, not being challenged until recently, has really fitted in so well with this roster, and they keep him again coming into this week. You know, what was he like, Gaskin? Talk to me about Bound, how he performed, and really what this could mean for the rest of C9.
He was incredible last week. I think there was a lot of pressure on his shoulders as he was subbing in for Cloud9, or that's the official statement that's going out right now anyway. And we wondered, can you fill in the shoes of Renegade, a player who has been absolutely one of the best lights out players we've seen in Halo Infinite and previously in Halo 5. And I tell you what, Bound did fill a position that very much suggested that if Cloud9 wanted to make this move official, it wouldn't look out of place, it wouldn't look out of character, because every single game Bound was putting up the slays, he was getting engagements to help the rest of his team, always putting himself on the line. I was so impressed with what he had to offer, and it almost feels like he's got a team now that allows him to play the game the way he wants to play the game. And I'm not saying that there's any bad players on FaZe previously, but it just seems like he clicks a little bit better with this Cloud9 roster.
Yeah, I feel like after last week, they were bound to keep him, right? They had really the only decision they could make. And here he is on the squad once again. But just like Dan said, looks so good, looks so strong. And I would say, Dan, not only would they be justified in keeping him, but they would start to look a little crazy if they don't keep him, right? If he repeats this week again. I think he put on such a show last week where it was just so convincing.
Yeah, and I think that when you look at his tweet on social media where he said, thanks Cloud9 for letting me play, but hashtag phase up, he's still sticking to his contract. He's still playing the part, playing the role of being on that FaZe clan roster, but surely they have to make that change. But we'll see what happens this week.
Yeah, we'll certainly see what happens. I just love the fact that Bound's really come in and showed what he's made of. And I personally think, I know 1 week is a little bit early, but we kind of saw what he is capable of with this team. I just love that, you know, it allows Bound to shine. I think it really depends on a very talented player, where they are put and how they thrive with the rest of the team. And sometimes it's, you know, on the wrong team, it's kind of like they're in a bit of a cage. It's really good to see that cage unlocked finally for Bound, and I'm excited about today as well. Now, other news, we do have Ryanoob, who is not playing with the United right now, although they are looking to cement their squad at some point, but that is to be decided. However, he's been joining the former SSG. He's got Zion, Piggy, Hotshot Ghost, and obviously himself there as well. And, you know, needs points. I mean, the team name says it all. He's here to get those points. And Gaskin, you know, does this show a lot of people, a lot of fans, why points are so important if Ryanoob here is playing the open bracket and getting top 16 just for a couple of extra points?
Sometimes the difference in a tournament, especially around like 4th to maybe 8th, can come down to a good seed, can come down to a slightly better bracket and playing a team who maybe aren't as good, perhaps playing 8th seed rather than 7th seed a little bit later on in the elimination bracket, for example. So yeah, I think points are going to be very important, and I can completely understand why Ryanoob wants to just collect a few more to put in his back pocket. It also puts you as a more valuable player as well when you look at all the team changes that are happening, and are you going to be able to stay on that team? Well, a couple more points means you are going to be a player that surely has to stay on a roster.
That is very, very true. Points are very important, ladies and gentlemen, so just remember that one. Now, our full format explainer here for you guys. If you're not sure how this works in the Pro Series, we got our top 8 placing teams from the Pro Series last week, and our top 8 teams from the open bracket that did actually try and qualify coming into this one a couple of days ago. And it's 16 teams, it's double elimination, and our top 8 teams from this week will qualify for our next Pro Series, number 7, going into next week as well. So, you know, it really does count, folks. You know, when you're playing in this week, you really do want to get into that top 8 position to make sure that you are playing for the chips next week as well, instead of duking out in the open bracket. No one wants to be messing around there if you can help it. Let's actually take a look at the winners bracket though to see where we're at. Of course, games have been happening off broadcast in the back wings, and we've got our semi-finals now lined up. Cloud9 versus Pioneers, Optic Gaming versus G2 Esports. 2 actually semi-finals I'm really looking forward to. I'm excited to see Cloud9 and Pioneers, but I'm also equally excited to see where G2 Esports are at. You know, I feel like they have really started to shine recently, so I'm excited to find out kind of how well they're shining, especially coming up against a very hot and heavy Optic Gaming. Let's take a look at the elimination bracket though to see where everyone's at here and who's been dropping down. We got Complexity and G1, Space Station and Luminosity. Now, a couple of guys who have already fallen short here. We got Fnatic, unfortunately, they have been taken out. Oxygen, Built by Gamers, and we've also got Digging Deep, which I believe was actually the team that beat Ryanoob's pickup team for the points as well. So interesting stuff across the board here. I've got to ask you though, Brav, anything that you're picking up on in terms of our elimination bracket at the moment that you're kind of keeping your eye on? I think mine would be Space Station, but you know, have you got something else?
Yeah, I agree. Space Station, we continue to watch that story. We'll see what they can do against LG if they can continue to advance on. I think that's a story that we really started last week with the team change. But it feels like also with the likes of Complexity, G1, Fnatic already eliminated, but this is the story that we've been telling of top 8, top 12 all year long. The road has not gotten easier for these teams. It's only gotten harder, but with a few team changes for each of these squads, we'll have to see what they can do here in week number 6.
Yeah, indeed. I got to say, I'm loving the storylines that are coming through here, especially when it comes to the elimination bracket. It can be a little bit difficult, obviously, best of 3s as well coming through, because, you know, you make one little mistake and it's see you later, see you next week. And it can be a bit difficult. I'm excited to see where Complexity will lie by the end of today as well. I want to see the progress, the growth on that team, as well as Space Station, of course, making changes from last week as well. I'm sure we'll talk about those as we get into it, but we need to move on to the match that we're seeing first on our screens, folks. And we do have Cloud9 versus Pioneers. It's going to be our winners semi-finals. Now, I kind of want to talk a little bit about Pioneers to begin with, because I'm kind of thinking about their growth as a team. Where are they at? How is their ceiling? Is it being pushed currently? And I think we've kind of talked about that all season long. And on set, Pioneers, they beat Optic last week on Live Fire Stronghold. It was map 1 of their series. Of course, they didn't manage to finish out their series with a win. However, it was pretty good. In terms of the score lines, they looked really, really strong there. Does that give you some kind of hope for this roster in terms of going up against the big dogs and knowing that they can make a dent?
I think you've just summed up the Pioneer story, though, in what you just said, right? They're really good on one game type, and then they lose the series. And I'm talking about this against the big four teams, if you like. Optic, Sentinels, Cloud9, whoever it might be. One of those teams who's going to win championships at some point, you would feel. They always look good in a series, but they don't get the win. And that's been the consistent thing here for Pioneers. It's been, over time, moving up the placements, moving up the placements, moving up the placements. But that top four, at the moment, it just seems like the ceiling is a little bit too difficult for them to break through. Not sure why it is. Maybe it's one series that just changes the mentality, that makes them believe that they can get through one of these squads and win a tournament. But until that happens, there's still some questions to be answered for this Pioneers squad, as they themselves will be feeling that pressure as well, because it's great to finish in, 4th to 6th to 8th, whatever it might be every week. It's not a bad placement, but when you're finishing there week after week after week after week, it starts to gripe on you a little bit. And I'm sure they want to prove to everyone that they deserve to be in that top 4 conversation. And if you're in that top 4 conversation, as we know, you're in the conversation to win a tournament.
What I will say as well is it's really nice that we get a flip of the bracket from last week, that we get to see Pioneers going up against C9 rather than Optic, we get to see G2 going up against Optic instead of C9, and it's sometimes nice how the seeds work like that, because it can quite easily be repetition where you see the same teams play the same team and they get a little bit deflated maybe that they have to keep facing them. But Pioneers, they've got a shot at Cloud9 here, and I think they have to take it in a best of 3.
Yeah, 100%. I think they do have to take it here. And somebody who's looking to take that is going to be our AMD Power Performance. It's a Druck from the Pioneers, of course. Now, these stats on the board, the Elimination Round 4 is against Fnatic. Our Elimination Round 5 stats here is against Ascend. On set, I know we were kind of talking before the broadcast, what do these stats really tell you about Druck in particular?
I think Druck is the entry fragger for his team. He is the most aggressive player on that team. He is the one who is going to create openings for Pioneers. Now, sometimes that can reflect in a KD. You see the ratio there in Elim round 4, slightly below 1, but you have to wonder what he's done with that damage and with those kills to benefit the rest of his team. And he is just the playmaker on this squad. We've got some clips that just kind of emphasize this as well and show the kind of plays that he can make. And you need this player in a squad. He's a selfless player who wants to go in, wants to do damage. And I talk about clutch moments. This nade against Ascend, this is a game 5. This gives them the lead. This gives them the opportunity to push. And off the back of this, Druck just makes things happen for Pioneers. And that clip in itself is a great example of it.
Yeah, it is a really good example of that. And I'm just seeing like major moments of brilliance from all of the players, I think, on Pioneers, especially Druck at times as well. And I think it's just about being consistent, right? It's being able to consistently make different plays, be aggressive, figure out what kind of team you are. What does it say, Brav, about a team who are able to change up their play style according to who they're playing? Because a lot of the time I'll interview players and they're like, we just play our game. Do you want a team that's able to change up what they're trying to do, to be aggressive at times, to not be aggressive at times, just depending on who they're playing?
Yeah, I think you need it in Halo Infinite because you have so many different scenarios that call for the fastest gameplay you can imagine. And there's a lot of game types that call for things to slow down quite a bit. I think Pioneers has proved that they're not only good at that, but they've gotten better and better at it as the season has gone on.
They have indeed. Let's talk about Cloud9 for a second. Let's flip the script just a little bit. Cloud9 looking damn good right now. Look, they've made a change. They've had unusual circumstances. Bounds come on board, and down there looking good with their new addition. Last week, obviously taking the Pro Series number 5, and I'm really impressed with what I'm seeing. I've got to say, Bound for me though, Brav, is definitely a talking point here. But man, Eco last week, dude. He was so good. I haven't seen Eco play like that for such a long time. It just felt like he was a completely different player and picking up different, I think, stresses in a series or in a map where he needed to. And it really just showed what he can do in terms of slaying ability and objective work.
Yeah, the way that this team clicked. I think if you look at the way Bound was playing on FaZe, a lot of people were thinking, okay, Bound is the first one to fly out, and he doesn't always have the support. He picks up the double, he flies out for the triple, doesn't always have the support he needs. So the big question in terms of the equation with this roster was, how will the rest of C9 operate around that? And like you said, Eco and the rest of the squad were absolutely, they were just ready for it.
Yeah, off the back of that as well, I want to give a little bit of a shout out to Penguin, because Penguin has kind of been the objective player for this C9 roster. Yep. He's been the one running flags. The stats were backing that up back at the last tournament that we had in KC, but I feel like last week he kind of allowed Penguin to spread his wings a little bit, and it's not a bad Penguin pun, by the way. That's just kind of what he was doing on the map, right? He was allowed to slay out a little bit more. He was allowed to push up a little bit more, and I don't know why that was and what the play style that was different for Bound, but Penguin was popping off last week, and I think he's always the last player to talk about in this roster, but he is the most important pillar for the others to succeed.
Yeah, he really was diving into the deep end because penguins can't fly. They dive.
It's Dan's turn next. We've all got an awful, yeah, we really are.
Just letting you know. You know what? I've got to call it quits here, gentlemen, because the game is ready. We're heading into our winner's semi-final. Bravo and Gaskin, take the mics.
Thanks so much, Lottie. Dan, this gives us a great opportunity where you're going to have a full series here to pick up a pun that you want to deliver. You have at least 2 games here, maybe a third, where you can decide where you want to strike with your pun. We're 3 for 4 on puns. I wouldn't say successfully, but we certainly have delivered them here. But excited to bring this first series with you. It's going to be C9 Pioneers.
And I like what you said. You know, it could be 2, but at the same time, could be 3. Pioneers showed enough last week against Optics to suggest that in a best of 3, it is definitely possible they could take a game here against Cloud9. Even though Cloud9 have been pretty ruthless with their opposition throughout the history of HCS competition and also from last week, I do think that Pioneers definitely are within a shot of at least taking 1 map here. Catalyst capture the flag to start things off though. That's always going to be a good sign for me. Anytime that we see teams playing on this map and mode, everyone's on an even playing field. They all started playing it at the same time. No team has necessarily more practice than the other. So I think this is going to be a really good shot for Pioneers to try and break the mold a little bit.
Certainly love starting with this game type. To be honest, in our best of 3s, even in our best of 5s, just how the chips fell, we didn't exactly get a ton of the new game types that happened to come into the late in the bracket. So it's good to start things off here with a brand new game type. Also, CTF Catalyst quickly becoming one of the favorites of the new game types across these teams. A pretty tricky CTF map to get right. We saw what C9 was able to do against Optic last week. You saw it early if you missed the pre-show, that bound overkill to get the overtime winner. A highlight reel clip if we've ever seen one. But after that, Dan, Slayer Streets and maybe Stronghold's Recharge.
That being said, Slayer Streets, pretty good map for Pioneers as well. They have been that team that a lot of others in North America have touted as one of those squads that kind of just run at you. Round corners, slide, thrust, whatever they can find to get close to you and initiate those fights and try and catch you off guard, try and surprise you. Cloud9 can play fast at the same time, but I do think Streets is going to allow for a very chaotic game. I'm sure both of these teams will thrive in that kind of scenario, and I'm very excited when we do, and I'm glad we get at least that Slayer Streets happening on our screens.
Same for me. I'm glad we have also starting things with Catalyst, that it isn't a potential game 3, but that's instead game 1. Given the way that we've seen Catalyst play, not only, of course, in opens as well as last week, even the matches that we've played online and ranked, given the way that map plays, right, it's less of a fly at each other map, right? You do have to have a little bit more coordination in terms of pushing these corners, pushing out the bases. It's a little bit harder to do, and as Mark talked about in the pre-show, you generally have to slay twice at a minimum. Given the play style of these two teams, anything you're expecting in that game number 1?
Yeah, I'm wondering whether we're going to see something similar from not just last week, but what we've seen developing in scrims is where teams will get a good idea of where the opposition is pushing, and all 4 of them just go the other direction, the other side of the map. And then you see both flags picked up, and they both run the same way back, and you just get a flag standoff, and it's down to who is going to take that initiative to be the initial pusher, who's going to try and break that mold and try and get that return.
All right, and starting things off with the man himself. It's Bound, who right away denies that overshield bottom middle. Now flies continuous on Ivy side. He'll run into 2, though, and get taken down. So that'll be 3 dead for C9 off of the opening.
Yeah, nice start for them. Starting strategy very important on Catalyst because you can get that flag very quickly. Not just at the end game is it quick to get it from one side to the other, but same happens at the start. Unfortunately, not going to see the skewer put into effect right at the beginning. Nice aggression coming out from Eco.
Yeah, right here you see just everyone holding forward off the opening. It was 3 dead for each side, and then after that, 2 dead for both sides. Now Cloud9 will find themselves 3 dead once again off of the back of that, so will be a momentary advantage for Pioneers here. A potential pull opportunity. Flag will be off the stand.
Flag off the stand, and Manny is going to be just watching and waiting, but now this is the important factor. You go back, and you also give as much information as possible to the rest of your team. He knows there's at least 2, if not 3, over towards Ivy. He can feed that to the flag guy. The flag guy can keep moving. Should be safe to get it at least into the base, but then you have the battle within your base.
Let's see what Bound and Eco can do there with the first. Oh! Does not get the cap. Oh my God, almost bull trued off the stand. And Bound is on the return. Who else but Bound on the flag stand? My God, what a goal line stand to start things off here in Pro Series number 6. Bound picking up where he left off on Catalyst CTF.
And we saw that last week in Cloud9 versus Optic. You can get so close to putting that flag in, but it's so easy to just get kind of tunnel visioned onto trying to put it onto that spot. And those grenades, the shots, they do come in. Cloud9 stop it. They get the return, and now they can start moving a flag of their own. That's fantastic from C9. They seem to always be in the right place at the right time.
Look at the patience, look at the timing from C9. Now Pang will bring the flag all the way back. Eventually he will get found out, though. 3 dead for C9. Based on numbers, what can Seller do all alone? He should fall. This should be on paper an easy return for Soul Snipe, but already so much to talk about in this game. One of the big things we got to talk about while we have a final moment with both flags back on the stand, Dan, was Eco actually wrapping back to his base to make sure they killed the player on his spikers, and then he and Bound pushed together last second. Perfect timing on the return.
Really good. And honestly, so many times you'll see that flag get put in. If you don't hit that perfect grenade, if you don't hit that perfect BR shot. But C9, they are perfection.
Oh my God.
I mean, they have always been perfection, and almost Tolik gets away with it, but unfortunately misses a couple of shots. Stella will take full advantage. When you watch Cloud9, you don't expect mistakes, and even though they've got this Bound as a current pickup or a new pickup, whatever it may be, they seem to be just fitting in exactly to where they should.
Bound gets a little bit unlucky there, or maybe a bit surprised. That was 4 dead momentarily, but while staring at the flag, 2 players of Pioneers will spawn flag, 1 will spawn court, and he'll be taken down immediately. That will result in a full flip of control. 3 dead momentarily for C9. Pioneers gonna have to look to bounce back once again, but still, what a stop. That stop will keep us here at 0-0.
Alec with 11 kills is gonna prove to be a problem for Cloud9, I'd say. When a player on Catalyst is starting to pop off and can just rotate around the map and consistently find kills, it can be very difficult to get one of those flags moving, to get any sort of control. And I feel like that's why Cloud9 haven't really been able to get a proper run yet, and it's because of Talik.
Absolutely. As you say, big numbers from Talik, and one thing that we just saw on screen was the spikers coming into play. They were also a huge factor in that Bound overkill as well that you saw in the pre-show. And when you look at a map like Catalyst that's so fractioned off and cornered off, where you really have to push in these big 90-degree angles, great work from Manny here as well, the grapple end slide to get this flag off the stand a bit earlier. He's gonna have to change his route as he goes, maybe a bottom mid run here to bottom Ivy. That will be the call. He'll try to stay alive during the run, but we're still seeing every inch matters, whether you're able to grab repulse or grapple. Overshield, of course, but even spikers can be the difference in a successful push and breaking a setup.
So overshield's going to be important, but it's not always easy to get. Everyone's going to have their eyes set on it, and you're going to get this cross-map situation happen. And Manny says, you know what, screw the overshield. A flag will actually be the better decision here, because I'd rather go 1-0 up, as the OV will then be grabbed by a Cloud9 member. So we're going to see, how does this pay off? Is there going to be a Cloud9 member to stop this run?
You have to wonder if he's going to get there in time. Lots of shots coming in. Stellar's there with the overshield as well. Flag does go down on the stand. They should be able to get this re, and you have to wonder, overshield call there, maybe not the right one based on how that played out.
If they lose a flag here, definitely the wrong call. I like going for the initiative of, I want to cap a flag, I want to take the lead, but at the same time, you have to be prepared. You need a teammate to help you with that OV that's inevitably going to be chasing you, and there you go, there's the counter cap. It very much was the wrong call, and Pioneers maybe will have that as a life lesson for next time.
Very rarely can we say that, of course, from our commentary desk. You know, there's so many factors going into these decisions there, but on paper, you certainly think maybe playing for that overshield in some capacity, at least on the battle. Talik not able to get the sword lunge off, at least playing for that. Needed to be a decision, just because running the flag high with an overshield pushing low, the flag dies on the stand, and as a result, C9, as you say, will go up 1-0. Talik still 16 on the board. He's 16-9. Stellar, though, 13-10. Excuse me, Stellar and Bound 13-10, respectively.
And even though I don't want to talk about the play too much, but certainly something we can consider is maybe he just felt like if he'd gone for the overshield, he was dead for rights anyway with how Cloud9 was set up around it. So he just wanted to try and do something to maybe counter the overshield that was inevitably going to be grabbed. But a flag is going to be pulled once more. Stellar, of course, trying to escort it back to base, but there's already a player there. But unfortunately for SoulSnipe, gets caught out on that pull. It is so detrimental when you get caught pulling the flag because you are in no man's land.
Stellar getting a lot of free damage here, knowing that he can 1v2. Also, Plasma Pistol out. That will not hit, and SoulSnipe will take advantage of it. Huge play for him to stay alive. That will now bring 2 dead for C9.
18 kills and a flag in hand for Tolik. And Cloud9 struggling to keep him at bay at the moment. Need to keep him kind of arm's length away. Eco has to get this kill as well, and might be able to get an overshield just off the back of the kill. And I think that's what's important, is you really need to time when you're picking up this OV.
3 dead there. As you see, the flag will go in, now tied 1-1. Pioneers will bring that one in. We'll see if it's a counter opportunity as they're going to try to clear out the back flag. Talik will fall, Druck will fall as well. This should be a pull for Stellar. It will start in the courtyard. Eco still with a little bit of overshield to play with as well, as he's trying to stay alive in the court. It's a top mid run for C9.
And we've seen it again, right? It was what they did previously, and even though it's not necessarily the meta, as it were, to be running that flag top middle, if you do it correctly, it is the quickest way to get it across the map.
Penguin here. Last player alive for C9. All players die in the court. Gets this kill there. Guys, though, on the this should be a return. Return does go in for Pioneers. Now, Pioneers running a flag off of the back of the Cloud9 3 dead.
And that's why sometimes you don't run the flag top middle, because you are so vulnerable to grenades. You are so vulnerable to a team just banking everything off those walls.
Wow.
Pioneers now take the lead 2-1. That will go in. There's not going to be any heroic last stops from Cloud9.
Barely, though. Look at that 4 dead right away, and they barely get that flag in. Flashing red shields for the flag carrier. They will get the cap, but C9 now looking to answer back right away. Once again, excuse me, as that flag will continue. As I sound like Elmer Fudd for a moment. Flag coming in here, bottom of the base. All 4 players alive for C9 as they bring this back. 2 dead for Pioneers. This flag should go home.
I mean, this game has been so fast-paced, I haven't even been able to say how much I appreciate Catalyst capture the flag to watch. I know there's some players who maybe aren't quite used to it yet, don't necessarily enjoy the speed of which it plays and how crazy it is to be involved, but as a viewing experience, an unbelievable watch. Constant action, 2-2, we're tied up now. Cloud9 off the back of that, all 4 dead, are able to put the flag in.
Let's see where that overshield goes as well. Gonna pop in 4 seconds. As you say, 2-2 with 4 minutes left on the clock. Eco tries to stay alive. He will trade out. Will be 3 dead for C9, though. Seller was the only player alive for just a moment. Keeping an eye on that overshield. He's gonna have his eyes on it as well. Grapple so key to be grabbing that overshield on Catalyst. He'll stay alive in the court.
A lot of responsibility when you've got that overshield. Have to be hoping that you don't walk into just 3 players staring at you, because even though with the changes you can get melted very quickly with that Ovi, but now Stella should be able to stop this flag. And again, whilst running the flag top middle leaves you vulnerable to grenades when you're running it, leaves you vulnerable to returning it at the same time, but just about stays alive thanks to that extra health from the Ovi.
I was going to say overshield so key in that flag return. Eco last player alive again, so a lot of overextension coming in from C9, but it pays off in the end. They will keep the game just like that. Tied at 2-2. Fantastic use of the overshield from C9. Keep in mind, Stellar was the only player alive when he grabbed. Also, as we said, using that grapple to make sure that flag comes home. Without those 2 plays, you have to think it might be a Pioneers 3-2 right now.
Sword is in the hands of the Pioneers. Actually, as I say that, it gets ripped away from Soul Snipe. All 3 members that were on that one side of the map got taken down. So Druck left on his own, carefully planning to stay alive and hoping to get a cheeky little back whack, but do Cloud9 check their corners? He would have definitely heard there's a player above him here, and he might have the jump on Penguin.
Probably going to work together with Talik here. The call doesn't come in, though. He actually spots Penguin just a little bit late there. Probably heard the footsteps, but didn't know exactly where to go. So Penguin actually sneaks through for just a moment, but now going to be 2 dead for the side of Pioneers. So Druck needs to play this very carefully and does well to get that kill on top to even things 2-2. That flag shouldn't be too dangerous as long as Talik can help get the stop.
Do so much damage with this sword, especially with a repulsor or a grapple alongside it, but you've got to be careful of the grenades. They're constantly going to be flowing towards you, but there we go. There's going to be the first kill. Now it's just about staying alive. Great cleanup from Cloud9, but at the same time 3 of them have fallen.
Yeah, great job here from our observer to identify Soul Snipe across enemy lines. He's now going to go top mid instead, but 2 players are at gold, so this is not going to be the easiest kill for him. He gets 1, helps out on Bound. Penguin also spawns gold, so these spawns certainly coming in favor of C9. Flag is still out, and that was 3 dead for Pioneers. It should be a flag grab and an overshield grab here for Penguin.
Perfect, when the Ovi just spawns at that right time, when you've been able to get a little bit of map control, and now Penguin can look to try and help this flag run that's going to be inevitably happening as well. But Soul Snipe does get some good grenades here onto Penguin. I don't think he's going to get the kill with the sword, and he's going to give it away.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking a look here at the flag, and exactly as we expected, C9 able to bring that flag back home, and just crucial timing. But we got to talk about the spawns there. I think all 4 players on C9 get the gold spawns during the gold flag run. That allows them to really catch a player like Soul Snipe off guard. He's top mid. He thinks he has the right damage. He wins a 1v2 for a second on gold side, but all the spawns keep coming gold. That gets C9 their flag 3-2 with only 1 minute left.
1 minute means it's go time for the Pioneers, and unfortunately for them, there's going to be a Cloud9 flag run happening, but with a couple of the players falling, if Pioneers can get into a position to stop this, then a counter cap is very much on the cards, and we've seen it happen so many times already in Pro League.
Look at Penguin just staying alive, gets a little drop slide to try to get the flag there faster, stays alive, maybe 1 more touch out of him. He's going to toss it and stay alive. Fantastic work while there's 2 dead. He's going to get full shields and even should get this cap right now. Perfectly timed from Penguin. And let there be lessons learned there. You do not need to rush those flags home. Take your time, use the cover of the pillars, and you got a much better chance to bring that flag home. They will go up 4-2 with 25 seconds left. That should be the icing on the cake.
And you know full well that Penguin was just listening to those comms, looking at that kill feed, making sure that there was at least room for error there. It didn't matter too much if he did go down. He knew his teammates were picking up kills here, there, and everywhere, as the Pioneers, I think they've accepted that 10 seconds is not enough to run a flag, and Cloud9 are going to take the lead in this series.
Certainly not enough time to run 2 flags either. The time will tick down, and it will be C9 taking your game number 1, Catalyst CTF, but certainly not the easiest game type for them. Pioneers putting up a great fight, but Bound, Stellar, Eco, and Penguin, as we said, picking up where they left off last week.
I'm loving this Cloud9 roster. I did hear that initially maybe there were some troubles for Bound when he first joined this team, but Penguin, fantastic at breaking the ice, made sure he welcomed him in. They really have looked like a squad that is going to be the real deal here at Andy.
There he is, Cloud9 not only on the board, but Dan Gaskin also on the board there with some fantastic wordplay. Very lucky to be alongside you for this. If you're just joining us here, this is the HCS NA Pro Series number 6. Cloud9 takes game number 1 over the Pioneers in a fantastic Catalyst CTF to kick things off. Taking a look at some of the stats here, it was Talik leading the game, but in the end, Slow and Steady wins the race. It's Stellar who goes 28-14.
Yeah, and stats across the board, I mean, you're going to have different roles in a game for sure, and you're also going to have different spawns. Sometimes it's very important that you push out to try and break a setup, like push out to try and help a flag. Sometimes you have to be the one who dives on a return, and that can really affect your stats. But when we look at the damage dealt, Eco, for example, 7k that he was outputting. Same for Torlik on the other side. And just genuinely, that was a really fun game to watch to kick off this week's Pro Series.
Yeah, really great way to start the Pro Series week. Indeed, take a look at some of the highlights from that game because it was a great one. Here was your goal line stand. Stellar flies back with the overshield, and this was that 0-0 stop. Look at how close that flag was. My God. They go ahead and they get that pull. Unsurprisingly, this one does go home. I also love this from Stellar, right? He does not think about dropping and shooting on a goal side. He goes straight through because he's seen teams make that mistake. Also, great work from Talik here to grapple slide this one. And look at the shields. Barely gets it in. Druck will die immediately after as well. But those flag pulls so dangerous. And if you can get the flag out past Courtyard into either your Gold Hall or your Ivy Hall, here's Manny bringing this flag in as well. And look at this once again. Barely gets away with it. It feels like these flags, you really got to work hard for them, Dan.
Well, there was 2 or 3 times where Pioneers had the flag on the spot and Cloud9 were able to stop them, and that's so difficult when you as a team probably feel like you've done enough, you deserve that flag cap. But unfortunately, Catalyst, it takes them away from you, and you have to be prepared to take that fight in your base afterwards, or you can play it this way like Penguin did. And I love that you highlighted it. He had the chance to wait for his shields, to take his time, and then he popped that final flag winning cap in for Cloud9. We go into Slayer Streets, and this is going to be where Pioneers really need to up the ante a little bit. Torlik, I'm going to be looking at him. He had so much damage. He was slaying out like crazy. Need to do the same here on Streets.
Absolutely. They need to bring the pressure to C9 once again. Of course, Street Slayer, as we get into game number 2, a game type that can be played slowly, but we both know that these two teams are at their best when they are playing at a fast pace. Talik early on with a nice assist, going to continue shooting in the L, gets a second one. You might argue he should have got, so it'll be 3 dead for Pioneers. Talik, last player alive in the back of Tram off of the opening.
Does have the Stalker Rifle though, and we know what damage this gun can do. A 3-shot to the head, of course, and is really hard to try and take if the player hits their shots. But I tell you what, beats a Stalker Rifle, a Bulldog, very much so.
My God, Penguin, even though there was a Stalker Rifle drop ready for that, Penguin coming in with a 2-tap of the Bulldog, that will immediately annihilate that threat. And we'll instead change things up here for just a moment as we take a look at Eco here, pushing in from Laundry.
Nice shots and nice assisting work from Eco as well. You've got to be very confident as a player to be able to stand in the kind of bottom middle areas of the map, and I think it's important to do so on Streets as well. Because even though you feel vulnerable, like you can be shot from a lot of different angles, you also get a lot of cover if you know where the other team is and where they're spawning.
Absolutely, take a look. Just staying alive once again here. Going to push up on Heaven and try to get some angles on Druck, last player alive here in back A.
Good shots again, but Eco looking to get aggressive this time gets somewhat punished. Can't see the scoreboard at the moment, so I just have to do my best quick math. Pioneers on 9, and it's going to be 13 for Cloud9, so they have a very small but quite a significant lead at the same time.
Going to be big time leaning on you, Dan, for that math, as well as, of course, producers here, our friends at Esports Engine. There we go, and all you have to do is ask, and the scoreboard comes on screen. 15-11 now, 15-12 in favor of Cloud9, 2 dead for each side.
I might have to jump on a few players here. That nade does give his position away. That happens so much in Halo Infinite, where you think your nade is going to help you get some kills, but if it doesn't connect whatsoever, you lose your jump, you lose the advantage you would have had, and then you have to back off. You have to wait for teammates instead.
16-14 there. Don't worry, those of you who thought you might be going insane at home trying to figure out if the scoreboard was always in the same place that it is in Halo Infinite. Don't worry, it is, and it's back 18-16. Now it's a 2-kill lead for the side of Cloud9. I want to thank you for joining us here for this week of HCS NA Pro Series. Been a fantastic start to the day. We hope you join us through the afternoon or evening, depending on where you're tuning in for around the world now. 3-kill lead for Cloud9. Rockets in the hands of Stellar. He'll pick up 1. He'll pick up 2 with the assist. That's 3 dead for Pioneers.
And just in case you were hiding under a rock, we still aren't seeing a few teams in Pro Series. They're still waiting to maybe make some changes. That's the rumors that we've heard. But Cloud9 and Optic are the 2 big guns that are playing in this tournament. And we're expecting them both to get to the final again. But the Pioneers, G2, they're the teams that are their closest competitors. They're the ones who are trying to make a difference. But at the moment, 25-19, Pioneers find themselves 6 kills behind. And if this kind of scoreline keeps following, where Cloud9 are picking up maybe 3 kills in favor of Pioneers 2, it's going to be so tough to get back into the game.
Certainly, this is the point where they need to slow things down. That little pull, ooh, Penguin staying alive on the gen as well. Little moments like that are the ones that are going to continue to add up against the side of Pioneers. Stellar and Bound both on 8 kills already. Eco and Penguin on 7 and 6 respectively, just really in lockstep here, this entire C9 roster.
Just trying to pin them back into C at the moment are Cloud9. I think Pioneers are just kind of waiting and hoping that Cloud9 will make a mistake, make one step wrong that they can take advantage of. But when you walk straight into a Bulldog on your own, there's got to be questions asked there. What was the play? What was the decision? Were you trying to make a distraction for the team? And if you were, where was the rest of the Pioneers? They seem to be a little bit stagnant, standing still, flat-footed. Cloud9 very much taking advantage of it.
Absolutely. When you got Penguin there with a Bulldog in the wings, cold-blooded killer just coming across 34-25, a 9-kill lead as he's going to sit in the L and now just continue patrolling to check the back A at PD spawns. You see they're already popping up on your screen. Rocks popping up as well.
Can still do some damage from the distance, can the Bulldog, but not enough to take down Manny. Is this the big enough break, though, for Cloud9's chances? Can Pioneers actually take advantage of maybe having a 4 versus 3? But Cloud9 still managed to get Rockets despite the fact they were a player down. That's what Penguin just did so well, is that he knew Rockets were coming up, so he threw himself at Pioneers, caused enough of a distraction. Cloud9 pick up Rockets and they get kills because of it.
I think a free rocket will land into PD for the side of Pioneers, so maybe an opportunity for them to get a little bit more here. There's a rare drop shield up on Heaven there. Bound's going to have to retreat to Laundry. Almost gets away with it, but instead will be taken down. Bottom middle, taking a look at the score here. 32-39 as the 7-kill lead continues for C9. Bulldog in hand for Talik, though.
And I'm wondering whether we will ever see, Pioneers get this victory, right? So many weeks that we've seen Pioneers play against these top 3 teams, and we always tout them as the maybes, the what ifs. Like, they could do it, they could have that chance, but they never seem to get there. Even though they're having close enough games to suggest they're good enough players, we know they are. They're a top 5, top 6 team, maybe top 4 on a really good day. But unfortunately, Cloud9, likes of Optic, Sentinels, they just seem to be that one step ahead. And I'm wondering what it is for Pioneers that they need to change to be able to catch up with the rest of the pack.
I agree. 42-36 here. My God, Stellar with a perfect kill before the Bulldog can strike yet again. And it's kills like that that continue to give C9 such a commanding lead. And in a moment where you thought Pioneers might be able to rally a comeback, the 8-kill lead gets extended once again for the side of C9. Stellar just patrolling around A court, also just staying alive in tires. No, there's some actions at Neon's, only 4 kills away from closing out game number 2.
Yeah, you can't imagine that Pioneers have it in them to get a comeback now. I've seen amazing things happen on Halo Infinite, but Cloud9 seem to be the ones who usually are outputting those amazing things happening. Just 2 kills now remaining.
Just playing the advantage here. Druck staying alive. 48-42, not over yet. That trade, though, he couldn't afford it. 1 more kill. That will be it for C9. They will close out the series 2-0 in game number 2 with a score of 50-43. It's a convincing victory overall for Cloud9 over Pioneers.
It's a very solid one. It's always a chance of a banana skin happening when you go up against the likes of KCP, the likes of G2, who on their day can be very hot and heavy, but Cloud9 a very professional performance from them. They seem to be pushing correctly. They weren't making too many mistakes, if any, that I could realistically talk about. And that's just a shame, really, for KCP. You've got to hope that Cloud9 make mistakes that you can jump on, especially when they've made this team change. There should be cracks, right? There should be areas where maybe they don't know what to do in certain situations because they haven't, as a 4, played together in those situations. But it doesn't seem or look like Cloud9 are out of favor at any point.
Not at all. And I think going back to, like you said, what does Pioneers need to do? For me, it comes down to film, right? There was a specific moment in that game where they went down by about 7 kills and they could never recover after that. They end the game actually with a 7-kill deficit. And at little moments here, they're able to bring the game back within 5, for example. But it's little moments. I think they need to take a look at the film as we take a look at the stats to determine where those break points are. Druck will go 14 and 12. On the other side, it's great numbers from the entire C9 roster.
Amazing numbers, consistent on the assist board as well. Bound, the only player who doesn't have as many assists, but we come to expect that. We know that Bound is often the player who's leading the charge, initiating that damage, and maybe isn't going to be getting the assist, but might be finishing those kills at times. Even damaged out as well across the board. You could say the same maybe on the side of Pioneers. Manny maybe lacking a little bit in that department. Close to doubling his damage taken over his damage dealt, and that's always a question mark for me. Are you doing enough as a player? Are you putting yourself in maybe too many 1v2s? And perhaps that's something that the Pioneers need to look back at when they go over the tape and they try and look for those improvements they so desperately need to try and catch up with the likes of Cloud9 and Optic.
Yeah, let's not forget, earlier on, this game was so close, right? We saw it was about 15 to 12. Shortly after that, 19 to 16. This game was certainly not only within reach, but neck and neck for the large part. But it really was a turning point when we saw C9 start to just pull away there. Right around really that 21, 23 kill mark is where things got to be trouble. Stellar with a great job here. He just pushes B Arcade really quickly, just gets all the damage that he needed to, and that paved the way for them to close out the game. And at the end, C9 was just playing the numbers. They're playing high percentage plays. They're getting the right damage, and they closed that game out. They knew it was theirs to win, and they're able to close out the series with a score of 2-0.
And those final moments with the Bulldog was probably the only time we saw KCP having the Bulldog in hand. And I cannot stress enough how important it is to be making sure you're on top of it, making sure it's in the hands of one of your players, and also treating it like a power weapon. You can't afford to give it away. You can't just throw yourself into situations too many times and then allow the other team to have it in their possession, because they will make you pay for it. They will make it count, and suddenly those 2 or 3 kills you were behind very quickly turn into 6 or 7, and then you're down and you lose the game.
Yeah, I think that was certainly it. And guess what? We're getting word here where we're going to check out the Optic G2 series as well, which is a nice rare treat. We don't always get to get into both of our series on both sides of the winner's bracket here based on timing. But now we're in Street Slayer. It's a 39-32, an awfully similar score line. As we take a look, it's going to be Optic here leading in the series 1-0 and also leading in the game 41-32.
Yeah, we're joining right at the end when, similarly to what we saw in the Cloud9 game, it seems like Optic have got control towards the latter stages. We don't know what it was like right at the start, but now look at this from Rami. He's going to be able to pick up a double. And if you want to be able to find yourself a situation where maybe you can get back into a game, that is going to do fantastically for you. Although I say that, when he did get the double, the kills were ticking up on the red side, so I'm wondering whether maybe G2 might have the lead here.
Might be watching Lucid's POV.
This is okay. That makes more sense. It's Lucid.
Lucid there just racking up the kills. I agree. The kills were ticking up real fast there, not only in Red Room, but on the red side of the scoreboard as well. 48-35. It's a wild finish here from Optic Gaming as we join this in progress, and they're going to make it look like a cakewalk. Remy alive back A. Probably not for long, though. Optic Gaming will close it out, and they will close out the series 2-0. Game 2 is going to be 50-36.
And I was going to say, I'm a big fan of Rami and what he's able to achieve, but that didn't necessarily look like what I'm used to seeing out of Rami. It looked a little bit more familiar, and it was Lucid. I mean, you've been able to see, and we've been able to see so much of his POV as of late, streaming a lot. Definitely go and check out his Twitch channel because he is doing a lot to keep Halo in for as much numbers as possible on Twitch, and it is great to see what he's able to do, not just in these ranked games, but also in the HCS as well. Optic will take the victory, though. That means they move on into the winners final, where, of course, they will play against Cloud9. We get the rematch once more, bruv. Who would have expected anything other?
Of course, it's once again, as we say so many times before, this is the match that we came for. I agree, though, at the end there, it looked like a little bit of Lucid, not only Lucid streaming, but even a little bit of Lucid dreaming as he was on an absolute roll there in the end. We'll take a look at some stats from that game. Was Lucid on your screen that went 13-7. Formal also popping off with a performance of 16-11.
16-11 is some stats I can get behind. Only 2 assists. Seems like the rest of the squad was doing most of the job for him, and that's what you need. You need someone on that roster who is going to be cleaning up them kills. When we were talking about Stellar and what he's done on Cloud9 and the clips we looked at in the pre-show, he very much was just listening to those callouts, doing that final bit of damage, but also at the same time, Formal 3.9k, he was doing his fair share.
Yeah, absolutely. Great numbers from the side of Optic, and it's 2 convincing victories from our favorites in both of those series. Optic and C9 will sweep 2-0 and find themselves here against each other in those winners finals, which, to be honest, I think a lot of us here on the commentary team, and of course a lot of you watching at home, were excited to see the matchup of these two squads, to see what Optic might be able to do this week.
Yeah, Optic, I think we'll be looking at last week and saying maybe we really should have been winning that tournament, considering that Cloud9 had just made that change. There should have been weaknesses there, but I think that it wasn't necessarily Optic playing poorly. I think that Cloud9 really pulled it out, and unexpectedly so. Like Bound, I don't think anyone had necessarily looked at him joining that roster and expected him to be performing in that manner. Expect maybe himself, he probably backed himself to be performing that well. But now maybe they've got an idea of how this Cloud9 roster play with Bound. Perhaps they've looked at stuff, maybe they've tried to assess things they could do a little bit differently when they try and approach this series.
Absolutely. Also just a huge confidence boost for Bound, right? Because you knew that he was such a great player, and the question I'm sure he was asking since the game dropped was, do I have the right mix of players, right? It's veteran talent on that FaZe team, but is this what he needs? And for him to then join what many would say is the best team in the world despite the Kansas City finish, and to pop off the way that he did, got to be a great confidence booster to him as well as the entire side, as we'll bring everyone back in here to get ready for the rest of the matches in this tournament. But C9 and Optic Gaming both looking pretty strong here, Dan, and we'll bring now Lottie and Mark back in, and these two teams going to be going up against one another. And to be honest, now things look down to the elimination bracket to see how everything might end up there, because with Pioneers and G2 dropping, things are bound to get spicy a lot.
Yeah, things are going to get spicy, and it's all about that bounce back, because somebody will be bouncing back into that grand final spot, whether you like it or not, and somebody's going to be going through to that grand finals position pretty unscathed for the most part. And I've got to say, you know, coming back to our C9 Pioneers game, obviously we did get to see just a tiny little bit at the end of that Optic match there with G2. You know, I'm interested in onset what you think of Pioneers at this moment in time. We opened with Catalyst CTF, obviously our new addition, the map. Everybody's still learning it. There's a meta being built currently at the moment. We also haven't seen quite a few number of our teams in NA on any of these new additions yet as well in the Pro Series, but I felt like there was a lot of overextension from Cloud9 on this map and mode, and you know, it really helped with the constant aggression of Pioneers trying to pull flags, trying to get in the mix and throw themselves at it, but it really does leave a lot of entry room for counter caps. How do you find the right balance, especially on Catalyst? Obviously is asymmetrical, it can be really difficult and fast-paced at times.
Yeah, it can. I think a lot of it depends. If you're the team who's coming off respawn, right, and the flag's already running, you've got a decision to make. That decision needs to be, do we wrap back? Do we go forward? Do we give this one up? Is there any chance? And a lot of the time on Catalyst, unlike other maps, you can overextend even if that flag is beyond halfway, and you can get a couple of grenades in there. You can do the damage that's needed. And there was a couple of, again, it was just a symptomatic, like, example of Pioneers being just not close enough to beating a team in that game one, right? Small little differences. The flag run that came in for the first potential Pioneers cap, it was a little bit staggered. There was a few little misjuggles. It just went for the slide, just took an extra second to do that. And then the overshield player was able to make the ground up behind and get that goal line stand. Now, Dan's the stat guy here, but I want to see a stat put together here of how close teams are to capping against Cloud9 without capping. Like, and I want it measured in distance, because some of these flags you've seen, even in the first 2 weeks of Pro Series, have just been ridiculous. I mean, like on the flag stand, but Cloud9 just seemed to be able to stop those flags. And I think teams need to learn very quickly on Catalyst that you can survive for quite some time in that base. Even if you've got the flag there, you need to bait that if you haven't got track of where those final players are, and you need to get those kills before you run it in, because otherwise you just get counter-capped on. And it's tough to do. It's tough to take, especially when you find yourself doing everything right until that final, you know, half a millimeter to get that flag in, and then before you know it, you're 1-0 down.
Yeah. No, it is very true. I was also a little bit gutted with Pioneers, the fact that they couldn't get a blooming overshield for the life of them. Oh my gosh. You know, really need to prioritize that. It's so important. And, you know, at one point in time, I believe it was 2-2 on the scoreboard, and I was like, my gosh, they're toe-to-toe, but I cannot believe that they're not getting an overshield. And what a big difference that could have made, Brav. And looking at Pioneers and going back to their game plan there in that first map, being able to take Cloud9 down in that first map of the best of 3 is so significant and so important. What difference would an overshield, for folks at home who might not know how significant power-ups are, that overshield getting into the hands of Cloud9 time and time again, how much of an impact did that make?
I mean, it was the difference maker, right? And as we saw time and time again, really, I think the bigger thing than allowing Pioneers to get overshield and play off it was the denying of the C9 overshield, because you do not want Stellar as the player leading the charge, flying into your gold side with an overshield. Not only is he going to help stop the flag, but then they're going to run, or you saw another time where Stellar had an overshield where he single-handedly was the last player alive with the grapple, snagged the overshield, then also got the solo return in the courtyard as well, right on the flag ramp. So really it's more about denying. Yes, Pioneers can make great plays off the overshield, but you can't afford a team like C9. You cannot afford them every single overshield because they're going to make those plays count with the OV.
Yeah, just off the back of that as well, I would say that Catalyst has probably got the most difficult overshield to secure in all of the maps that we have at the moment. It's not just the fact that it's exposed down bottom middle, you have players taking height around you as you try and grab it. It's also the fact that you've only really got 2 exit points, which is left and right, when you pick up the overshield, unless you got a grapple to jump across the bridge. So it is actually quite tough to secure that. You have to play numbers, you have to make sure that you've got map control before you go for it. It's kind of a little bit different to what we see with players diving on overshields on other maps just to secure them.
Yeah, just to chime in as well, Mark, I feel like you're right. Not only grapple, but repulsor as well, right? I think we're going to start to see teams try to stack their overshield player grabbing repulsor or grapples just so they can get the hell out of bottom middle right away and rotate around it, just as you say. It's a really great point.
No, it is a great point. And I love that because we're learning how this all works. What's the most ideal situation in terms of capture the flag and what you want to do and how fast you can pull a flag and what's the most ideal route or way. I love learning with you guys, so I appreciate you breaking it all down for us, especially in the hands of Cloud9. We love seeing Cloud9 play. Let's take a look at the bracket though, folks, to see where we're at in the day. We've just had our first match on our screens as our winners semi-finals. We do have Cloud9 heading into that grand finals position. Oh, sorry, the winners finals. Well, getting ahead of myself here. I'm not a C9 fan, I promise. I'm not being biased. Winners finals position, sorry, with Optic Gaming, also completing their semi-finals 2-0 against G2 Esports. So really impressive stuff. And as the lads said, it is that winners finals rematch once again from last week. And you know, who's to say there might be a little bit of a different outcome? And Gaskin, I couldn't think of a better person to come to when talking about Optic Gaming for obvious reasons. And one being that the fact that Optic Gaming right now have got to be so damn hungry for this, right? I mean, time and time again, they've been so damn close to getting it done, and they just can't quite find the dub and get it across the board. So, you know, what does it do to a roster who we know are capable, haven't yet managed to get what they want out of it, and being that hungry for the win?
Sorry, I ignored everything you said in that question because at the start, you took a dig and said, hey, Dan, you're the best person we can go to because you're a massive Optic fanboy.
Fan?
I've got proof here.
Look, hey, here's a C9 jersey that I happen to have in the room. It's very close to me.
Okay.
That proves that I'm not an Optic fanboy.
Definitely.
I also have a FaZe hoodie here. It's just on hand.
Quickly point out, all of this was delivered fresh this
I've
morning.
also got a Space Station hoodie here. Like,
see, they've still got the tags in.
You spent quite a lot of money this week, haven't you, Dan?
I just wanted to prove that I wasn't.
Everything arrived just in time, as Mark was saying. That all arrived just now. So well done, Dan, and well done, UPS.
How do you feel about Optic, though, Dan?
To get back to being an Optic fanboy, I do think that they are a team that should be winning these Pro Series. I think that they were, and I still believe it, whether people argue against me or not, I believe they were the best team going into Kansas City. They were the best team online going into Kansas City. They won everything. They won scrims. They won all the online competition. They were destroying everyone.
Price is sitting there just screaming at his monitor.
It's correct, though.
It's amazing because with all the money that Optic pays Dan, that's what he spent. He bought all this gear. He bought all this gear to try to make it look like it's not a thing.
But they were winning all the online competition. Granted, when it came to LAN, they crumbled, and everyone was like, well, maybe they're just an online team. They need to prove everyone else wrong. They need to be not just winning online competition, they need to be winning LAN events as well. They're not going to be happy with second, third place. They are gunning for that first place. Optic as an organization will be expecting that first place as well. So it adds a lot of pressure to these guys.
It does add a lot of pressure, especially when you say it like that, Dan, as well. It adds a lot of pressure with how much you believe in these boys. But I tell you what, I've got to say, I do feel like they are edging closer and closer to what they want to achieve here. And I think you are right, Dan. I really do. I think they have a phenomenal roster, especially with the addition of Former coming into KC. I think they're looking really good. I just think they need to really take it the next step. And that's going to be
It's one win.
Yeah,
it's one win.
It's one
that's
win.
All it is,
that's
it. Win a game 5, you win tournaments.
One little hump.
They just don't win them.
Road bump. No, I know.
They're not winning them at the moment.
Can they do it this week? That is the question. Let's take a look at the elimination bracket to see what isn't going to be in the way of either of these teams today, because the elimination bracket is where our folks bump down who don't manage to make it up in the winners bracket. And here we go, quarterfinals. We've got Pioneers waiting in the wings for Complexity versus G1 and the winner of that. We've also got G2 Esports being bumped down there, and Space Station Luminosity game at 1-1 apiece, currently waiting on that final third game to seal the deal there in the G2 G2 Esports quarterfinal. And then we head on to our semi-finals, and we're getting closer and closer to finding out who will be rebounding back up. So a lot on the line here, and 1-1 Luminosity Space Station. Bro, what's kind of, we talked about Space Station early on when we saw Elimination Bracket. How are you feeling about that? I feel like that's a little too close to comfort for me.
Oh, it is. I mean, to be honest, the entire season's been too close for comfort for the side of Space Station. To be completely honest, like we talked about, the new pickup with picking up Suppressed, we'll have to see how this pays off for them. But the LG guys, of course, they're nothing to take lightly. I think that team is looking so good, and I think they've been putting in the hours as well. So Space Station, though, both the team, the organization, they're hoping that they find themselves in those quarterfinals. If not, it's going to be another disappointing early exit for SSG.
Yeah, a very, very disappointing early exit, to say the least. Well, I'll tell you, I'm really excited about, of course, our winners finals that we've got lined up. I'm also equally excited about finding out who is going to be proceeding through that elimination bracket. And coming up next, folks, we're hopefully going to be going to the G2 versus either Space Station Gaming themselves or Luminosity. It's all to play for. Somebody goes through, somebody goes home. You know how it works, and we'll see you right after the break.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Hello fans, welcome back to the greatest region in the universe. Hope you're all rugged up and ready to go here for another week of HCS in ANZ. We've got Divine Mind and Final Form going head to head in our first winners quarter final here.
And know that you're able to at least get 1 or 2 picks out of that provided you shot to. But look at him just running around here, clearing house. And there's no surprises here that as he's doing this, he's taken down by Pips. The man we were talking about before, he picks up the perfect right off the top and he's getting really offensive here right now.
He's just checking so many angles. You can tell that his headspace is very much still in the game, trying to value his life. Don't get too overly aggressive. I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I love this work by him and Sways. He's up to 19 kills now and almost gets the last one.
I really do feel like that we have a very, very strong top 4, right? Who the Divine Chiefs did beat Bandits 2-1. They're going to be able to progress a little bit further on, and with the Dire Wolves losing to Divine Mind, that means that they're going to be facing up against each other in that elimination quarterfinal. So I'm excited to see what these series really do kind of show for us a little bit deeper on into the night. We're going to jump into this series between the Dire Wolves and Divine Chiefs.
Some of them of the Divine Chiefs starting to make a move back to Tram. These rockets are coming up soon. Van, perfect use of the commando there. They know these rockets are coming. Look at Zirkle. He can smell blood in the water. Moves in with the rocket, picks up a kill on that.
He's got Dino as well with 15 kills, leading the squad. 46 to 27. Pretty close to a stake. Double kill for Van.
It looks like it's all going to be for nothing really as Zerk starts to make a move on these rockets. Catches Divinity going for them.
Getting towards the pointy end of this evening and starting to figure out who is going to be number 1 for this evening. That is the big question. Dire Wolves, they punch their ticket in towards the top 4. So Divine Mind and the Chiefs completely untouched at the entirety of today. And now we get to see these two Titans go head to head.
Yeah, this is going to be the mother of all grudge matches. It is neck and neck right now. Here comes that Chiefs push, but Rated popping out to say hello, finds himself one. The double's there if he wants it. They are all just going absolutely ham. It is all Divine Minds in this third game. And here comes the body disrespect. I love to see a double kill as well. He's going to go order himself a double barrel, and he takes that one player down. Double kills there.
One more kill though for Divine Mind to send the Chiefs to the losers bracket, and it's a double kill from Plasma and a stake. 50 to 29.
The time for the elimination final. That means it is time for Digital Nation to have their rematch up against the Chiefs,
which is pretty impressive when you have the Zerk and Slays putting up big numbers, and then Slays killing spree.
Trying to get into a bit more open territory, I guess you could say.
Look how calculated that rocket was. Is like, there's someone's going to run across there, I betcha. And he just waited and he managed to connect right away. He shot the rocket into the same spot.
Berserk can't pick up the flag. I'm not sure where the flag actually is, and somehow Bandit has managed to keep this going, but flag now being returned. It looks like Magi's in a position to put this in if his teammates can just get the return. Slides in and manages to chuck it in. Justin, God help me, let me breathe, please.
You know, having a look at this elimination bracket as well here.
It's gonna be a bloodbath. It's going to be back and forth. I hope you're comfortable. I'm comfortable in my chair. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to see 2 full best of 5 series. Let's do it.
So Plasma just running around, but you know, Divine Mind, Chiefs doing a good job putting a bit of distance, but a nice double kill there.
We have Madsy and Beeston dropping 20 bombs each respectively. Oh, Sways. I think Madsy knew, and it's like, oh, that was a headshot.
I'll jump off the map.
Jumped off the map for him. That's, you know, what a gentleman. Everyone says that Madsy is a good guy.
We're not having much movement here coming from Pips, but I think that's just Pips doing what he does.
He's scratching his arm again. I'm telling you.
He's
if
killing
he was
me.
streaming, you just go to him and he's just scratching his
the whole
giant
time I was
arms.
watching. Fantastic work from Divine Mind to be able to close that one out. They take out the championship and they win our Pro Series 6.
Well, obviously this is only one win in the Pro League, and Chiefs are still a really good team, so DreamHack is still like the main goal that we're looking for right now. Like, got to keep practicing, got to keep grinding, because those guys are good. So we just got to keep putting in the effort, keep putting in the work, and just see how we go.
Join us for the final time of the Pro Series number 7. Same time, same place next week. I've been Fluke, and as always, stay safe.
Welcome back to the NA Pro Series 6, folks. No, we're not in the ANZ region. I'm sorry, we fooled all of you there. I wish we were down under. I wish we were in the ANZ region. It'd be absolutely amazing right now. But lads, I got to say, really excited that Divine Mind pick up the win there. Exceptional stuff from the lads. An incredible B-roll of what happened as well last week in their Pro Series. And I want to talk to you about potential things that are happening in other regions as well, because, I mean, I've heard some rumors that Barcode from ANZ, one of the the most well-known players in the ANZ region, is actually coming over to America. Boys, what do you know about this? Come on, feed the rumors. I need the fuel for the fire.
I touched on it. I touched on it last week. The rumors were he was leaving Chiefs. He was going to the States. He's not played on the Chiefs there, right? And maybe one of the reasons why they lost, because they've had to make a change. Still learning. Where does he end up? I have also heard rumors. I can speculate. There was names thrown around like E United, G2, for example, were both there. I heard things that maybe Spartan wanted to be with Barcode at one point after their performance in that All-Star match way back when in Kansas City. So I think it's an exciting time for Barcode and also for ANZ Halo, because you're seeing one of your greatest players of all time get that chance to go to the greatest region when it comes to Halo. So that is an amazing opportunity for him for sure, if that's what's happening.
Yeah. Again, just rumors and speculation, everyone. Rumors and speculation. Just what we've heard, just what we're hearing on the ground.
Just a little spec. That's all it is. Just a little spec.
I'm not saying a word.
He's not saying a word. Apart from, Brav, could I get... No, I'm joking.
Okay, yeah.
I would like to get your statement, please. No, I've got to say, absolutely incredible.
I'm not doing. Not happening, yeah.
Incredible achievement, I think, just overall from Barcode ANZ. If, the rumors are true, if he is moving over to the US and he's going to get a spot on a team, speculation.
He could just be on holiday. We don't know. We don't know what's happening.
You're backing into getting a statement from me here, but keep going. Keep going.
What does that do for ANZ? Has that been done before? Have we had an ANZ player come over, join a top team? Is this the first? Would this potentially be the first?
Yeah, I mean, massive for... I wasn't sure if you were going to try to get more out of me. Massive for ANZ. Short answer to your question, no, we've never seen anything like this from Australia and New Zealand. I think the closest international parallel that everyone's going to point fingers to is Tapping Buttons, right? A player who popped off in one region, played so well that a major North American organization picked him up. I think that kind of tapered off for Tapping, right? And now we see him back in the LATAM region. For Barcode, it's a different story. It's a cool one, especially because Barcode's already a household name for global Halo and North American Halo because of how he's been popping off. He's hit clips that are so good that you can't ignore the guy, and he's also continually winning in ANZ. So it's a pretty exciting opportunity for him as a household name to just kind of further cement his rise. If I had to think of players that rose to success as fast as Barcode has, there's very few, right? I think when you look at North America, you think of the likes of Ola, you think of Strongside, you think of Snipedown, etc. Now, don't get me wrong, Barcode's not exactly on that trajectory. However, it's hard to think of a player aside from Barcode who's gone from not that well-known player to where he is today. It's been a pretty amazing ride for him, and it sounds like maybe he's just getting started.
It certainly does sound like it. Not for definite. It sounds like it, but I've got to say, I am crossing my fingers for him because he's a great guy, a fantastic player.
How can you not root for the guy, right? I mean,
you can't.
You gotta, an amazing guy, in and out of the game for sure.
Absolutely, cannot not root for him. Well, I'll tell you what, I love being a bit nosy. I love having a look at what's going on in all of the regions, and I do know that our international regionals are coming up, and I also know on good authority that we have our ANZ regional coming up, and if you guys don't know anything about it, then take a look at this. Well, there you have it. The tickets are on sale right now, 2nd to the 4th of September. So make sure you do go and grab those. If you do want to be just as nosy as me and go over to the event yourself, then make sure you're in the room. And all you got to do is go to the website, pick up the tickets, pull the wallet out of the pocket, and get those tickets, because it's going to be absolutely amazing. And I'm not going to lie, if I could be there, I would. How incredible would a LAN event be in the ANZ region? Like, that would just be absolutely incredible. And there's also a festival happening as well. A festival at the same time. Yep. So Halo and
Melbourne, a great city, amazing city.
Yes. I was going to say ANZ, Halo, festival, potential shoeies on the horizon. I mean, there's nothing not to like.
Wait, hold on. What is a shoey?
Apart from,
do you know what a shoey is, Lot?
You know what a shoey is?
I think I might know.
Let's get some of our ANZ friends to explain to Lot.
It's only right if a proper someone from ANZ explains the shoey to you. We really shouldn't. It needs to be explained to you in the proper way.
Is it drinking from footwear?
Yes.
Yes, actually.
I thought it was.
What it is,
yeah.
I mean, it's quite self-explanatory, isn't it? A shoey, right?
Yeah.
There's definitely a clue in the name, for sure. Yeah.
Could be anything, although that does sound like the funnest thing to do with the shoe, apart from walking. So shoe it is. But yeah, many shoeies potentially going to be there at the regional.
List of fun shoe activities coming soon.
Drinking from them and walking. That's as far as it goes.
We need to segue immediately. Our next match, I do have been told, G2 Esports versus Space Station. So Space Station do manage to do it. I do believe actually it was a little bit of a close one in that final map on Oddball. But Space Station do edge out Luminosity. I think right now, going against G2, I'm a little bit worried about Space Station, especially after that 2-1 performance against Luminosity. Onset, what do you make of this matchup? Space Station have been pretty wobbly, and G2, I feel like, are on a little bit of a rise at the moment, a little bit of a growth spurt. So how are you feeling about this?
I feel like G2 are favourites. I agree with everything you're saying. Every time you say Space Station at the moment, by the way, I want to say Shoe Station, so I'm just going to get that out of the way early on. But I do agree with you. I think Space Station's still finding their feet, and they are going to... I felt like I've been saying that all year about them, because it's just been roster change after roster change after roster change with them. But now they've got this 4, I mentioned it last week, who I think have the ability to push them into the place they want to be. They can all shoot their guns. They all know how to play the game. Now it's about getting the hard work and doing the hard yards to make sure that their teamwork is there. And I feel like G2, though, I agree. I think they have been on a pretty good trajectory recently. I think Rami's been a nice fit for them, even though he's subbing in. I think he's just one of those players that allows the likes of Straight Sick to play how they want to play. He just gives them that damage that they can capitalize on. But I think it's going to be a close series as well. I don't think it's going to be, G2 stomping their way through Space Station. I think it'll be a fun one to watch for sure.
Okay, do you know what? I don't like raining on parades whatsoever, and I don't like disrespecting teams, but I think it's going to be a little bit of a stomping, if I had to guess. Oof. Just based on the way that G2 have been performing, and I was honestly really impressed with the fact that they took down Pioneers last week, and that told me a lot about this team and kind of where they're at. Bravo, are you on the same wavelength as me, or am I just kind of shot in the dark here?
No, I don't think you're crazy. I think this could certainly go that way. I think G2 looks really good right now, and if we know anything about Space Station, they can be a bit of a coin flippy team. So I certainly think it's possible, but I don't think it's going to be an easy series for either side. But if G2 comes out hot and Space Station's flat, I think we absolutely could see the result that you're describing for sure.
Yeah, I got to agree. Who are we going to be looking out for here, Gaskin, on either side? Who's the players to watch?
Well, I mean, Rami was on SSG. Now he's not on SSG and he's on G2 and he's playing against them. That's who I'm going to be watching, because he's got the point to prove. He's going to be the one probably dropping a few bags here or there, a little bit of body disrespect. Let him know, as he should, because if you get dropped from a team, if you leave a team and you join a new team and you beat them, that's always a good position to be in, Lottie.
It certainly is. Body disrespect. So he's a feisty one, huh?
I think that most people in this community, when they get the chance to drop a bag, will do so, because, it's a very fine art that you need to be able to put into practice every now and then, whether that be in a scrim, whether that be in competitive, or at LAN events. But you've just got to make sure that when you do get to LAN events, you know how to bag effectively. Otherwise, you could make a fool of yourself on the main stage.
And when to bag. Can't bag too early.
Never game one bag. Never. Like, we've seen it so many times where that can come back to bite you.
Don't do it.
You know what? I didn't think we'd actually be getting into a talking kind of roundtable discussion on the effectiveness of bagging, when to, when not to, how to. Interesting stuff. Let's take a look right now at the series layout, though, to see exactly how this series is going to pan out for both of these teams. And of course, it is a best of 3. We have King of the Hill live fire up first. And Gaskin, my friend, the guy who knows the series layouts like the back of his hand, I've got to say, this is going to be a test, I think, for both of these teams. And I also think a little bit of an even playing ground here, especially with this new mode in. King of the Hill, obviously, going to be quite a punishing one for the teams that are a little bit late to the rotations, late to their defensive holds, and how they want to kind of angle their teamwork on this one. So how are you feeling about the first one?
I think it's always going to be a nice series layout when we get to see a new mode and we get to see a new map that's involved with things. Otherwise, we might see those teams who have practiced a little bit more have a little bit more experience. But I think that actually G2 will be looking at this and saying, we've got some interestingly fast-paced game types at the latter stage. When we get to game 3, if we get there, we don't want to allow Space Station to have that kind of chaotic game where they can maybe take us out of a little bit of our structure. I think that Live Fire King of the Hill will tell us a lot about who's been playing more as a 4, because I feel like King of the Hill is so difficult for teams at the moment to try and work out where are the best places to set up, but more importantly, how to break those setups. And it is absolutely down to practice and down to being in those scenarios and playing against teams that are maybe very good at setting up so that you have the chance to break them.
Yeah, I think off the back of that, King of the Hill, some of the maps that we see on Recharge, for example, some of those hills are almost unbreakable, it feels like at times, with a decent hold. I would say the Live Fire, though, is one of the maps where I'd say one of the hills is kind of like a solid money hill if you get an early setup on it. The rest are pretty contestable, and they're pretty accessible from spawn points. So this is going to be more of a back and forth King of the Hill game type, I think, that we'll see throughout the HCS in comparison to some of the others. And it's an opportunity here for Space Station. You're saying they're the underdogs when you've got game one being a King of the Hill, which is quite fast paced. Game two might slow down a little bit, and then you've got Stronghold Streets, arguably the fastest game type we have. G2 could be caught off guard here.
Yeah, that is very true. They could be caught off guard here, and I do think that we have an even playing field when it comes to that first map there. But then we get to Slayer on Catalyst, and this becomes a little bit more difficult. You know, let's talk about this, Bob. Obviously, Slayer Catalyst, I don't think it's everybody's favorite map and mode combo, you know, and because it plays very aggressively. It's very difficult to kind of get, I think, anything set up due to the way that the map looks here. So what are you looking for out of this for both of these teams? How are you looking for them to play this one?
Yeah, I think for Slayer Catalyst, the one thing you're looking at realizing is that it's different from almost every other Halo Infinite map in that just because you have opening damage doesn't mean you should go. On almost every other Halo Infinite map, when you have the right opening damage, especially 2 players weak, you can fly, you can go, you can push. It almost doesn't matter, and with the exception of maybe something like a rocket, what the scenario is. You could just go, you can play off of that damage. This map plays so different because of the way the 90-degree angles work in on Golden Ivy side, because of how exposed top mid is. Just because you get 2 players weak, there's a lot of times a play call needs to be made where you actually don't push. Like, yes, you're going to get position, but you don't clean up those kills. So it's probably the map where you have the most openers and the most damage that don't convert to kills. And I think the teams that realize that faster and then make more high percentage plays are going to be the teams that find success.
Lottie, I also finally got to my notes and saw what happened in scrims yesterday between these two teams.
Oh, yeah?
And actually 2 of these 3 game types went in favor of G2. That's King of the Hill Live Fire went in favor of them 4-1. Like, it was a pretty convincing win. And then also the Strongholds game that we were finishing off with as well. So I think that is going to be a big indicator of how confident G2 are going to be going into this series, but also how important that Slayer Catalyst is going to be for both of these teams to make sure they try and get themselves a foothold, especially if you're SSG.
Yeah, that's going to be the big swing for SSG. Well, I tell you what, I've been told that the game is finally ready to go on set. Bravo, I know you've been waiting patiently, so go on, have the mics.
Hey, it feels good, like, to be back and not be in pain every single time I talk. So I'm ready for this one, Andy. It's my first cast in what feels like forever in full health. So I'm looking forward to this one. It's going to be Space Station or Shoe Station against G2 or G-Shoe, depending on how you want to phrase it. It's going to be a good series, this one. I think it's a matchup of 2 teams who have, without a doubt, been tagged with a lot to prove throughout this season.
Yeah, first of all, great to have you back. Great to have you back in not only full health, but also full spirits. It's going to be a fantastic series here. And like you say, it's a little bit of a fork in the road for these teams because they've been, I think we've described both of these teams, G2 specifically, right? I think we called them in a complimentary way, the best of the rest, right? These are some of the best players that have not cracked that top 6, top 4 in a big way. Same can be said now about Space Station. So I think whether these players realize it or not, this is a pretty big fork in the road in terms of their season, right? Where are they going to go out of these online pro series in the summer? What does Orlando and Champs look like for them? I think we're going to learn a lot about that here.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's a really big opportunity for these teams who are kind of on that cusp of the bubble, right? More than maybe the teams like Optic Cloud9. We know what to expect from them right now. Yeah. Sentinels, exactly the same. We know what to expect from them. These teams here, this is their opportunity to really take these tournaments as seriously as possible and get that tournament practice in with a new lineup, move away to scrims, whatever it might be, and really put that into practice, right? Because this is halfway through the season now, we find ourselves, which is pretty crazy to say. That has flown by, but there isn't as much time as maybe some teams think before Worlds arrives. And when it gets to Worlds, everyone wants to be on top of their game. And I think the Space Station and G2 here are 2 teams who have probably got to improve most out of everyone that we see in the HCS right now.
Yeah, it really is such a similar story for these squads. And I think a lot of fans of the HCS, especially fans that have been kind of watching, maybe you're someone who tunes into the LAN events, make sure that you catch grand finals and everything else is on the periphery. Space Station and G2, it's kind of been like, hey, let me know when they win a big series, right? Until then, they're on, just like you said, on the cusp. They're on the outer edges of these brackets. Now, they're still some of the best players to play Halo Infinite. Fantastic rosters. Both teams have just made team changes. So I think you'd be hard-pressed to find 2 teams that have a similar of a story this year. As we take a look at SSG and G2, this is going to be your elimination quarterfinal.
Really excited to see this first game type as well. I love King of the Hill on the game. I think it plays very differently from maybe some of the classic King of the Hill that players are used to, but it certainly means there's always more to think about, Andy. It's not just about getting that first cap. It's about working out how to rotate to that next hill, where you're influencing their spawns, how to break those setups. And I feel like Livefire, like I mentioned in the pregame here, is one map where outside of maybe the tower hill, the C-plat hill, you have real opportunity to make multiple pushes and try and get control back.
Yeah, as we said, best of 3 here. Only a few games going to separate these two to see who will advance on in our elimination bracket. If you're just joining us, it's Space Station and G2. One team will go home after this matchup. One thing I'm really going to be watching for here, Mark, of course, is that Overshield and how it will impact this game.
Yeah, I think Overshield this is probably the most important power-up, I would say, on all of Halo Infinite right now. On Livefire King, if you can get the Overshield, you are going to be in for a good time. Speaking of which, Sab is starting the party pretty early here as he hits a nice double kill to secure that Overshield. So that will be G2 backing up the first Ovi. They've got the sniper, they've got everything they need, and now you can see everyone's starting to move towards that hill. But if you needed an indication of how important that power-up is, Andy, then I think every single player on both teams fighting for it before even thinking about that hill is about as good example as you could ask for.
Exactly. I think that paints the story perfectly. Sab also, by the way, 4-0 in this game. What a start for him to win that battle in cuts and then hit the body on Ace to deny the Overshield and scoop it himself. It's also a good time for G2 so far, but gonna have to be careful here. Not an easy battle back green to bridge.
An easy battle, but if he hits a couple of body shots, maybe even a headshot here, Sab will be able to get the hold. And this is the difficulty now for Space Station, knowing they have to take down Sab before they make a play. Ace is going to be the one to make that play, though. You can see he gets the 2 kills, the back. Rami goes down as well, straight to Glass alive. And I tell you what, that was about as clean a push as you could ask for from Space Station. We questioned the chemistry, the new team finding their feet. Well, that push shows that they're on the same page here.
Yeah, let's see what slays they can get off the back of that. Like you said, it was a clean 3 dead and almost a tie game here. Nice work from Ace. He's got 2 repulsors left as well. Just some cheeky bank shots with the wave off of the ceiling as well. And they'll take a little bit of a lead here in this first hill.
2 dead on either side here. Ace is going to have the heat wave. You would imagine he'd be able to at least get a trade in this position, but the hill is being contested. Rami's going to fly around the corner, and Straysick is there to clean up the damage. Not only that, an important double push there to take down Ace, because it wasn't just the heat wave there, Andy. He has the repulsor, and inside of this B hill, it is just devastating to try and push on a player who has that piece of equipment.
Yeah, one more repulsor as well. Suppressed with the Overshield. We didn't get to talk about him enough in the pregame for this matchup, but Suppressed, the new Space Station pickup. Certainly the player to watch on this side, and right now getting that second Ovi in the game, gonna give his team a nice little opportunity to take this first point.
Has the opportunity to break these players rotating as well. If they can get this point the last few moments here, then you can see Suppress making this early rotation, clearing out that back tower is going to be in a great spot to get the spawns for his team and lock down this next hill. But Gilkey was still alive at the back there, gets taken down by a teammate, but Gilk made a play just to stagger this Space Station push, and now H finds himself last alive. Gilkey more than I think shows in the stats there with that player, Andy. He's allowed G2 to get back into that fight, and now they can lock down this tower.
Absolutely. You make 2 great points there, right? Suppressed, 5 and 4 in the game right now. Just looking at the stats alone, you wouldn't understand just how much he did to secure the first point. But on the other side, like you said, Gilkey with that play to almost have half of this hill done for G2 already on C-Plat.
You see Gilkey's going to have responsibility here as the spawns come over on the scoreboard side here for Space Station. So he's going to have to hold all these players, pushing through cuts, pushing through dummies, and the damage is going to allow them to just hold for now. They have a pretty considerable lead on this hill, though. You can see almost halfway to tying this up at 1-1. And Space Station got to start to coordinate themselves a little bit more here. Couple of kills coming in either side. Suppressed last alive, collect off spawn. Suppressed has to make the play, but it looks like he's going to be choosing just to stay alive for a few seconds here, wait for that help to come in.
Wow, great job from Suppressed. He knew the situation exactly as you were describing it there. He's going to find a whole bunch of nest and green spawners as well. Stays alive as the last player, and they lock down C-Plat. Looks like we might have lost a player, though, if I'm not mistaken, from the side of G2, as the action will slow down and look a little bit awkward and choppy here. I think we're going to be coming back to us in just a moment, unless the observer is fooling me here. But we'll probably resume, if I'm not mistaken, right around 1-0 on the side of Space Station. And it looks like here come the antics you might be familiar with from many, many years of Halo. But it'll be 1 on the board for the side of Space Station. They're going to be happy, especially with the reset mark, that they were able to grab that point.
Yeah, at one point, obviously, a great start for them, and it gives us a little bit more time to break down, because we've had a bit more experience playing the game type, watching the game type over the first few weeks since it was introduced. And the point I made about that overshield is, I think it cannot be underrated. If you're playing King of the Hill at the moment, and even if you have full control of the tower setup, whatever it might be, you have to leave and get that overshield, because the OS is, as I say, probably the most influential power-up that we have with a game type. Even if you're standing in Hill with that OS, you're going to do so much damage, and with how quickly those Hills cap, Andy, it is just a complete and utter game changer.
Certainly, it's the only game type, the only King game type, with an overshield, right? So that's, I think, another reason why it's just so big, because when we watch King play it on other game types, of course, you've got, on Recharge, you do have the camo in play, but other than that, I think we've seen the overshield just be such an enormous factor, and especially on, it doesn't matter even really which hill you're on, that overshield is going to be a huge piece of the push. And it goes without saying, but even when you're last player live with the OV and something like a 1v3, you could totally turn the tides of a setup. Yeah, just a little reminder for everyone as well. These teams did play in the scrim recently. Shout out to Gaskin, as always, doing his notes. And it was GT who won live fire 4-1. So it kind of, what you would expect, GT winning that first hill. They will be 1-0 up. As we will restart this game, we'll get completely confirmed as to what it's going to be. I think it is just going to be 1-0 by the looks of things, and we'll be rejoining the game on that second hill. Not quite sure how it works, or is it just going to be starting on that first hill again? I think we've got to, this
first time, new game types.
Exactly.
New things for us to think about.
Yeah, this will be the first time that we've, I think, seen a King restart on the mainstream here for the NA HCS Pro Series. So if I had to guess, I believe we're probably going to start back at with a full game restart with 1-0, which is a little tricky when you think of the restart logistics here. They've already won that green hill. It sounds like they're going to play that one again, which is interesting. It's a little bit different, but it will force the teams to go right back in. So it's a redemption opportunity. Keep in mind that hill was pretty close, so a redemption opportunity for the other side.
Yeah, it's an interesting break as well that came in from Space Station just in the middle part of that game. But one thing to highlight as well is spawn manipulation in King of the Hill, making sure that you're anchoring spawns. And for people who haven't played King, who haven't watched a lot of King over the years, Andy, we've been through it. We've been looking at what the best spawns to anchor are and how teams are playing it at the moment. That first hill, those garage spawns, vital to hold down so that you've got angles on those teams coming from C-Plat. You want to force them into your reticle, and if you can do that, you're feeling in a pretty good position.
Absolutely. If you can force the other team to be spawning areas like dummies, truly the entire opposite corner of the map with zero immediate sight lines to the hill, you will find yourself racking up some great time. And then if you combine that, as we saw in that game, from Suppress with a little bit of a late rotate, say bottom mid to cuts or bottom mid to dummies or something like that, you can then catch the players who have already pushed bridge and nest off guard, and it looks like, nope, false start. Not going to be ready to jump in just yet. We'll get this game fired up as fast as we can.
Can you believe it? Someone jumped the gun. I'll tell you what, this white looks good though.
Back to the team card, Space Station versus G2. But like we were saying, you want to force those opposite corners, especially on green. It takes so long for you to get all the way to Nest Bridge. And then even when you're going to be challenging Nest Bridge, keep in mind, as you saw from the back green angles, there's only so many places if the other team is spawning, say, back tower or dummies, even overshield, right? They're either going to be coming sandbags or Nest Bridge or bottom mid. So you've got 4 players watching essentially 3 lanes on those hills. So it's interesting what Hill has done for this game, because it's presenting entirely unique scenarios like that we haven't seen playing out in Halo Infinite just yet.
Yeah, we're also seeing teams kind of almost leave the point early, right? It's leaving one player there, everyone else leaves to try and get set up for that next hill as well. There's more and more kind of nuance that's going to happen as we see this game type progress. We're also seeing hills not being captured. Teams just burning down the time on the hill when they have a lead. So a bottom mid hill, for example, on streets, which is a little bit more contestable for both teams, a little bit more a little bit less structured, I should say, on how you're trying to hold it. And all these things are going to start coming into how these teams approach it, how these teams kind of have to work out in mid-game how they want to approach not just the hill, but the game as a whole.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think you're totally right. We haven't even really seen, just like, to be honest, the grapple on Catalyst, even more so on King, you haven't seen the nuance in the mind game start to play out just yet, because we're only with 1 full week of official competition in North America. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that plays out and how teams are able to do a little bit of game manipulation and game management as far as King of the Hill goes.
Yeah, we can also see that go wrong. And I've seen that go wrong a couple of times in some scrims I've been watching where they're like, let's leave the hill, let's leave for this last second. Someone will grab it off spawn, and then all of a sudden they've lost that point. And it's like, maybe just get the point on the board before we get too deep and meaningful about, theorizing on how we want to move to this next one and make plays off the back of it. Most important thing, as always in Halo, Just get the point on the board. Make sure you've got it in the bag because that's yours. No one can take it away from you.
That's absolutely it. And speaking of, 1 point on the board for the side of SSG. No one can take that away from them. As you just saw in the graphic, they will be up 1-0, and we will replay the green hill to start the game off.
Well, it's going to be 3 dead off the rip here for Space Station. G2 were the winners of this first hill that we saw before the restart, so expect G2 to feel pretty confident about things once again. There's already a player in hill. Sab once again, almost deja vu on our screens here, as he has the sniper rifle, but with the spawns coming in for Space Station by the TVs, it looks like they might be able to secure the overshield, although it looks like Gilkey is putting up a little bit of a fight here as Straightsick has gone down.
Eventually he'll fall. Sab's kill here, and the damage he gets is going to be key. He only tags a body on the first one. I think that's Tylenol with the overshield push, and that's going to make him rotate. Eventually they will fall. G2 might start to crumble here. Here comes the overshield push.
Yeah, this is how devastating it can be, right? Oh, Straightsick just narrowly missed that plasma pistol shot, which could have been a complete change around in fortunes for Space Station, or G2, excuse me, for a few seconds there. But now you're seeing how easy it is to break that setup, right? Just the distraction of the overshield, not even the damage that's being done, knowing that push is coming in. All of G2 retreat, and now suppressed his setup here, Nest, with that sniper rifle.
Great job to hit the player sliding under the tag on pillars. Kills like that could be the difference maker, but the nades come in. Gilk with a double in the back of B.
Gilk with a double. Straightsick with the trade. 3 dead here for Space Station. Tylenol last alive, still in that hill though, and still having to deal with pressure coming in from the respawners from G2. The longer that Tylenol survives here, the better it is for Space Station, because G2 are going to have to go all the way around here to see Plat clean that out before they even think about dealing with Tylenol. They've done part A, but Tylenol still alive in this hill.
We need a Tylenol alive in the back of B counter. Right now, he's been alive back there for a minute 30. Finally, he goes down, but not before giving a nice little lead to Space Station. They need to get that kill much faster. In the end, though, they do play it well. They make the right play call, as you say, on C Plat, and they force those, I'm going to say it, the keyboard spawns to allow Space Station to spawn outside, but it's going to be now 1-1. G2 will tie things up as they bounce back, and now we're tied 1-1 on just green hills.
If you're wondering where keyboard is, by the way, do you want to, you can explain it.
I think this is a good moment. This is a good moment. You and I were running some ranked matchmaking, and we had a teammate that I posted it on Twitter, but that accidentally called the space between scoreboard and keyboard, and then apologized, and we go, no, this is the best call out we've heard.
We immediately knew where to look.
Right, it's amazing because calling out a player whose keyboard means he's around scoreboard, he might be going keyboard, he might be going cut, so it's officially my favorite call out in the whole game right now.
Yeah, I agree. And now it is an official. I'm making a video. That's it. I'm making a video just dedicated to that one call out. Anyway, Straightsick trying to push.
Oh boy.
Straightsick is going to push. Gilkey's going to be there to clean up the damage that's done. It's 2v2 on the map at the moment. Suppress should be finished off here by Gilk as well. Another player in front of him. Gilk, help yourself, my friend. The bar is open and he's taking all the drinks right now. It's a double kill for him, cleaning out all of tower. Space Station now spawning by the keyboard. Thank you very much to our matchmaking teammate. And that will be G2 in control of this tower hill.
Yeah, nice job, as you say there, Gilkey. Looking like a Saturday night last call at the bar. We've seen him perform there. We've seen him perform back tower as well. Now we're going to continue to sit on top tower. And that sniper was up. It looks like it's going to be a G2 sniper grab as well. Yeah, Ramy's going to bring that all the way back to C Plat, checking the green angles. And they're not too far away from closing this one out.
Spike of grenades is certainly going to help. So is a body shot with a sniper rifle, but Collect is there to deal some damage. And G2 find themselves on their backs. 4 of them wrapped up in the bed at the moment, taking a little nap, and Suppressed alongside his teammates do make the break on this hill. So Space Station, if they can hold off this last push coming in from G2, might be able to actually not tie the game up, as G2 of course have a round advantage in their hands before that restart, but Suppressed certainly taking down one. He's going to do the damage, maybe to give him that hill point on the board.
Sab, last player alive. Somehow, as the last player alive gets the overshield, it's probably going to win at least one battle, but this should be the point, though, here. So now 2-1 overall, an aggregate score in favor of Space Station. Sab will get the OV, but not enough, of course, to shut down the point.
It looks like G2 had kind of forgotten about Suppress being behind them here on the tower, and now he's got some more toys to play with. He's got a couple of shots left in the sniper rifle. G2 trying to make a hold, I should say. But, oh my word, Suppress. If you were wondering why they picked him up and they wanted him so bad, there's your answer.
Gonna pick up another one as well. Eventually he will fall. 3 dead for G2, 2 dead for Space Station. Now on board with Tylenol here on the sandbags.
Come straight into the hill as well. Even though they don't have the numbers, just gives it a little love tap. Just to maybe try to draw a little bit of attention away from G2. Sam going to be up against Suppressed to win that fight. An important one as some help was coming in as well. But Collect finds himself on his own now, just escapes towards Keydor. Straight going to be hunting him down though, as is the rest of G2. A trade would be great.
Yeah.
The best situation he could find in that situation. Finds himself at 11 and 10 at the moment. But inside of the hill is going to be G2 once more, who have got the majority of the time on the board here.
Yeah, the rest of SSG is going to be happy with that trade from Collect, as you say, and Rat Tunnel did the best that he could right there. And he needs to win this battle though. Gilkey against Ace. Stays alive for a second, but eventually he'll be cleaned up. 2 dead for both sides, make it 3. Suppressed, last player alive for Space Station now.
1v1 at the back of the base here. Suppressed is going to be there. The help comes in from top middle. Suppressed playing that one perfectly, using that pillar, staying alive for just long enough. But where are the spawns here for Space Station? They're down at B. It looks like it's going to be the dummy spawns coming in from G2, excuse me. And that means that they're going to be meeting kind of head on here. Nobody's going to win the foot race. It's going to be a battle in and around that hill. Collect with this heat wave might be the difference maker.
G2 looking really good right now. So much time on the board as well. Collect doing a nice job. Look at this drop shield, overshield grab in prep. We'll keep a very close eye on that. Straight Six going to pick up another one for the double. That will be 2 players down on Space Station. Got to point out right now, both Suppressed and Sab, 13 and 14 kills respectively.
Straight Stick is a player, I feel like on a game type like King of the Hill where there's a little bit more structure, where he can take up some set positions, he's going to shine a little bit here for G2. That will be them taking another point home. So G2 now up 3-1, I believe. One more hill and they will take this one home.
Wait, am I crazy or is it tied 2-2?
2-2, yep. No, Space Station, excuse me, everybody. I'm getting back into it, Andy. Give me a break here.
No, don't worry. Of course, 2-2 now.
Never give me a break.
I usually don't. I know you don't want a break, even though you say it. 2:44 left on the clock, tied 2-2. So these next 2 hills, and you look at the team.
Thank you, production.
A big graphic for you. Up 1-0 overall. They need 3 to win. And right now they have 2 on the board. It's going to be 2-2, and a little bit of time here once again for the side of G2.
That was the most old man graphic I've ever seen. Make sure you can see it.
They're here to help you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, production. I appreciate it. The Space Station at the moment trying to make a push onto this hill. G2 are in control for now. Sab, good shots onto Collect. Rami's going to be there to help him as well. Collect should be taken down. Beautiful little headshot. Just poking through around that pillar to finish off that kill. Suppressed is going to be the last player alive here as well, and they have the information of where he is. So G2 locking down this overshield hill. Space Station have not been able to get anywhere near it.
Gilkey going full King in the Castle there out of Borat, just standing on the overshield and challenging the window. How fast did they get that point? My God. They take the lead 3-2 overall, and that was essentially an uncontested hill, and we haven't seen too much of that in competitive Halo Infinite just yet. Amazing stuff here. Gilkey's not done in the back of the base. Triple kill for Gilkey as well. He's going to grab the sniper and the heat wave and continue rolling. Probably an overshield for him as well. Oh, God.
I thought he was going to hit that. It just, you know, when a montage clip lines up, it's like you get the triple, clean up. There's a separate rifle in front of you. You get the OS, but I think Gil's going to be more than happy with the damage that he's just been able to do. Now he's got the overshield, just stacking this hill as well and waiting out those grenades. Something important to do on this top middle hill, but also for Gilkey, important things to do is just kill everyone that you see, because that's all he's doing right now.
A killing spree for him. He's 17 and 12. Sab also pretty happy with how he's doing. He's extended now to 20 and 11, so it's been no wonder with numbers like that why G2 has found success on these last few hills.
Yeah, Ace struggling a little bit here for Space Station, maybe just a little bit too long in the tank this morning. We'll have to see if he can turn that one around or if he's going to have time to, because G2 are just racking up point after point at the moment. It's Straight Stick who's taken over responsibility of this hill. Suppressed will be finished off. Lovely bit of peek shooting and stays alive and manages to escape. Straight Stick doing it all here.
Oh my God, he gets so much extra time. He gets 2 kills he shouldn't have. He misses the repulsor jump though, and that was the last repulsor. That's unfortunate. Going to fly up. Excuse me, no, he's going to get another one while the team has control of the hill. My God, was that ever fast. Despite being down 1-0, G2 will win that 4-2 in one of the fastest King of the Hill wins we have ever seen.
Yeah, G2 looking extremely dominant, and the thing that surprised me a little bit was how dominant they were on the top middle hill and the OS hill. They just did not get contested by Space Station. Space Station maybe just lacking, again, a little bit of that teamwork, a little bit of that chemistry, with a lack of practice with the new pickups and new players changing around. And it just seemed like G2 were able to pick them off, and G2 looking extremely strong there, Andy.
Looking so good. They're going to be really happy with that Adidas sponsor, because let me tell you, they had the Ultra Boosts on because they were going fast. Like we said, just flying at their opponents. Looking at the stats, in the end, it's Gilkey 20 and 13, Sab 22 and 12. Both of them absolutely popping off.
Certainly were, and I mentioned Straight Sick, who's going to be the player who likes King of the Hill. Gilkey's going to love it as well. If he's got that objective to play around, the man just takes roots and is always in a position to deal damage when he knows that players are going to be funneling in to certain areas of the map. And speaking of damage, you can see Gilkey 5.7k, the clear and far away outlier in the lobby, just popping off here.
At the end, just running laps around his opponents, right? He picks up that triple, almost hits the 4th kill on window. Regardless, though, still picks up the overshield, picks up the heat wave, just running laps. Taking a look at some highlights from that game, it was a solid start once again from SSG, but pretty soon thereafter, Mark, it really flew in the hands of G2.
They did, and it was just Gilkey just started to take over a little bit. He was just making sure that none of the space station players escaped after backing down from hill damage from that objective, and by doing that was able to just force them back onto spawns that they didn't want to be on. There's a couple of nice shots that came in from Suppressed as well. A few big plays coming in from the space station side, but overall, when you're looking at the damage, you're looking at the slays, and it's no surprise to see the G2 come out on top.
That's right, and look at the objective as well. How many times have we looked at this in the highlights where G2 just has half of a hill and they haven't even been challenged yet, and they're able to get what felt like an uncontested 15 to 20 seconds pretty often. And when you're on the side of space station, here's that triple from Gilk. And look at this from Straight Sick, though. Wins this battle, stays alive top mid, right? Also repulses this player and the grenade for an extra second to stay alive. And I mean, look at the scoreboard there. They had so much time on the board. And honestly, you also had the side of G2 just picking up the kills the way they did. That gave them so much space to get so much uncontested time. They'll take the first game with an overall score of 4-2.
And now we have somewhat of the roll of the dice in the series, right? We have Catalyst Slayer. Now, this is a difficult game type to get any semblance of control at any point. I also expect that we might see this game type start to slow down a little bit as we see teams get past that 30 kill mark, because you can kind of turtle up in those bases. Very difficult to push and get damage unless you can maybe find that skewer to get a pick.
Ooh, nice little slide out from Gilkey. He's going to help him avoid the first grenade, gets an assist on the second one. Early little bit of a lead here, so we take a look exactly where that overshield might have gone. Looks like it might have been burned, might have fallen off the map. We didn't get eyes on it exactly, but regardless, in the end, it's a 4-1 lead for G2. They're going to find a spawner as well.
Well, Rami's got the anti-tank weapon in the skewer in his hands, and he's already managed to hit a few bodies with it. And if that thing can pierce through the Warthog armor in the game, it's certainly going to damage a Spartan. He's still alive with it as well. We'll have to see if Ace is going to feel the wrath now. Or maybe it's going to be suppressed. Whoever it is, Rami doesn't want any of it right now. There's 3 players in front of him, and he says, nope, I'm valuing my life more than I am getting a flashy kill with this skewer.
Yeah, notice he's still going to hold the gold angle. He just wants to stay alive down here if he can. Knows there's some players coming up top gold, and actually puts it away for just a second, and he hits the second one, saves it for a much more important task, as Rami will pick up a double. They will extend their lead 8-4.
These are spawns coming as well. Projectile fire is a little bit slower than maybe the S7 sniper rifle, so those cross-map shots a little bit more difficult to hit, but up close and personal, the skewer really is just a one-shot, one trick, and it is going to do damage. And at the moment, you can see all a space station just trapped in the back of this base. Rami just doing what he can to stay alive. H finally gets the kill required to get the skewer maybe in their hands, but there's the cover coming in from G2. It's 9-6, a 3-kill lead coming in for the blue team.
2 things to note there. Great position to hold on your enemy's spikers. It's a lot like sitting front base on midship or onslaught. You can have your team just do damage while you poke on each side. However, note that his team did not push up fast enough. He got a lot of damage. He was able to even hit some nade damage, but the team wasn't there to clean it up. This map is so punishing like that. You might get fantastic damage like we talked about, but unless your team is pushed up as much as they need to be, it really might not pay off in the end.
It's a great spike grenade coming in from Collect as well. Just to peel that player off the top of Ivy. It can be such a difficult angle to try and fight against, but one thing that makes fights a little bit easier is having an overshield. Stracey's going to pick that one up for G2.
Oh boy! Somehow whips past his grapple without getting spiked. I think he played a dice roll there. Doesn't take the damage, but now just trying to rotate as fast as he can. A little bit of overshield left to play with, and he wants to make it count. What the? Ace from out of nowhere takes down the overshield. It's a nice job by him to keep the game tied.
13-13, and I said that the game might slow down, but it's showing absolutely no signs of that right now. Every player on every team is just flying through the tunnels, flying through the bases, and it's just trade for trade for trade at the moment. You can see that reflected in the score. Maybe Collect with a sword. He's going to be able to do something, but as I set him up for failure, Sab is going to be set up for success as he picks up 2 here to give a slender lead back to G2.
You can tell Collect wanted to make something happen, didn't know exactly how much those players had pushed up into the courtyard yet, and he does get punished for it, so it will be, as you say, a first lead for G2 G2 in quite some time, as we've been tied since around that 13 kill mark. Gilkey needs to do whatever he can to stay alive, but that is the tricky part about this map. He should fall here. You can get so isolated, even when you think you're in a position to help your teammate. If you are out on an island, you will generally get punished for it. Rami cannot connect with the skewer either, so the game will stay within 2.
Yeah, cannot connect on collect, so now it's going to be the skewer into the hands of Space Station. There's Gilkey with a big win, though. That means the skewer is going to be out of commission once more. A couple of trades coming in, but Space Station starting to claw back into this one once more. It's not really got out of hand in the favor of either team so far. It's always been within a couple of kills, but oh my word, Sab is going to get absolutely melted like an ice cream lolly left out in the sun in summer. As now it's going to be just 2 kills between the two teams. Ace taking down, a double push coming in once more here from the G2 side. Suppress trying to clean up the damage that's being done. Rami can't escape either. Suppress with the sword, looking for one more. There's a player in front of you. Can you get the slash? Yes is the answer. Double kill coming in for Suppressed.
Very well done by Suppress. Notice how he went top goal, excuse me, how he sits there on top goal and then also just checks everything around him to make sure that he's not going to get back whacked, and then he drops down for the sword lunge. Really well done. Tied here at 24. 2 things we got to point out. Suppressed right now is 10-3.
Eagle team.
Leading the game by a huge margin. Ace also on the board at 9-8.
There's also a breadstick in the lobby right now, and that's Tylenol. Only the 1 kill for him, 5 assists though, so he's been involved in 6 different kills for the sake of his deaths. Suppressed had the opportunity to hit that player, but just narrowly whiffed it. And that allows G2 to keep a 1 kill advantage. Spike Grenade's going to just shave away some of the shields, but that was more difficult to say than I thought it would be.
That was
we got somewhere close. You know what I was trying to get.
Wildly difficult sentence to say. That is a tongue twister and a half. Spike Grenade shaved a shield. That's not easy.
Don't say that 3 times quickly on a HCS broadcast.
So yeah,
otherwise you might get fined.
Yeah, we will lose our jobs for sure if we try to say that one more time. 30-28 in favor of G2. It's still the Suppressed show. Look at the shots from across, but Gilkey's going to send him to the respawn screen to make him think about what he's done so far in this game. Just a 1 kill lead here for G2.
Now, this is where I was talking about 30 kills. This is where it can get a little bit juicy. It can get a little bit spicy. And maybe things are going to start to slow down just a bit. G2 just turning up in this base at the moment. Tylenol making a little bit of a brave decision here. And fortune sometimes favors the brave, but that just looked a little bit desperate.
And to be honest, that's what can happen on this game type. If you're used to playing Halo Infinite, especially Slayers, in a certain way where you can fly out for damage, Ace will get punished there for poking out Ivy as well. That's back-to-back kills for Space Station getting punished there. I think Ace was a spawner, in fairness. Repulsor in the hands of Gilkey, but that's what can happen. If you are not tied up, that's going to be a G2 grab on your screen. Straight Six going to get that and pop full Ovi. Maybe an opportunity for them to run away with this as they're already up 38-33.
We talk about this Pulse Carbine as well. I mean, every player in the lobby at the moment is hitting as hard as when you go into bot mode and they pick up that gun. Like, they will just cross-map you in bot mode when you warm it up. It's pretty ridiculous, but these players are making it work, and they are certainly destroying shields and making their life a lot easier. But here comes Straight Sick trying to clean up some kills. 1 in front of him, that'll be 1. Rami picks up another, and now they're chasing down the final players alive, but there's a sword! Oh, Ovi gets taken down. Collect, just sneaky son of a gun as he picks up 2. And makes this game a little bit closer.
Not over just yet. Great job by Collect. He gets some help from the bleed through on the sword through the overshield as well. That's going to bring the game now within 5 kills, so not over just yet.
Got to be careful here. They can't afford to be that first pick now, Space Station, if they want to send this to a game 3. Straysic going to be peek shooting round that back base. Sab's going to pick up 1 again, and that's the first kill I was talking about, right? Rami and Sab managed to get 2 Space Station kills, and now you can see the Collect. He's just going to get pushed. They're going to get sandwiched. They have to move, and they're not going to be able to. Collect gets out of dodge for now, but you got the feeling his life is going to be ended, and that is the difficulty here. You get 1 pick in that team fight when you know you can't afford to, and all of a sudden the game is a 10-kill game, and it's all falling apart here for Space Station.
Oh boy, this might be the Gilkey show to close it out. He's got Grapple Skewer, and he's not afraid to push into the court. Going to fly around once, looking for anyone who might be hanging out main ramp. Not able to find the first, but now only 2 more kills before they close it out. Oof.
Oof, Ace. Ow. Yeah, he's going to need a bandage after that one. That hit hard. As Gilkey is now looking to close out this game. It's only 1 kill to go. A couple of players are going to be in front of him, just baiting, waiting. Collect is going to be nading.
Look at this.
Going to be grappling back in. He's going for it, and he gets it. He doesn't quite get it. Sab gets it, but Gilkey certainly influencing that final fight, and it will be G2 who close out the series in the best of 3, 2-0.
See, that's what I mean. You can style on fools in this game type. With that grapple, you could totally just dip out of a fight and fly right back in and do whatever you want with that grapple. Gilkey showing us just a little bit of that, to be honest. Like I said, I think we're not even scratching the surface of what's going to be capable with that power up on the map. To be honest, when I saw it was a competitive, I was blown away because of the nonsense you can pull off. But in the end, it's G2 with a pretty comfortable win in our game number 1.
Yeah, certainly looked good there in that series. G2 looking very, very strong in that upward trajectory that we were talking about, and it just seems to be continuing. Rami just seems to be kind of what G2 are looking for. Someone to allow everyone else to do what they want to do, and Rami will never question what he has to do. He will always play to help out a teammate, to make sure they're in those 2v1 situations. I think it's an underrated part of a team. Sometimes when you're looking at stats, you're looking at this player's a weak player, whatever it might be, but that player enables other players to do what they do best.
Yep, 50-40 in the end for that game number 2 will get you a G2 clean sweep over Space Station as we take a look at some of the stats.
Yeah, stats, there's certainly some standouts, and one of them is, unfortunately for Tylenol, going to be him for all the wrong reasons. 5 and 14 for him on that game type. Ace also struggling a little bit, 11 and 15, only the 1 assist as well, so maybe the teamwork not just quite there. If you look at that assists column, it's not really comparable to what you see on the other side of things coming in from G2. So Rami, 7 assists for him. Gilkey without 8, and the kill was shared out. It seems like the teamwork was just on lock there for G2.
Yeah, pretty amazing. 25 assists there for the side of G2 or thereabouts, meaning half of their kills were assisted, which is not easy to do on this game type because of how many individual pushes you do have to make. So lots of kills getting cleaned up. On the other side, less than 20 assists total.
And that's got to step up if you want to win those Slayers, especially on Catalyst. And you can also see, I think there was a really good indication when we had the game extremely close, right? In those final sort of, it was about 37-37, I think it was, when we were on Collect's POV. The importance of first kills, right? First kill, it was suppressed who went down. And then they just knew after another kill went down, they were about to get sandwiched. And it's how Catalyst kind of works. You cannot afford to play away from your team. Even if all 4 of you are stood in the same place, it's better sometimes than just being caught off guard on your own. So flanks pretty difficult to pull off on that map, but you can see what happened in the end. It was G2 who closed things out 50-48. Space Station, unfortunately, that will be the end of their run today.
Yeah, I think apologies there. I think error there. I think 50-40 was your total.
Excuse me, yeah.
In the end of that game. So apologies there for that graphic. It will be a little bit more of a convincing win for the side of G2 as this is a pretty comfortable closer on that Slayer Catalyst. But G2 looking real good, and to be honest, I'm pretty sure this is also what Lottie was expecting was that G2 clean sweep, and that's exactly what she got. I do agree though, Mark. I mean, Catalyst is a tough map to play. It's a slow, methodical collapse. When you have the last player who dies, the remaining 3 need to make such key decisions, and they need to make them together. And when you don't, you're going to see G2, a team like G2, excuse me, do exactly what they did on that game type.
Yeah, I think the skewer certainly influenced that game as well. We saw a couple of kills coming in from Rami that really did give them the opportunity to create some space to push off the back of and maybe collapse onto those final 3 players. So the skewer certainly have an effect. The overshield, of course, having an effect as well. Even though we saw Collect make that play with the sword to kind of negate the overshield towards the end of that game, it is G2 who come out on top. Space Station, again, just look like they need a few more repetitions on certain maps, Andy, before we can start to talk about them being where we expect them to be.
Yeah, for me, it's film. It's truly film for this side of Space Station as well. Just take a look at the key moments in the game where you have turning points. They had a great start on the first time that we saw them play that Live Fire King. In the end, they just get stomped and rolled over. I think in that Slayer, they kept things close as well. And there was just, like you said, a few kills that went their way. We'll bring everyone else back in here. And Lottie, just as you expected, G2 does get the clean sweep over Space Station.
It's the stomp, boys. I called it. I said it might happen.
Wall is working.
It really is. It really is.
Well.
I'm seeing it directly through your forehead, Mark. It is. It's
I knew you were going to go there. I knew it.
Brutal.
I knew, like, how uncalled for was that?
How unnecessary.
What's wrong
savage
with
today.
Just, Lottie, look what you've just done to poor Dan Gaskin. Look at what you've just put him through. He doesn't know what to do right now. He doesn't know how to react to that kind of like
someone's got to keep you
brutality.
boys on your toes, and that's my job. That's literally in my job description. I'll show you my contract after this. But I've got to say, I'm really, really impressed with G2. Not only for kind of low-key proving me right, but also for what they managed to do on the sticks there. I mean, insane stuff. And you guys kind of mentioned it in your cast, but Rami, what a force to be reckoned with right now. What an incredible revenge story as well from SSG. 5k damage in that final map. I mean, heads and tails above the rest of the lobby there. Gaskin, what are you making of this man right now? He's looking pretty good.
I mean, what a teammate Rami is. Just to put this into perspective as well, not only has he done all this for G2, but 20 minutes before this tournament, his ISP ruined his day because the internet went out. and it was looking like maybe Rami wasn't going to be able to play. Do you know what Rami does? He finds a LAN center nearby. He gets the job done for his team. He makes sure he's in a place where he can still play in the tournament. So he's doing this from a LAN center, an uncomfortable setup, maybe a different monitor, probably a different monitor at that point. And I think that's very impressive, especially when he says at one point he was on 600 ping. So that's always going to make things even more interesting. Yeah, the LAN center was spiking hard.
The Jupiter server.
There's a LAN center somewhere that has 600 ping?
You need your money back, mate. You need your money back. Wow. I mean, I gotta say, what an incredible teammate. 600 ping. He really is just doing the absolute
Not at all times. Can I just say, he wasn't always on 600 ping. It spiked to 600 ping at one moment, and he was like,
Okay.
and then it went back to normal.
So the LAN center wasn't on the International Space Station, is what we're saying. Okay, like, hey.
International Space. Okay. You know what kind of LAN center that is? That's like, hey, my cousin's got a LAN center, and it's just like some guy's basement with god-awful internet. That's what kind of LAN center that is.
The barn outside, cow on the treadmill. That is exactly what 600...
Cow on a treadmill.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
that's my new
getting
Halo teammate.
Going. You know what I mean?
Wow. Yeah, okay.
Just incredible stuff from G2 overall, though. I've got to say, I'm really, really impressed with what they managed to pull out of the bag. I think especially after the stop as well in map 1, Li-Fi, King of the Hill, and you guys kind of talked about how impressive it was to watch them kind of have such an incredible defense when holding hills. You know, Space Station not being able to break whatsoever, and really, I think G2 being very proactive to pick them off before they could even try to settle down to make a push. Gaskin, just bring you back into the conversation. I can see you having a little cheeky smile there.
Still thinking about cow on a treadmill. Sorry, carry on.
Well, whipping this into shape back into the conversation. don't start me off. That's it. Stop. Don't start me off. You know, but the fact that G2 are able to kind of be able to dictate that, to be able to control, I think a King of the Hill game where we kind of thought it was going to be an even playing field, to be able to have that element of control after previously being down, how impressive is that?
I think that G2 are just impressive with any game type that they put their minds to. I think that Andy hit the nail on the head with teams needing to watch tape. At the moment, this is the most core time where you need practice, because we've got new game types, we've got a new map that are featuring, and if you have any little bit of extra knowledge over your opposition, you are going to find success. And that was very evident in that series for G2. They had every single time, around every single corner, they knew what they wanted to achieve against SSG, and it was very much evident, and I was very impressed. And now I want to see them go that step further, right? I want to see them get that victory of a team that maybe they're not expected to beat, so we can see them break a little bit further along the line.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think it's like breaking down those barriers, right? Breaking down the bracket barriers and trying to kind of edge their way into the conversation. It's really difficult to do so. The top 4 is a really, really difficult place to be. So, you know, I wish them the best of luck, but some really good things that we're seeing across the board there from G2. We're actually going to have a look at the bracket right now. Let's have a look at the elimination bracket, where it stands currently after the results here. And as you can see, G2 Esports 2-0 against Space Station. They stomped them, I'm going to say it, into the semi-finals they go, waiting right now for the quarterfinals to be finished. Pioneers versus G1. Are we going to get a pair of Gs in the semi-finals?
How do we always get G1, G2? They always find each other in the bracket. It's amazing.
They do.
We'll see if it happens.
Let's see if we do have a pair of Gs in the semi-finals. We'll have to wait and see. But I like the fact that everything's getting a little bit mixy, a little bit dicey here. But I've got to say, Pioneers, I would be a little bit shocked if Pioneers don't make it forward through the quarterfinals there. But you never know. We're actually going to be heading to a quick break, folks. Oh, actually, no, we're not. We're going to have a look at the winners bracket first. What am I saying? We're not heading to a break yet. One moment. We do have our winners finals coming up very shortly. Cloud9 versus Optic Gaming. Optic taking down G2 2-0 to get there. Cloud9 taking down Pioneers 2-0 as well to meet their rematch from last week in that winners finals spot. You know what it is, lads? I'm just really excited about this rematch. I want to know what's going to happen. I want to know if Gaskin's going to be crying tears of joy. I want to know if he's going to be crying tears of sadness, regret into his Optic jersey. That is the question. We're heading to a break right now. Make sure you stick with us for this winners finals coming up right after this.
I've got you under my skin.
So God, I'll be back. Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Hello folks and welcome back to the HCS NA Pro Series number 6. Now, before the break, we did actually see G2 proceed into our next stage of the elimination bracket. They did manage to beat Space Station 2-0. Pretty good stuff from G2. But now, I feel like they meet their ultimate nemesis. G1 managed to take down Pioneers, lads. Pretty impressive stuff. And we will see a G1, G2 matchup in that elimination bracket, which I think is going to be absolutely amazing. But coming back to business, we do have a winners finals to get through first. We do have Cloud9 versus Optic as the rematch. Now, before we get into the nitty-gritty of things and talk about what we can expect out of this series, I need to make sure you guys at home know how to support your favorite teams. And of course, we do have our Season 2 skins available for purchase right now. And that's exactly how you guys can support your favorite teams in this season. Right now, we're loading you up with the gear. So each team bundle actually comes complete with an assault rifle coating, sidekick coating, weapon charm, and warthog coating. And all of these are available right now in the HCS store in your Halo Infinite game. And you can pick them up today. They look absolutely stunning. Lads, I got to ask you what you're rocking. Come on, tell the people what they should be picking up based on their favorite casters. Brav, who have you got right now?
I mean, it's tough to beat that United. That is a good-looking hog. It's a good-looking charm. That's what I'm rocking right now.
Love that. Love that. On set.
I've got the Na'Vi skins on at the moment just because I am from Europe. My treadmill, which my cow runs on, is decked out in the phase gear, though.
Yep.
Yeah, you had to go there, folks. The phase cow. That would be kind of, I think that would be kind of sick, actually. And Gaskin, are you Na'Vi too, mate? Come on. Are you not V2?
As a completely non-biased caster, I have everything but Optic at the moment to ensure that I am distributing my support for all teams equally. So I have a Na'Vi Warthog, I have a Fnatic Charm, I have a Space Station Battle Rifle at the moment. It's all there, just not Optic, because I'm definitely not, an Optic fanboy.
Yeah, no, of course not an Optic fan. We'll find out actually how much of a not an Optic fan you are in this next series, because of course we do have our winners finals. It is a rematch from last week. I've said it a billion times. I'm going to say it more because we love a rematch. We love a revenge tour, and hopefully Optic can get that today. We'll have to wait and see. Looking at both these teams here and looking also a little bit into last week, I think we can try and compare the two just a touch. Obviously Cloud9 having recently picked up Bound, come back into the Pro Series again with the same edition, and they're looking pretty damn good so far in week 2, or number 6 should I say. But we need to have a look at, what Cloud9 are able to accomplish now against Optic. Have Optic got their number, Brav? Do Optic know what to expect with this new edition?
I don't know if they have their number yet. I think they're going to know exactly what to expect, and that's going to be very coordinated aggression from the side of Cloud9, but I don't know if they're ready to answer it back just yet. You're taking a look at the Optic players on your screen. They know the task ahead of them. They've won many online events, but I will agree with what was said on the desk last week. That should have been a win. When you have this much time under your belt as this Optic roster, really since January, since that formal edition, when you have this much time with this squad, I mean, you really shouldn't be losing to a squad that's playing for the first time together in a tournament. But that's exactly what C9 did last week.
Yeah, I just think that kind of demonstrates how good C9 really are, but also how good Optic are as well. Onset, how are you feeling about Optic right now in terms of the team's chemistry, how they're looking in terms of gameplay? What are some of the holes that maybe they can kind of pick up on and clean up a little bit going up against Cloud9 that they maybe have brought into last week and hopefully have learned from today?
I think the difference between this week's matchup between the two teams and last week's is that Optic are going to be back into the practice regiment a little bit more. They just come back off a couple of holidays. A few players have been away, understandable after the major, right? Take a little bit of time off just to refresh. But now they've been scrimming, they've been putting the practice in once more, and I feel like this is going to be a little bit of a different series. I feel like it could be much, much tighter. I still feel like Cloud9 might have their number, but I would expect this to be closer for sure.
Now, I'll tell you what, let's talk about the opposite side here. Let's talk about Cloud9, but more importantly, somebody who wants to bring this dub across the board. It's a USMC service record, and it's Stellar from Cloud9. I mean, this guy, he doesn't miss a beat. I kind of talked about him previously earlier on today and how incredible he really, really is as a competitor. Gaskin, what do you expect out of Stellar for maybe people who are tuning in, new to Halo, don't really know what this guy can do? What is it that makes him so amazing for this team?
Glorious hair to start with. I think that definitely adds a 5% accuracy to every single game that he's involved with. But you said he doesn't miss a beat. He very rarely misses a shot as well. He is always on the cleanup crew for Cloud9. Positions himself in such amazing spots where he can always be listening to those call-outs, very quick to adjust his pattern and his movement as well, so that he can quickly get to his teammates if they are in need of help. But he's also prepared to do that objective if needs be. I think this is something that we've heard a lot of us talking about over these last couple of weeks, is that everyone has to be prepared to do everything as a player, even though you do typically get roles of objective, of assisting players, of main slayers. But at this level of Halo, you've got to be prepared to do that objective if you are close enough. And I think Stellar is a very good example of an all-round player who will do everything for the team.
Yeah, he really is, and I've got to say, with the addition of Eco being so phenomenal last week, hopefully he can also continue that kind of streak into this one. And the fact that Penguin today, we've already seen how influential this guy can be, whether it's patience and knowing when to grab a flag, when to toss a flag, playing his life. He's just been so incredible, so I'm really excited to see this team in full force as well. Let's head straight into game though and see exactly how this one is going to play out this time. We got Onset and Gaskin on the mics.
Thank you very much, Lot. And Dan, I just noticed that we didn't get predictions from you. So as we have this little bit of time before the match starts, I just want to get your views on who you think is going to win the series.
It's really tough.
I'm actually, by the way, being serious here. I'm not,
It's really tough.
I'm at you early.
This is one of the big telltale signs, right, is looking at this series layout. And bear with me as I look across at my notes at the same time. But Oddball, Li-Fi, they didn't play each other last week. Slayer Aquarius, Cloud9 won 50-47 last week on that one. King of Hill Streets did not feature. Capital Flag Bazaar was not played. And then Slayer Street was Cloud9 won 50-40. So both of the Slayers were won by Cloud9. I think that is a big indicator because they weren't particularly close, especially on streets. It was 50-40 in favor of Cloud9. So when you look at the two Slayers perhaps going in favor of Cloud9 here, just purely based off last week, suddenly you need to be looking at where these objective games are going to go. Can Optic take down them on Oddball Live Fire, for example? Traditionally, you'd say yes. You'd say Optic are good at live fire, so maybe that will put them in good stead. This could be a very interesting best of 5 with how this layout's gone.
Am I mistaken in thinking these two teams... Cloud9 definitely played the King of the Hill streets last week, and they looked a little bit disjointed on it. Was that against Optic, or was it against someone else?
If I scroll down, they lost 4-0 on King of the Hill streets.
There you go.
Yeah,
okay,
you
so
are
I'm
right.
not losing my mind.
No.
Okay, my brain still... in some capacity is working, which is good. So this is looking like a pretty good series layout, you would say, objectively.
Yep.
Maybe for Optic, especially with this first game. Like we say, this has been a map which they hadn't lost too many times, but you brought up a really good point last week, which was saying previous to Formal joining, this was a map they won every single time, right? But when Formal joined, for whatever reason, if it's other teams getting better or maybe just Optic not having the same kind of chemistry as previously, Live Fire isn't quite the fortress it used to be.
No, it's definitely not the unbeatable place that they found themselves in prior, as the 3 of them fall at the start of this game. Trippy being the last remaining player, but does at least take a couple players down. That's just something that can happen sometimes, regardless of whether it's Pistola, regardless of whether it's Formal. It just happens in these situations where other teams start to learn what you do. They start to study the best team on a map, and that's what Optic were. They were the live fire team, and everyone else started to catch up.
You can see early on here, it's going to be just a couple of seconds to Optic, but they've lost 3 players, and also off of the rip, they've lost the overshield. So this is going to be Penguin ball in hand, and I kind of like this. It's a kind of transitional setup here for Cloud9. And I like the Penguins decided, hey, I'm going to hold the oddball because when the push comes in, I'm still going to be able to drop and do a lot of damage here for my squad.
A lot of damage to be done, but also a chance to maybe set up for Penguin here if he can stay alive. Notice how he's using the scoreboard just to try and block that view of APG. Waits for his teammate. Very well played there from Penguin. You've always got to be worried about the vulnerability that you have to grenades when you're kind of standing in those positions, excuse me, but as long as you trust in your teammates that they will be there quick enough to help you, you can do a lot of ball time there.
I mean, that was phenomenal, to be honest with you, from Cloud9. Just knowing they had numbers, there was no sort of thought of, I go here, you go there. We just all stand together and we will fight those last players alive. And they managed to get that lead. Lucid trying to push in on the flank with a sniper rifle, doesn't connect to the shots. And that is going to allow Trippy maybe on the flank to clean up some of the damage, but he's going to have to deal with Penguin bottom middle. Does so. There's another player that's going to be scuppering behind him, I think. Going to deal with Eco as well. And at the moment, Trippy kind of doing it all here for Optic because he takes down 3 members of C9.
And sometimes you need that. You need someone who is going to be stepping up and hitting those doubles, hitting those triples to give you that little bit of a momentum swing going into things, as Overshield is going to be popping very shortly as well. So we're going to see a big old fight here on the dummies, and Lucid's done very well from bottom middle.
Yeah, somehow managed to get the stick there. The overshield is still down, I think. Stella got the kill onto APG, and now pushing forward. He's going to be able to pop that one, and the Cloud9 swarm comes in. Now Stella, as the furthest forward in his team, has to hold off the wave of Optic Gaming. The overshield's going to do that extremely well. Takes down Formal. Lucid taking damage, and that's going to be more points on the board here for C9.
And C9 doing so well to rotate this ball. Penguin retreating over to green, but I think he will run straight into Trippy, but still manages to get the kill.
Through him.
Still manages to get that ball over towards green. And if you are the player who is going to be going face-to-face with the ball, you at least need to get a trade there.
Shots from Lucid here looking a little bit shaky early on. A couple of snipes maybe in some of those bigger games. We see him hit. Lucid missing a couple of shots with that heat wave as well, but cleaning up some of the damage at back green is certainly going to maybe just restore that confidence for a few seconds. Another player going to be down on the pillars. However, there's another player sneaking around here at B, so he's going to try and defend this oddball with his life. But look at the spawns now coming in for Cloud9 down. All of them around the garage. It's going to be a tough hold here for Lucid, but the heat wave's certainly going to make that a little bit more comfortable.
The ball does reset, though, so that's good news for Cloud9, who are desperately trying to make sure that Optic weren't in a place to pick it up, and it means that Optic can't set up with that ball as well. Been very scrappy down at bottom middle. Both teams quite evenly matched when it comes to how these slays have been going down, and I really feel like one good setup could be the difference maker here for either side, but I'm leaning towards Cloud9 having the more likelihood of it actually happening.
Oh, what a play that is from Stellar as well. Just skipping over that grenade, managing to get that ball out towards tower. Teammates are there. Stellar pops back out. It's actually going to be Bound, who exchanged the ball with Stellar as he got his shields back. And now C9 again, just making sure they have the numbers in the right place, close enough to each other. They can hold hands and exchange damage, keep each other alive. And more importantly, look at the lead now down. Overshield popping, but 56-16. This has been all C9 so far.
Well, to hit the shots, but that's good pressure from Optic Gaming. If you know there's a sniper watching that overshield, someone has to put their body on the line and get up close and personal. And allow means that APG and the rest of Optic can do some damage with this overshield, but at the same time, Cloud9 have positioned themselves so well. They've been playing the ball and rotating the ball so well that they find themselves so far ahead, as you mentioned. So Optic, they need that solid setup. They need to be getting this ball in a place where they can properly defend it.
Eco should be taken down here by APG as well, who started just to pick things up for a few seconds. He was at a bit of a slow start. 4 kills for him now. Those 2 just being added to the collection. Formal also a little bit of a slow start for him. So Optic, even though maybe the Slays haven't been there, the first hold that they've had in the game is looking like a pretty strong one right now.
Good positioning now from Optic. This is going to be difficult for Cloud9 to break, but one thing we know is Cloud9 is very good at doing so, and as I say, that 3-4 on the side of Optic. So Cloud9, they were able to get that initial kills, they were able to force the play ball, and even though Optic got their best setup that they had so far, they only got, what, maybe 15, 20 points off of it, but at least they're within touching distance here.
Penguin trying to push onto Trippy. Great shots as well. If he misses one of those bursts with the heat wave, then that's probably going to be him taken down, and that weapon going to be exchanged. 2 players from Optic bottom middle. Penguin just peppering them. Wondering if the accompanying seasonings going to be coming in from a teammate to finish off those kills. And it looks like Stellar is going to be that player on the flank. Brings that ball towards Eco, but look at this now. Eco being taken down, the damage being done means that Stellar changes his mind, runs this one back towards where he feels the respawners might be coming in. But the problem is APG's there, and APG will take him down, and Optic might be able to steal a setup here.
The pace of play there, unfortunately, was just a little bit too quick for Stellar. He never had a chance to reload that heat wave, and he was always thinking about it. Kept running into players, even tried to use the oddball to his advantage and toss it towards a place and maybe make a little bit of a distraction. Didn't quite work out. Next overshield up in 3 seconds though, and Optic are in a good place to potentially get this one.
I mentioned Formal was a bit slow at the start of this game. Well, he's put his foot on the gas, because now, as we see the picture-in-picture, well, that overshield is going to be Trippy who gets it. Optic Formal is now 10 and 12. He's creeping up on that 0 KD, and if he can keep this momentum up, you would expect him to be going into the positive. That seems to be where the game has changed here for Optic. They are into a lead now, 78 points and rising. 2 players still on C-plat, and look at this damage being done by Trippy. Formal is going to pick up another as well, and those last 2 players that are damaged by Trippy have no chance of moving on the map.
And that's 3 dead, and that is the ball still in the hands of Optic, and it could be the round here if Cloud9 don't have a spawn that allows them to have a chance to fight. It's all down to Eco, has to hit these shots, but I think the ball's escaped, and that is going to be round 1. No, not quite!
Eco just kind of like dumped on everyone. There's no other way to put it. Like, Eco just went in with a sniper rifle and did miss. And now you can see Cloud9 have the ball back in their hands. And what a heartbreaker this could be for Optic. It's 99 points on the board for them. They only needed 1 point. That was the most perfectly timed sniper shot that you could have hoped for, as Bound now has the snipe. Picks up one, Trippy weak as well. Lucid challenging on the plat, and Bound taking down everyone at the moment. Last player alive, APG, top middle.
Not only did they need 1 second, but I would say they are very close in that second. Maybe a millisecond. Stellar's the last remaining player though. Penguin trying to do what he can to fight him. And again, this is going to be a situation where you have to win your 1v1 here.
Look at this rotation coming in from Stellar though. He's somehow managed to scarper away. Trippy and Lucid do get the kills though that might be required for this game to end, or should I say this round to end, excuse me. Optic make the break. Optic will take home that first round, and Optic will be up by 1 as we head into round number 2.
And we saw the series layout at the start. This is such an important map for Optic Gaming to go up to get their first objective. When they lost the 2 Slayers against Cloud9 last week, they need to be putting themselves in a position where those Slayers don't necessarily come into the equation. Just win all 3 of the objectives, and you are going to be in a good enough position into that grand finals, that's for sure. Overshield, of course, going to be spawning that little bit later, so both teams are going to be fighting for it and getting into a position early on.
Overshield up in 10 seconds as well. With C9, he won the battle for that the first time around. Last time we were in the action in that round number 1. Bound now just chasing down kills, chasing shadows at the moment. Lucid trying to escape, but no, you can't escape Bound. He is going to chase you down. He is going to make you pay. And that is going to be the sniper rifle down as well. Spots out APG. APG has absolutely no idea where Bound is until it's too late as APG falls and Bound finds himself a snipe.
We've seen what some members of Cloud9 can do with a sniper rifle. Well, it's time for the newest player on the scene in the squad. Whether he be a sub or not, whether it be permanent or not, it doesn't really matter. Right now, you've just got to be hitting your shots. And certainly Cloud9, I think, will be a little bit disappointed they allowed that round to slip out of their fingers because they had control for the majority of the opener. But Optic did very well to break back in and, of course, have that solid 30-40 point hold.
Notice that Bound kind of plays as if he has full shields at all times, and I love that about him. Doesn't matter if he's half shields, one shot, he's still going to move into a position and react to where players are on the map and expect teammates to do enough damage for him to clean up kills or stay alive, whatever it might be. And that just consistent stifling pressure is something that we talked about a lot with Renegade, right? It's what Renegade used to do. He just consistently pressuring players on the opposition team. But off the break here, it's going to be Optic with the early lead, 26-3 in their hands.
Yeah, it's not just a case of, challenging everything and being that player who is trying to catch them off guard. No, it's actually putting yourself in a position where you can add to the damage that your team is outputting and you are prepared to die for it as well. You're not just going to cower in a corner. You're not just going to try and get your shields back. Instead, you recognize that your gun is very powerful regardless of how much shields you have, and maybe that's why he's fitting so well on this Cloud9 roster, because I'd say the entire team does play like that. They don't they're not scared to put their bodies on the line, right? They're all very selfless when it comes to their way of playing Halo Infinite.
Yeah, Eco showing exactly that. Thought he could jump up and just maybe pinch that overshield away. The pressure's now going to come in as Trippy has the overshield to play with. He hasn't popped it quite yet. Are you going to do that now as the ball is going to be reset as the play ball comes in from Cloud9, walking this one out towards the scoreboard. Now it's going to be the key door as we now know this area is called Keyboard, thanks to our random matchmaking teammate that Andy highlighted once or twice already today. But Trippy with that ball in his hand again as Optic crossed that 50-point margin.
So it's funny, my teammates just tell me he's right there, he's over here, he's on me. I very rarely get, very specific call-outs from the random, so I think you guys were lucky to find a diamond in the rough, that's for sure, in matchmaking. Nice play from Trippy as he holds the ball right now, still finding damage as well, recognizing when he needs to drop it and when he needs to shoot.
Yeah, second most objective time, most kills, and looking very, very good right now. APG and Formal certainly starting to influence the game as well. Look at the assists for APG and Formal as well. 16 and 13 respectively. So both of them doing a huge amount of damage for both Lucid and Trippy to capitalize on.
And now this is what we expect from Optic. They should be the more well-polished teams when it comes to more structured game modes like this, where they've played it in and out, where they know their strategy, they know how to break setups, they know how to kind of take setups off of other teams as well. Cloud9 have one last push to try and get back into this game, otherwise they're going to be down the map.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to get past APG as well because he ain't missing too many shots at the moment. Backs down, Penguin gets a little bit of a haircut. The second time is going to be more of a wing clipping for him as he gets taken down into the death screen, and with that, APG will take a dive into the depths because his job is done as Optic got 1-0 in the series.
1-0 in the series, and we saw it happen before though. When they played last week, they won that Streets King of the Hill and they looked amazing. They won 4-0. There was so much structure. It was like Cloud9 were a little bit lost. But then suddenly we went over to game modes that allowed for a little bit more free-flowing nature of Halo Infinite, and Cloud9, they started to remember how to play the game again, and they really did pummel Optic into the ground last week. So Optic just need to make sure they don't allow that to happen again.
Here's the stats from the game. You can see it was, I think, the assist column that really jumps out to me. I mentioned APG and Formal. Maybe the KD wasn't quite there, but if you're going around even like they both were, pretty much, 15, 21, slightly neg for APG, slightly neg for Formal, but if you're outputting that much damage with the assists, that shows that Trippy and Lucid are taking advantage of it. That just shows perfect teamwork coming in from the Optic lineup.
Something that you said earlier about Optic just needing to get that victory, right? Needing to get over that line, to believe in themselves that they can win not just tournaments, but I think a bigger factor is against a bogey team that is Cloud9. They've never beaten Cloud9 in any major or in any Pro Series tournament. I think they're 0-7 is the stat right now across Pro Series and major HCS LAN events, and that is not a good place to be against a team that is meant to be your closest competitor, your biggest rival. So even though Pro Series, some might not look at it as prestigious as a LAN event, this could be a really important chance for Optic to start to turn the tide a little bit, start to believe in themselves if they were to finally get a victory. But it's very much early doors here in this series.
Some of the highlights from that game as well. Bound being as aggressive as ever, picking up the most kills for his squad, but no one really popping off on Cloud9. A couple of good moments for them in that first round, but the second round was just dominant from Optic. And APG, I think it was Wes that said, you know, he's one of the most underrated snipers in Halo history. He's got one of those flicky shots that when it's on, you just see him hit some crazy headshots and bodies, and you saw an example of it there in the end of that game just to close things out for Optic. But now we move to a game type down where Cloud9 did get the better of Optic in last week's Pro Series. The question is, can Optic right that wrong and go up 2-0 in the series and find themselves just one map away from that grand final?
Yeah, and it was close enough in Aquarius Slayer last week. Cloud9 won it 50-47. I think one of the biggest highlights that we saw last week was that Lucid went 11-16 in that game, and perhaps that was one of the main reasons why Optic weren't able to find success, because Lucid is often the player who, you know, steps up. He's able to do a lot of damage. He's able to get big kills. He doesn't usually die that often, so maybe he just got caught out of place quite a lot in that Slayer Aquarius last week. So they'll need to find a little bit more form here. You did touch upon the fact that they had recently come back off holidays, and maybe that could be down to a few excuses that come in for Optic last week, but I don't think they can afford to have any of those excuses today, because they've been practicing, we've seen them streaming, we've seen them scrimming, and they would love to go 2-0 up against Cloud9 here.
Let's see if they can do it then. Slayer Aquarius, certainly a map where an early lead can be a real difference maker. If you can get that first camo, then it really can escalate and you can find yourself up by 7 or 8. And then if you're on the back foot, not where you want to be, especially if you're on the back foot already in the series with that first map loss. So you have to say maybe more weighing on Cloud9 in this series than Optic Gaming, having that map advantage, but Cloud9 will want to answer back here. Optic on the other side will want to put themselves on that series point.
Optic will just want to push themselves into that grand final, have that little bit of a cushion of being an extra series up, essentially, but there is still a long road to go yet. But it all starts here on Aquarius Slayer. I'm looking at Lucid as being the key factor here. He's such a sandbox player. He'll always be making sure he's got a weapon that can give him a little bit of an advantage. And we'll see whether he can actually have a better time than he did last week.
Yeah, Lucid loves that commando rifle. He's done some pretty nutty things with it recently. I saw a clip that he put up of an OS guy getting absolutely shredded by it the other day. The poor guy probably hit the Alt F4 pretty quickly after it happened because Lucid was dominating, but Trippy is going to be the player to watch as well. He was having an extremely strong game in that first game of Oddball. Let's see if he can do it here in the Slayer, but he's going to get chased down as he's the first kill here for Optic Gaming.
That's great from Cloud. You have to make sure that you take down the camo. You cannot allow them to escape. You've got to keep tabs on them. You expect callouts to be screamed down the microphones to ensure that he falls. Otherwise, you can see a camouflage player really make a difference in a game that is going to be, you'd imagine, very close between these two teams.
Well, it's going to be 3 dead here for Optic, and Cloud9 already on the hunt for more kills, almost doubling up on their opposition score. I mentioned how the opening can be a little bit difficult to get back into your hands if you do fall behind, and now you're going to see how difficult it can be. Trippy does get the better of him there, and somehow it was APG, I think, who got the first pick in that team fight, and 3 players have now fallen for Cloud9. That was the last. All of them now respawning. Those Dynamos, I think Lucid would love for them to just spawn there, as he would have been able to do so much damage, but now we're tied up at 10-10. A great hold and a defensive play from Optic.
Yeah, if Trippy wasn't there and hadn't have caught out Bound, it could have been very different indeed, as Lucid shows his movement and his reaction skills there, but Bound comes in with a triple kill to make sure that any hopes of Optic taking the lead once more would be quickly swatted away.
This man loves a multi-kill.
Really does.
Absolutely thrives on them. He's hungry for them, and he's going to take down another player weak in the lobby as well. So Bound starting to warm up just a touch here. He's 6 kills to his name, only the 3 deaths, and there's Eco with a little bit of help for him as Cloud9 go back into a lead, up by 3 now.
You can get this camouflage as well. That would be a great position to be in, but recognize this. Look, he knows there's a player who's going to be watching him, so he takes the fight. Okay, it doesn't work out on this occasion, but I like that play. Sometimes players would just attempt to get the camo and disappear, but you very much would be targeted by those guys that were sitting top P.
Lucid has actually managed to get that camo now. Penguin should, no, be taken down. Probably should have been taken down, but 2 big chunks coming in from that heat wave. It was almost like the Gnasher in Gears of War, that one, but Lucid going to be picking up the heat wave off of the body, and now with heat wave and camo, he's going to be so dangerous on the map, and Cloud9 are going to be careful here. We're tied up at 20. Oh, Eco gets the kill. That is massive for C9, just to take Lucid down with that power up and that power weapon in his hands.
Still a very close game. Neither team really been able to spread their wings and get ahead and start to maybe spawn kill and start to collapse on bases. That very much will happen if either team gets the opportunity to do so, but I will say that defensively, both teams have done really well off their spawn to set up in a way to not allow that collapse to happen, and that's why we're seeing such a close game, 24-23.
Penguin nopes out there. He drops down, takes some damage. And the Homer sends some gift for his life again as he walks in and walks straight back out. But Lucy's going to be trying to clean up that damage. Eco going to be the first one involved. Stella should be taken down as well. A great flank coming in from Lucid here. And you mentioned how he had a slow game on this game type last time the two teams met up. No signs of that here. He's 8-5.
And yes, okay, slow in one term, but maybe too fast in the other way of looking at it. Like 16 deaths is a lot on Aquarius for one player, especially a player at Lucid's level. So I think that maybe he was probably trying to play it a little bit too quick, maybe trying to react to how quick Cloud9 were playing. But I will say that this game has had more structure in a Slayer Aquarius than I've seen in quite some time. Both teams are really recognizing how they want to play it. They are both staying on their side of the maps for most things and then trying a flank here or there, but if it doesn't work, they back off. Camo goes down again. We've not seen Camo had a big influence. It's difficult to call which way this one's going to go.
Big burn though coming in from Eco. Now Bound on the flank. He's going to find one. Former's going to be challenging. He manages to pick up two. However, if you look at the feed, it's just 2 for 2. So Optic keeps that 2-kill advantage, and all of a sudden, Dan, now that we're past that 30 kills, that 34-kill mark for Optic, Cloud9 realizing they have to be a little bit more careful with these deaths. They can't afford to just leak them, but Bound is going to give one away here to Trippy.
Yeah, Bound maybe trying to make a play, trying to get into a position to give some information and do some damage, but leaves the rest of the team in a 4 versus 3. But it doesn't look like Optic are looking to press up on this. Instead, they were more than happy just to allow those spawns to happen, wait for Cloud9 to make the move. Cloud9 did make the move, and Optic now find themselves for the first time about 4 kills ahead, which is the biggest lead we've seen them have, Optic, for quite some time.
Want to push this in. Oh my word, I was going to say what a push this is. Push coming in, but it gets shut down as Trippy comes on the flank, picks up the 2 players who did try and escape from that closet. And now it's 40-35. 5 kills the difference between the two teams. This one is not over, though. It's 4v4 on the map. Make that 4v3 as Optic, unfortunately, lose Lucid for just a few moments. Penguin going to be caught out here. Trippy trying to clean it up, but Penguin doesn't get away as Lucid is there once more. Optic making sure they clean up the damage that's being done as Bound will fall to Trippy as well.
Trippy is playing absolutely incredible right now and is a huge difference maker for this squad. The way he's flowing around the map, the shots that he's hitting, he is not missing. And that makes it very difficult for Cloud9 to try and break setups because he's winning all of his engagements, whether it be 1v1, even in 1v2s, he's been winning.
Cloud9 are all weak. APG manages to get 1 trade. It's 5 kills to go for Optic. 11 needed, however, for Cloud9. Bound is going to be weak. He's going to be 1 shot, and he's going to fall to Formal. And the Heat Wave now just 3 kills to go here for Optic to close out this game and go 2-0 up in the series. It's looking like the Green Wall might be on the verge of making their way towards that grand final.
Maybe finally beating Cloud9 in a competitive HCS tournament as well. It's still not done yet, though, and I have seen teams come back in this situation, but Formal manages to make it 48.
APG needs to stay alive, but no, Stella with the camo might be the difference maker here. Trippy taken down as well by Bound. And oh no, Optic. Surely you can't let this happen again. These close games, these nail-biting games, just do not seem to go in their favor a lot of the time. 45-48. Now, it might just seem like Optic need a couple of trades, but the difference is here. 1 clean wipe from Cloud9, and Cloud9 could run away with this.
It was something you highlighted, that clutch factor from Optic, getting over the finish line. This is going to be a big telltale sign of whether Optic are going to finally get over that hump. It's games like this they need to win to put themselves 2-0 up in the series.
Penguin gets 1 as well. Bound is going to be trying to stay alive. Eco stays alive as well. Bound gets taken down, but look at the exchanges. It's 49-48, and finally Optic get it done. But my word, did they make that tough for themselves. Optic, when all said and done and the cards fall, it's 2-0 to them in the series, and finally they show a little bit of resolve in those close games to get the win.
That's why even when it's, you know, a 6-kill lead and only a few kills needed, you have to just have that in the back of your mind of you are playing against Cloud9. They do have the potential to get back into a game. Optic just about managed to get over the finish line. They scraped it indeed, but they will take some scrapes They will take some batters, some bruises along the way as long as they can finally get that victory. They go 2-0 up in this series. That's something they weren't able to do last week. In both series last week, they went 1-0 up and then lost 3-1. So finally, they get that second on the board. I think that is going to be crucial for their chances of victory here.
Well, here are the stats. So you can see no player really being outstanding, I would say, outside of Trippy. And even though he's only +1, the 10 assists alongside that really do kind of sum up what kind of a game he had. And every single time we were on his POV, he was dealing damage, he was getting kills, he was doing everything that was required. But I think you raised a really interesting point halfway through that game, Dan. It was like the structure to that game, the pace of that game changing at different moments. It was almost like it was scripted, right? We could kind of just feel the moments, and both teams just playing it almost to a T.
Yeah, a lot of respect as well, I think, for each player on that team. You wouldn't just push out unnecessarily expecting to win a 1v1 against anyone. You didn't want to take 1v1s in this environment. You've got 8 players who, for the most part, are not going to miss when their shot is on, and you can hope that maybe their shot isn't going to be on, but you'd expect them to be with the sheer caliber of player that we're seeing in these tournaments now. But 2-0 up, Optic find themselves in such a good position, Mark, as we look back at some of the replays and some of the highlights that made the difference for this squad. But going into game 3, it's the game that you highlighted, the one that I missed on my notes. It's that King of the Hill on Streets, which maybe I missed it because it went by so quickly. It was such a dominating performance from Optic last week.
Yeah, it really was. It was kind of Cloud9 looked like that was the first time they'd played that map. It was quite strange to watch, actually, Cloud9 be dominated on a game type in that way, because it's something that we just don't see. I mean, they very rarely get dominated on any map or mode, and maybe they're going to put the time in the week to put those wrongs right, so to speak, and make it a little bit more of a competitive game. But what an opportunity this is for Optic to stamp their way into the grand finals. And of course, even if Cloud9 come back from that losers bracket, of course, the elimination bracket, excuse me, then they're going to have to beat Optic twice, and that's not easy to do.
Not easy to do, and I think the bigger point is they just need to break the duck to Optic Gaming. They need to finally break that curse that is Cloud9, and this is going to be their best chances ever. You're completely right. King of the Hill Streets, a game where they absolutely walloped Cloud9 last week. Cloud9 didn't even pick up a set of rockets. That's how dominating it was from Optic. And if they can play in the same way, if they can have that same success and speed to which they approach King of the Hill Streets, then Cloud9 shouldn't win this game. But my question is, how much have Cloud9 looked at that tape? How much have they practiced a game type that clearly they were very weak in? Because we know Cloud9, we know these players, when they are weak on a game type, they will very quickly adjust to the meta.
Well, a massive game here for Optic Gaming. The opportunity to beat Cloud9 in competitive play doesn't come along too often for them, and there isn't many better opportunities than the one they find in front of themselves right now. Stella's going to be challenging, and it looks like Lucid's going to get some help from APG. Eco, though, picks up rockets, and that's at least something. That's an improvement from last week's performance on King of the Hill here for Cloud9.
Will he get a kill with them? Yes, he will, and very much is an improvement. We only saw 3 rocket kills last week in this game mode, and they all went in favor of Optic Gaming. So Cloud9 at least able to make some improvements, but we'll see whether it will help them going into the rest of the King of the Hill mode, as Formal is going to be a lethal player here now with that Bulldog, but as I say that, he falls up.
C9 prioritizing that hill early on here. Lucy trying to push in the red room. Look at all of Cloud9, though, just flooding this hill at the moment. Stella's job is going to be to watch that mid-map flank at the moment. 2 kills fall in their favor, Cloud9. They have control. They should be jumping in this hill and racking up a little bit of time. However, Bound has fallen, and so is his teammate. Trippy's going to be pushing. Optic trying to make this push up the driveway, and those shots from Formal were as crispy and as pristine as you could ask for. Lucid now in a 1v1, and there's going to be a little bit of help coming in from Bound. They're holding down those PD spawns at the moment, Dan, and that's been the difference on this street hill.
And at first glance, I was like, why is Stella challenging that? Just go into red room. But he recognized Eco was behind him. He wanted to do as much damage as possible and secure that kill. He knew that extra bullet would give Eco the definite chance of being able to take Formal down. So I love that from Stella. That's very much an indication of what we were talking about earlier. They are selfless players, are Cloud9, but they do find themselves all 4 dead now, and Optic with the chance to try and set up for this hill.
And now they've got a break. This is the difficult part, right? Look, 2/3, excuse me, of the bar filled here for Cloud9 to call that first hill their own. But that break is tough. Look at this movement, though, from Lucid. He's got the thrust, he's got the help, and now he's got the Bulldog. Eco is going to be weak on the street. This should be another clean team wipe, you would imagine, coming in from Optic. They should be able to get even more time here, and they should be able to almost tie this game up.
They weren't getting that much time during that whole process, though. Even though they killed the majority of Cloud9, they had done well enough, Cloud9, to throw grenades and keep Optic out of the hill, and eventually they shut down Lucid. So now they can perhaps take control of that Bulldog, of this driveway area, and then push into the hill as Trippy has picked up rockets as well.
About a high hill for time on this Streets hill. Formal gonna have the Stalker rifle, and he's probably one of the most devastating players we have in the Halo Championship Series with that gun in his hand. Bound is going to be barked at and going to be taken down, but look at the push once again coming in from Cloud9. It's organized, it's surgical in the way they're trying to take apart this team. Optic now having to try and break once more, and it looks like 2 bodies in the hill. Trippy might have a little bit of a rough time around this corner as he gets his pockets pinched. As the rest of Optic Gaming now try and push. They make the break, but the point has gone to Cloud9, so C9 already improving from last week. They take that first Streets hill.
Well, last week, Cloud9 were pretty good at breaking the setups, but where they really struggled was actually setting up themselves. Optic took full advantage of maybe Cloud9's lack of knowledge as a 4 in King of the Hill Streets, but Cloud9 are very good as a unit of making a call and all doing it together, and that is usually the key to success when you want to make a break, is all being on the same page. So I think as long as Cloud9 can better their way of setting up from last week, then this is going to be a far more competitive game.
Well, this hill is one that you can certainly lock down a little bit more securely than what we saw on that Street hill. Hills inside of Tram, you can hold down the top Ivy area, you can put pressure onto respawns, and the amount of distance you have to travel down as a player if you're coming off respawn on the other side of the map is much increased from what you see on that Street hill.
And it wouldn't surprise me if, as this game mode goes on and develops, that teams give it maybe one shot of trying to break and then purely moving and setting up for the next hill, because it's almost not worth consistently sending players that are going to get killed over and over and giving the team who is set up a chance to get out of that position, which is what's just happened. Cloud9 have given Optic the chance to not only get the hill, but get out and get rockets, and maybe even get into a position where they could set up for next.
I mean, Trippy,
love that.
Throws the rockets off to Formal, maybe expecting a death, and Formal will not be able to give Cloud9 one with that rocket, but certainly does the damage. APG picks up not only a kill with a grenade, but also with the battle rifle to clean out those final 2 players at the back of that A tower. Now Formal on the flank, picks up 1, picks up a killing spree, and Optic have the setup now. They should be able to rack up a decent chunk of time.
Killing spree does get shut down, but 16 kills for Formal. He's enjoying himself on Streets at the moment. And I think that comes from the rest of the team being able to just emit the same amount of damage, really. They're matching Formal and his pressure and the shots that he's been able to lay down, and they're all putting enough assists on the board where it is going to be such an enjoyable experience in a 4 when everything you look at has probably already taken some damage.
Formal last alive isn't going to be alive too much longer, though, as he picks up his 8th death, not without 17 kills in the way, but that's a great break. We've seen this from Cloud9 before. They managed to get the break pretty cleanly. Information picked up by Bound, who now scarpers away, and now you're going to expect the Cloud9 collapse to come in. Penguin has the Bulldog as well, which should allow him to lock down one of those Streets. Cloud9 looking pretty strong here, Dan.
Well, this is where they struggled previously. I want to see them in this setup actually hold and get this point. That would be a big telltale sign of the fact they have practiced this game mode and they really are taking this seriously coming into this Pro Series. Eco is in a good spot now to be able to at least watch over bottom mid and make sure that they're not going to get flanked, but he needs the rest of the team to be covering every other angle here. So much trust in your teammates when you can just focus one area of the map.
I like this from Eco as well. Even though they have the lead on this hill, there's more to talk about here, right? The fact that that next hill is going to be moving towards that cafe side. It's not too far for Cloud9 to transition across to, so Eco has to try and influence some spawns, has to stay alive as long as he can. The help's starting to come in now, but look at this play from Eco. He has been such a thorn in the side of Optic. 2 kills exchanged either side. Eco, last player alive, picks up 1, and Eco is still alive somehow here.
It's a 1v1, and Eco knows he needs to get his shields here, and he's worried he's going to be tracked. Spawns are going to be a big factor. Has APG got PD spawns? No, actually both teams have spawned in separate places. Cafe is where Cloud9 have got the spawns. Optic were down towards Tram, so I'd say that Cloud9 maybe got the better of the spawn cycle there, but can they actually find the kills?
Lucid picks up 1, but Lucid is going to be in an important 1v1 here with Bound. Bound doesn't get the trade as Lucid is there to get that beat down. Stella cleans it up, and now Cloud9 look like they're on the front foot here, but what a grenade that is coming in from APG. A little bit of unfortunate circumstance there for Eco to be taken down, but it's worthwhile when you find yourself 2-1 up.
Yeah, Cloud9, they did enough. They did get the better side of spawns there, but they also won those 1v1 engagements that were happening all over the map as Trippy just walks into a set of grenades. But we are going to see now Cloud9 the chance to set up once more, and they look like a different team to what we saw on Streets King of the Hill. I don't know if they weren't awake last week when we saw them play it, or whether they just never played it before, but certainly they look more comfortable.
I mean, Optic pretty much have one push here, and if it doesn't go their way, then this could be over. That's a little bit of coordination coming in from Optic to get those grenades into the hill at the same time. Not only does it get them to kill, but it also takes the Bulldog out of commission, so Stella's going to have to try and escape. That's a great push from Optic. Love what I'm seeing from them, just being patient, making sure they're not rushing their approach to that hill.
Yeah, patience is key in these King of the Hills. It's very different probably when you're watching and you're playing in your ranked games where everyone starts throwing themselves towards the hill like the olden Halo days, but it's certainly more setup heavy with this King of the Hill game mode, and realistically you get 1 or 2 pushes per hill if you're going up against an opposition who knows how to set up properly. So you really do need to time it, you need to be making sure you're coordinated, and actually both teams are playing this pretty well so far, but Cloud9 seem to have the edge right now.
Yeah, Eco just got so much information as well. Formal had to win that one, but Penguin's there with the rockets, and that's going to be Cloud9 converting the next hill too. They're up 3-1. It's one more hill to go here. If they can deal with these PD spawners, then I tell you what, Cloud9 might be on the verge of sending us to a Game 4.
Game 4 is very much on the horizon right now. The clock could be a factor as well if this hill starts to get a little bit scrappy and neither team's able to pick up any real time, but I think Cloud9 just want to get this one done right here, right now, not even allow it to go to next hill. But you've got so much responsibility when you're bottom middle. You have to try and face as many angles, keep your head on a swivel, try and do as much damage before you inevitably fall.
Love this positioning from Bound as well. This right corner, you can tuck in, you can stay alive, but also when he's got that Stalker rifle, he's just going to be doing so much damage on all players who are approaching. There's a beatdown. Finally, he falls as Trippy will be in position to pick up 2, but it's still 2v2 on the map, and for Optic, 2v2 isn't good enough right now. They need to get some numbers on their side.
Well, nice shots, but not quite enough. Stella will go down to a trade of grenades, but now it is a chance for Optic to score. But this is what you can do when you are the leading team, is you can kind of anchor C and just bombard the hill with shots, but you really need to be winning those engagements. Otherwise, you can get very much trapped over towards C as well, and the other team really can pick up some significant time.
Optic starting to creep back into this hill a little bit more. Big push coming in, though, from Cloud9. They've committed to the front of C here. It looks like Bound and Stella were able to clear those players off of the balcony, which allowed the rest of the team to move up and make that play. APG, though, recognized the play was being made, retreated back to tires, and now jumps back out to challenge Penguin. APG playing this one perfectly.
Cloud9 need to get it done in quite a heavy setup here as well. You want as much time on the clock as possible if you are able to get the next hill on the move. Otherwise, Cloud9 are going to be in a position where, you know, at 3-2 with maybe only, what, 50, 40 seconds left with one hill left, they could very much just slay out Optic Gaming. But I tell you what, they may not even need it with kills like that. Trippy, the last remaining player of Optic, he goes down, and Cloud9 can now get some more time if they want it.
I mean, Penguin might fall to that grenade, but look at the pressure now from Cloud9 on the hill. That was such a pivotal moment in the game, Dan. Lucid had the flank on both of those players on P-Stairs, took that elongated route, but just lost the BR fight to Stella. Both those players somehow survived off the back of it, and then they were just down numbers. All of C9 could face forward. And off of that, now Optic are looking like they have to desperate the hill. Bound will clear the player out of tires. Optic find themselves 4 dead, and Cloud9 find themselves 4-1 up and make it a game and make it a series. We're going to Game 4 here. Optic, they certainly did not like the same force on Streets King of the Hill as they did last week.
It's worrying, it has to be said, when Cloud9 are able to improve that drastically from one week to the next. I mean, what would they look like next week, for example? If Bound is going to be a permanent fixture and they're improving that much in just the space of a week, I'd be pretty concerned if I was every other team involved in the HCS right now, because that was a statement for me. In what was a very one-sided game last week is pretty one-sided this time, but in the opposition's favor. Cloud9 really showed up. And one thing I noticed in those final moments as well was Eco pinging an area for his teammate to stand on, and straight away I think it was Stella who quickly moved and stood in the position that Eco was pinging, because Eco clearly wanted his teammate to stand there, wanted his teammate to help him, so they were watching the same angle. And that's what Eco offers. He's got this great in-game mentality where he knows exactly how he wants to play the game, and he's more than happy to lead the charge with some of these calls.
Yeah, it's mad, isn't it? I think there's very few players who see Halo in-game, in the action, when all the pressure's on and whatever it is, that see it still from a top-down map perspective, right? And Eco is one of those players. Like you're saying, he's saying, I need someone here. Someone needs to be here so I can make a play off the back of it. And It's one thing to make the call, it's another to have teammates who respond to it. And Eco and Stella, they've been a duo for so long now. That natural chemistry is synonymous with them at this point. But Bound, again, I just feel like he made some really smart plays in that game. Maybe it doesn't show up in the stats, but he took a lot of damage, but he didn't go particularly. I think when we looked at the KDs, he was still around 0. So he was just being a nuisance to try and finish off for Optic Gaming, just bobbing in and out of that hill, getting damage down with that Stalker rifle on that bottom middle hill. And I think the C9 just showed, like you said, kind of proving your point. When they were weak on a game type, they went away, they've worked on it, and now they look like a different beast.
And what was so interesting last week was, you know, I spoke about it just then on that map, is that they knew how to break the setups, which is usually the harder part of forming as a team. Usually the first thing you talk about when you form a team is starting strategies and setups. A kind of breaking of setups is the more advanced techniques that you start to develop a little bit later, but Cloud9, with the experience they have as a team, that was the first thing that really clicked for them. And clearly they looked back at what went wrong and realized it was actually their setups, and they were far better, far superior today when it came to Streets King of the Hill. And that is going to be a worrying sign for Optic Gaming as we move in now to game 4.
Now, Bazaar captured the flag. This could be a little bit of a war between the two teams. It's going to be very attritional. It's going to be a game type that I don't think we're going to go. Well, we'd never really go to 5 flags on Bazaar. Let's be real. Let's just pretend it's 3 flags. Maybe we will go to 3. Who knows? But Optic have looked pretty good on this, but so have C9. This is a very pivotal moment in the series, and I feel like with Optic having just taken that loss and in the way that they lost, I think the first flag is vital in this game. If it goes to Optic, all of a sudden the confidence rebounds, the mentality returns. They think it's just hold this out and we win the series, where it's different if it goes to Cloud9, right? All of a sudden the doubts start creeping in. It's like, oh no, not again.
Yeah, and I think that when Optic look at this game type, they will know they lost to it against Cloud9 back in Kansas City, but that was, of course, Cloud9 PR pre-Renegade, so there is going to be a little bit of a change for them here, and maybe a little bit of a game style change as well. What does Bound do? Does he improve Cloud9 here on Bazaar? Does he maybe not offer the same thing as Renegade? Because kills-wise, back then in Kansas City, Renegade was always putting plus 20 kills when it comes to these objective games, so maybe that's something Bound is going to have to offer here as well if they want to get back into this series and take it to a game 5. We said this was Optic's best chance of finally beating Cloud9, was on that Streets King of the Hill, right? And I feel like it has to happen here at Bazaar, because if it goes to that game 5 Slayer with Optic's history, and not just against Cloud9, but in general in like game 5s and maybe not getting over that final hurdle, it would all start to point towards Cloud9 once more.
I will say that game 5 is Street Slayer, and I just feel like Formal, for whatever reason on Streets, just gets it. He just locks stuff down. So maybe even as a fallback here, if it goes to game 5, Optic will be thinking we still have the chance to do this, but they don't want to get there. They don't want to go there. Dan, I mean, everyone at home has been watching this Optic Gaming lineup and expecting big things, and they expect big things of themselves. They said it themselves. Going to a game 5 and losing it again against Cloud9, you mentioned that mental block. That wall becomes even higher if they can't get it done from 2-0 up in the series and they get reverse swept. So to close it out now is massive for Optic. For Cloud9, it's all about just reaffirming that they are not an easy team to beat here for Optic. They'll want to send it to this game 5 as we head in to Bazaar capture the flag.
What we've spoke about since the start of this series was that Optic should win games that have a little bit more structure, that have a little bit more planning to them. And if there's any game that has structure, I guess it's Bazaar capture the flag, because there is clear moments on the map where you have to be in a point to set up for both overshield, for rockets, making sure those dynamos are going to be important for you as well. But similarly to what we saw in Aquarius Slayer, where both teams were respecting each other, where they were staying on their side of the map for the most part, you didn't see that many flanks that were successful or even tried by the end of it. We could get a standoff for quite some time between these two teams where they're both kind of fighting. They'll finally get a couple of players down, but it won't be enough to really make a push for that flag. And it's going to be a fortress getting into both of these spaces with how these teams have been playing so far today.
Yeah, I think a lot of the flag caps are going to happen around that overshield and rockets, right? I think that's going to be where the moves are made. A lot of the fighting's going to be taking place mid-map. And like you mentioned, both these teams are so good, so, you know, consistent in their fighting, whatever it might be, their shots. Every single POV you watch, it's very rare you see missed shots, right? Off the back of that, you're going to need something a little bit extra to give you that push to get through, whether that's spike grenades to just throw into the treehouse, just to clear space, just some way of breaking and entering almost through the window to get past that wall that is going to be in front of you is going to be the difference maker here. And we always preach about power weapons, overshields. When you've got two teams who are so evenly matched of skill level, ability level, whatever it is, that's the difference maker, because that is the thing that tips you over the edge.
It is. It's making those plays that perhaps the other team won't necessarily expect, but also knowing the tendencies of your opposition as well. Where are they going to be playing if they're anchoring? Where are they going to be trying to set up if they are getting this overshield? Can I catch this player off guard because I know where they're going to be positioned? And with the new overshield and how it's been changed and how important it's going to be to grab that, I also want to see players being smart about their overshield play. Don't just dive on into tree and risk a plasma pistol shot tearing you apart and then suddenly it just gets put to waste. Coordinate with your teammate, either send in a dummy so that one player goes in first and takes that PP shot for you, or go somewhere else, go bottom middle, or try and flank round towards rocket area.
Is that what you said, Scherzer, you go first when we played last night?
Absolutely. Yeah, I make sure that everyone takes damage for me so I can have the best statistics as possible, because otherwise I'd be terrible.
Okay, fair enough. Well, let's see what happens. Hopefully we can get this game live as soon as we possibly can. And I don't know about you, Dan. I just got a little bit of a feeling here we might be going game 5. I don't know what it is. I think it's because on the other side of the bracket, it's G1 versus G2. So I'm just feeling G5 at this point. 3 and 4. We've done 3. We're about to do 4. And we're just going to have the full, like, spectrum of Gs. A phrase in a sentence I never thought I'd say, but there it is.
You're stretching, but at the same time, I get that gut feeling as well. I feel like it had to happen on that game 3, and maybe Optic will be feeling the same. And we know as well as any, when you're a player and you're in a position where you are 2-0 up and you're feeling confident, you're on a map that you probably should win, and suddenly the other team who was terrible at it last week finds success, back of your mind, the seed is planted of, oh, what happens if we get reverse swept here? You got to stay focused. You got to stay on the ball.
Well, here we go then, friends. It's time to get into this next game. It's game 4 of the series. And APG going to be trading out some damage early on, but the damage is going to be traded not in the favor of Cloud9. Optic with a great start here at the start of the game. They have rockets. You would expect them off the back of this 4 dead to pick up overshield, and what a start this is. Already grappling in, rockets flying into the base of Cloud9. This is not a good start for C9. It is a very, very strong one for Optic.
It's a rapid start, but do they have tabs on the players potentially overextending here? No, instead Cloud9 are actually just going to challenge from their own rocket side. They have managed to take down 1, so this flag isn't safe just yet. Cloud9 need to position themselves to maybe get a stop, but with Lucid playing the way he is right now, this is going to be difficult.
Yeah, Stella and Nico have spent more time in the death screen than on the map at the moment. Oh my, Lucid is not missing any bullets at the start of this one. He looks like a man on a mission here. He wants to take down Cloud9. He wants to send a message. He wants to get the job done. And he wants to prove that Optic should be in that conversation of tournament winners when we get back to that LAN environment. The flag's still being moved here. Lucid going to be behind Penguin. Penguin trying to do what he can. Hill will fall, and it looks like Optic will be able to convert that first flag. They're up by 1.
Lucid finally goes down, but the damage is done already for sure. The first flag, and a very important flag that you were talking about to give Optic that belief that they are going to win this series, that they can take down Cloud9. 2 players on Cloud9 still without a kill. Bound has 5, but the rest of the boys have not been able to put anything on the board just yet. Optic pummeled them on that starting strategy, and that's what we expect of Optic. They have that structure, they have that teamwork that has been lasting for months now. They should have the better of teams who have just recently formed or playing with a sub or making a change, whatever it may be. But can they keep Cloud9 from getting into a position where they slowly and surely work their way back into the game?
Well, it's not looking good for Cloud9 right now because of the fact that mid-map control completely controlled by Optic. Optic now, because of that, have the overshield after it gets grappled back by Lucid, and Lucid is just being aggro as you can ask for at the moment. More kills being picked up. APG with another. C9 find themselves 3 dead once again, and look at this, still half an overshield here for Lucid to play with.
Lucid sliding around the map like a madman right now. A madman who wants to just fight everything and fight the world. Trying to do what he can for Optic to put themselves into a grand final, and for the first time in Pro Series history, beat this Cloud9 roster. Has really been their bogey team. And at the moment, it doesn't look like Cloud9 will even have a chance to get back in this game. But 9 minutes is a long time, and sometimes it can take teams a little bit of time to get back into things and start to actually hit some shots. So I wouldn't count Cloud9 out just yet.
Well, the good news is for Eco, he just got his first kill of the game. Stella and Eco both with 1 kill apiece. That's 2 kills in total, 14, maybe even more now, as I've just seen another death added to the tally between them for the deaths. And Formal now just charging at Eco, just saying, I want to be aggressive. I want to make this hurt for Cloud9. But even though they've had all this dominance, even though they've been on the front foot for the majority of this game, Dan, it's still just the 1 flag between the 2 teams.
That's what Bazaar is always difficult to presume you're going to have a victory and why you can never let your foot off the gas. Actually, in Europe, in the European Pro Series yesterday, a team was up 3-0, and Wes said he's never seen a team throw away a 3-0 lead. It turned into 3-3 after 5 minutes because that team took their foot off the pedal. They weren't necessarily playing at a speed which they should have been, and the opposition took full advantage of that. Optic need to make sure that they don't allow Cloud9 to do the same thing where they think that they have an edge, so they will take a mile.
Name and shame. What team was it?
That threw away the 3-0.
Yes.
It was
name and shame them.
I know I don't feel like I should. You know, I don't want to put a team on blast right now.
Anyway, don't worry. You can't remember. I get it. Overshield popping though. Penguin going to be challenging. Lucid going to be winning. That's his 15th kill of the game now. He's 15-4 Lucid at the moment, but Stella does have the Ovi. The first time we've seen that in the hands of Cloud9 as he takes down Lucid and adds another death to the tally.
I'm going to send with the team who got the flags back, but you're right. I can't remember who it was they were against. It was either Navi or Quadrant. It was one of the two. But anyway, the other team went on and beat Ascent, so it didn't really matter too much in the end. Wes was still right. 1-0 still, though, to Optic Gaming, but still plenty of time for Cloud9. And they've done better at getting kills. They've done better at breaking into the Optic base, but still not enough, really, to get a flag pull and a flag run on the go.
Feels like the first time we're starting to see Cloud9 win a few of these individual battles, a few of the pivotal battles going in their favor as well. Lucid trying to chase down Bound going to drop a grenade, and Bound had to reload, otherwise that might have been a little bit ugly there for Lucid. But you can see mid-map control just consistently still in the favor of Optic. And look at the teamwork now coming in. Trippy and Lucid, we talk about duos. These two have been doing it for years together, and now they're looking to push forward as well as Formal picks up another.
Lucid has been playing this game a lot in the last week, and you can see it. His shot is on. He's not missing. He knows exactly where he wants to be on the map and where he needs to be to help his team as well. 6 minutes left, still plenty of time, but Optic look the more likely to get a second flag pull. But Cloud9 are doing enough defensively just to keep them at arm's length, just to keep them away. Perhaps they need an overshield or a set of rockets to really give them a chance to get back into this game.
Yeah, it looks like APG wasn't quite sure where that spawn had come in there for a few seconds. They didn't want to try and force that flag. And when you have a one flag advantage, you don't need to force the pace. Bound's going to be challenging. Bound's going to win that one. Great little angle taken by Bound as well to take down APG. Especially when he had those two spike grenades. I mean, we've all been there in matchmaking enough times now to know that if someone throws a spike grenade on the same map as you, sometimes it just still clips you somehow and take you down.
Lucid puts more damage in and is just going to give up the overshield to a teammate here, I think. Oh, no, as I say that, he doubles back on himself. And somehow still manages to get that final shot. But the support network we're seeing from Optic is something that's beautiful to see.
Certainly is. Very efficient Halo being played by Optic at the moment, but I'd like to see them keep the aggression up. The last thing you want to see, like you mentioned, is giving Cloud9 an inch, because they'll take a mile. And they will get that flag moving. They'll only need to pull one to convert if they get a 3 or 4 dead. So Cloud9 still looking dangerous here. Bound going to be trying to challenge Formal. And challenge he will win as well. Trippy and Lucid still looking extremely good in this game. 20 kills for one, 15 for the other. On the other side, Stella and Eco kind of been passengers in this game at the moment. 6 and 5 kills respectively.
Yeah, I mean, Bound has been still slaying as much as he has been, not just last week, but throughout this tournament. But it seems like the rest of the team struggling a little bit to keep up, and that's mainly just down to how well Optic have been playing. They've been absolutely bombarding Cloud9 spawn each time, watching the right angles. They've been getting the overshields, they've been getting the rockets, they've been getting things like the Bulldog, for example. And every time we go back onto Lucid's screen, he's once more finding kills. He's once more having a lot of damage in his hands.
4 minutes and 40 seconds left in this game. A little bit of a chunk from the Bulldog, but not enough to really take a player down, as Lucid will fall 21 and 10. Still not a bad stat line for Lucid in this game. Trippy there to clean up some damage. You can see again, it's just Trippy just standing mid-map, just waiting for Cloud9 to push. Eco trying to be the aggressor once more, but Trippy just being elusive until Eco hunts him down. 2 full for Optic. This might be the chance here for Cloud9 just to get that map control they're looking for. APG is an important kill to pick up here for Cloud9 as that overshield is popping and Penguin comes back to double up and do that damage required.
You have to imagine if Stella and Eco start fragging out, right, and they get into a position where the kills start flowing, then suddenly you know, a flag cap is on the card, suddenly it is going to be a potential, because then everyone on Cloud9 is firing to a point where they can actually contest the damage output that we're seeing from Optic right now. Overshield is the perfect chance to do so, but here comes the Needler, and Eco wanted nothing to do with it. You do not want to run into a Needler that will very quickly take that Overshield down.
What a push this is, though, from Cloud9. Look at this. Eco managing to avoid the damage. He's managing to avoid Formal. Formal gets taken down. That's 3 dead momentarily. Last player is going to be Lucid. Lucid falls as well. All players on the map from Optic are now respawned, as Cloud9 only needed one opportunity here, Dan, and they are making Optic pay. It's back through the double doors, but APG's in the base with Trippy. They haven't dealt with the OE.
APG gets 2, and APG can be in a fantastic position to maybe get a re here as well. Has to win the engagements though, and somehow, some way, Optic still hang on in a position where Cloud9 looked for sure they were going to tie this one up. Fantastic overextension from APG.
Great overextension from Optic. APG and Trippy doing a great job, but I mean, what went wrong there for Cloud9? Because that is a good cap opportunity as you could ask for. Staggered spawns, 2 players, you know where they're going to be back at the base. No one rotated back. It was just one of those things that usually Cloud9 do not make mistakes on, but that was a mistake, Dan.
Maybe a lack of communication. They were looking in different directions, but not looking in the one direction they really needed to. Great band One Direction were, by the way. Harry Styles is doing fantastic since he left, but now Lucid, similarly to Harry Styles, who would do an incredible job on the stage, now has rockets.
I thought you were going to say Harry Styles known for his rocket launcher. And I was like, it's a strange bit of One Direction merch that I didn't think would be available, but at the moment, it's going to be Lucid, who maybe is going to have his own rocket launcher pretty soon, because he's doing some work with this one.
2 minutes on the clock. And Optic, unlike Quadrant, who were the team who threw away the 3-0 lead, I remember now, thanks to my coordinator, Shurzy1, who came in clutch with the WhatsApp message. They only have 1 flag to throw away, which is very easily doable by even the best teams in the world. So Cloud9, even though it's only 1 minute 48 on the clock, is still time. There's still that potential of it happening.
Pressure just continual here from Optic. They have the overshield. Last player alive is Stella. This could be the nail in the coffin here for Cloud9. APG moving this flag towards Lucid. They're running it down on the low side as well, so they're going to block those spawns, which might give Cloud9 an opportunity to overextend. He also has the overshield. This is looking like the second flag on the board. Bound picks up 1. Trippy trades it out, and this is just the most simple run home for APG. It's almost as if he was the only player on the map here, as Optic do put that second flag in. And Cloud9 have been struggling to get 1 on the board, let alone into the Optic base. And with 2 on the board here for Optic and a minute left, this is looking like his game.
It's looking like for the first time in Pro Series, the first time in HCS competition, Optic will finally be able to take down these Cloud9 organization, as all 4 are dead. The curse surely is to be lifted now, and maybe it's just going to be a victory lap for the Green Wall.
Certainly should be. Just pressure on the base again. APG with some pure shots to take down the player in the back of the base. Lucid just slaying out now. Cloud9, I think they know it's done. Optic running the BM flag. That's what you love to see. 30 seconds left on the clock. They know there's no chance for Cloud9 to overextend and get 2 on the board, so it's just going to be a little bit of stat pad in here. APG wants the flag. Trippy says no. My stat's more important. Puts that one home. And with 20 seconds left, C9 are done. They're out of the game. Optic will be moving through to the grand finals.
As Harry Styles once famously said, as it was, it's not the same as it was. When Renegade leaves and suddenly bounds in the roster, Optic finally managed to break the curse. They finally take down Cloud9, and they're going to be delighted to get that duck out of the way. It has been looming over them for so much time on set. There's been so many questions of when is it going to happen? When are Optic going to finally reach that potential where they do take down this roster that has been a bogey for so long? And it's finally happened. They get themselves into a grand finals, and they at least give themselves the best chance possible to win this Pro Series.
Well, it's looking pretty good for Optic now, and they, like you mentioned, an opportunity to just win 1 series against Cloud9, and the job is done for them. For Cloud9, they'll drop down to the elimination bracket where games are still going on. They're waiting to see who is going to be their opponent, but from the looks of things, Dan, I think it might be G1 who've actually managed to sneak out the win. We'll get confirmation of that against G2, of course, as soon as we can to find out who Cloud9 are going to be going up against, but it is G1. G1 take down G2.
I mean, they're called G1 for a reason, right? G1 beats G2 in every no, I mean, those two they played each other a lot. I think Bravo mentioned that they do seem to find each other in a bracket. But anyway, looking at the stats, fair enough to Bound, 23 kills. But on the other side, Lucid, I mean, watching his POV was a masterclass there. I'd love to go back and see just what he did in every element, because I really do think that he was all guns blazing. But of course, it was the Optic support network that came in and allowed him to do so.
I mean, just look at the KDAs on Optic in that game. 7.3. Oh, he's only got one out. 7.3 was the lowest, though. That's all you need to know. But look at the damage dealt from Lucid. Nearly 8k damage for him. If you compare that to Stella with just over 4.4, I mean, night and day performance from the two squads, and Optic deservedly go through into our grand finals.
I think that's the first time we've seen some of these players on Cloud9 just not able to get into a game. Stella, in particular, there, and the damage, I mean, for a while, him and Eco were 0 kills, 5 kills, even 10 minutes into the game. They just unfortunately couldn't find their footing, but it was more down to Optic and how they just swarmed them every single time, and they were keeping Cloud9 separate as well. Cloud9 would try and kind of gather and get together so they could hold hands and try and take fights, but Optic almost caught them before they even were allowed to get close to one another. A very successfully well-played game from Optic, and they looked like the team that we expected them to look like last week.
So we didn't get to see Slayer Streaks. We did not need to go to that game 5. It was a professional performance from Optic, especially bouncing back after a disappointing performance on that game 3 King of the Hill on Streets. And like we mentioned, Dan, you mentioned it, right? Sometimes those little mental hurdles, even if it's online competition, you just get over them. When you move towards that LAN competition, you know you have it in you to beat those teams. And Optic, I think that's probably a bigger win than people will understand on the face of it. It's not just a win here in a winners bracket semi-final. It's a win against a team where they'd really been struggling against before.
And even though they'd won against Cloud9 in, I think, the FaZe Clan Invitational, it's different when it's HCS competition, right? When it's recorded statistics, when it's stats that are going to be read out on broadcast, that are going to be shouted out to the world, and that constantly looming over your head of we've never beaten Cloud9 in HCS competition. But Lottie, Bravo, they were watching from the wings, and I'm sure they enjoyed it as much as we did, because that was a fantastic performance from Optic in that last game.
Well, how the turntables, huh? That was pretty damn impressive, I'm not gonna lie. What a change of tune from Optic. And Dan, I bet you're glowing, mate. Are you glowing?
Am I pregnant?
Are you happy?
Oh, because Optic won. Oh, I see. It's that joke again. When can we get rid of this? Now that they've got rid of the duck, you know.
Never. This is your time, Gaskin. What? You kidding me? You want me to get rid of the joke now when it's your time?
I mean, that's fair. I have been saying
you lost the opportunity to change this narrative once you painted your house green.
It is green.
When you accepted the payments from Optic Gaming, that was kind of the end of it.
Yeah, it's in my contract. But you know, Optic, they were the best online team going into Kansas City. They were disappointing on LAN. Then they come back after the break, and we were expecting them to beat Cloud9 because they hadn't made a change. Cloud9 had, and then they were again upset. Finally, they have reached the potential where they get to the grand finals, where they should be, but the job's still not done. You've still got to win the entire tournament. So they've done half of it. The rest is still to come. We'll see whether they can still manage to get over that final hurdle.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, they've done the largest part, right? Winners finals, a pretty even kind of scoreboard, so to speak, there. And they managed to edge them out, not just in a game 5. I mean, my goodness, it is 3-1. Incredible stuff. And obviously, an exceptional performance from Optic and Bravo. Watching that one, especially the kind of final map here, I was really impressed with the heads-up play that I saw from Optic. Obviously, they were super aggressive. They were all over them like a bad rash, and the Slays were there for sure, but I think it was more so the fact that we could read into their communications, how they wanted to play Cloud9 as a team here, and the overextension from APG just really sealed the deal for me. It got really close there with Eco at the end. Talk to me about what you saw from Optic in this instance.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And if there's one thing I know about, it's certainly a bad rash. I mean, Lucid just with an unbelievable performance all series long, not just this 32-14 game that he had, but also if you watch the Streets game, there's examples where he was really weak in tires and he drops down and Bound doesn't get the trade right. I think we were seeing a lot of Optic playing not just at kind of their normal level, but really at their best. When you can find yourself in examples like that, where you're not letting players on C9 eke out trades they should, that can be the difference maker. And those flags just kept coming home due to amazing control from the side of Optic Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to say, just impressive overall. And, you know, I want to kind of talk about the main differences that we saw, because we have a pretty good comparison here from last week. And onset, Cloud9, a totally different scoreline from last week, from this week. Optic just looking pretty unbreakable. What are some of the main differences you're seeing from Optic's gameplay, or potentially Cloud9? You know, what were they doing wrong? Or was it more so reading into what Optic are doing right this time?
I mean, Optic nearly threw the second game. Let's be real. Like, that was a Cloud9 comeback in that Slayer that was extremely close. And then off the back of that, Cloud9 dominate that game number 3. So I think the most important game of the series was that game 2. The fact that Optic managed to hold it together to win that close game. And those close games usually don't go in their favor against the big teams, right? So that was the big one for me. And then I feel like the way that Optic played that bizarre capture the flag, I think it just broke the mentality of Cloud9, to be honest with you. They got that first flag on the board, and then there was no desire to go in and overslay, to risk pulling another flag unless it was a perfect situation. And that can be so demoralizing to play against. If you're playing against a team who's just set up mid-map, who's just constantly spawn killing you, if you're Eco and Stella on that map, you can't get on the map. I joke that they spent more time in the death screen in the first couple of minutes on that map, but they did. And they did actually play in the game. And from there, they had their one flag cap opportunity. That was the one worry I had. C9 didn't take advantage of it. They let a couple of players slip through, and then Optic just had control. I think C9 mentally were gone by then, checked out, and yeah, unfortunately, that was the series just kind of handed to Optic, who did what they needed to do on a map where, you know, it's a battle of attrition mentally as much as it is, you know, performance-wise. Optic just beat Cloud9 into the ground.
Yeah, I think while we're still on that comparison as well, I just want to quickly talk about Streets King of the Hill, because that, again, was a totally different kind of result there. And, I mean, I've got to say, Gaskin, what happened there? What happened to Optic? What happened to Cloud9 for them to be so damn good at the pushes, breaking hills, breaking the setups, and, you know, a totally different experience from last week?
I think Cloud9 had clearly, you know, gone over some tape. They've made some changes. They a little bit more comfortable on Streets King of the Hill, and perhaps had the better with some of the spawns as well. They played it very well, where they were trying to spawn their teammates in certain areas so that they could better themselves when they push for that next hill. And maybe just a little bit of a blip in the radar for Optic. I don't think they'll worry too much, because they were still able to get over the finish line, still able to get a 3-1 victory.
They certainly were indeed, and I'll tell you what, somebody who's going to be able to give us a much better insight into that victory is Lucid, somebody who's been absolutely popping off this series. When is he not popping off? That is the main question. Lucid, it's so good for you to join us, and thank you so much for taking the time. Dude, you were insane. I mean, you're always insane, but that final finish for that series against Cloud9 was pretty epic. Talk to me through the kind of mindset the team had, especially heading into that final map of the series.
I mean, it's just, I feel like that's the kind of way we expect ourselves to play. I would say last week was definitely not the return to form. We just, like everybody else, just kind of unpracticed, so things are a little bit of a toss-up all around. Very much say that's kind of like how things were with like Hill, for example. They're just, it's very mixy, so no real guarantees on like what we know is going on consistently, and that's kind of like why once we got into that bizarre flag, we hadn't really played that in a while. We hadn't really scrimmed it in a while, honestly. So it's still kind of a bread and butter, though. We played it enough times and just got into it, got some power weapons, got some power ups, and for the work.
Tommy. You're on fire, dude. That last game, 32 and 14. I mean, those are numbers that we generally don't even say in a post-game lobby when we're looking at stats. Also, one of the things I also referenced was like one of the plays you made in Tires as well, where like I think everyone's expecting Bound to get the trade. You're able to force situations where he doesn't get the trade. Anything particularly that was clicking for the team today in terms of the way you were able to take advantage of those situations?
Yeah, I mean, I think just kind of harping back to where we were, back to where we were last week is just all of us not really playing all that consistent, just individually. Just like putting hours into the game, just kind of been a little bit of an off season. So I think we've just been getting more hours in, this past week or so, and we've scrimmed a little bit. So I think, you know, just the natural teamwork and shots and everything just on point.
Totally, yeah. I'm certainly on the same page. You guys look great.
You guys do look very, very good right now. And Gaskin kind of mentioned it before heading into the series. Well, first of all, he's a really big Optic fan, by the way, Lucid. Huge Optic fan. However, he did mention about the progression of online to LAN, and we all know the big differences, the big jumps there, pretty significant. But you guys dominated online before coming into Kansas City. How are you feeling about the growth as a team? You said about the consistent kind of effort you guys are putting into practice and how you're growing. But really, you know, what else can we kind of dig upon here, especially going up against Cloud9 and being able to finally get back to it online. How can you transfer that onto LAN this time?
Yeah, I feel like the type of transference is, it's like almost more so just a mental hurdle, because I think we found our glimpses, especially at the LAN, of what we could be doing, what we should be doing, and what was, and really I think still will be. The online performance is very consistent, and just the decision making that we have, the communication that we have, was just a little bit more frantic, a little bit more hectic, that I think none of us were really used to. And that's something that we've acknowledged, we've talked about. I think there's more stuff that we can go over. We have film to probably watch as a team. And I think this type of hurdle is like, with the performance that we still had, the way I see it is like we really should have, that's kind of like why I think things unfold, is like we should have won that series. And we all felt like we should have won the series on LAN against Sentinels to put ourselves in like a top 2 type of placing. Just fell by the wayside. Sometimes things happen, and we just didn't mentally recover from that. And then even before then, it wasn't just like an all or nothing, like it's just all gone from there. Like I said, there was a little bit of just iffiness on the consistency of the fundamentals we were just building throughout. And I think that's something that we will have to work on. It's gonna be difficult, but now that it's very conscious in our brains, I think we're gonna make some great efforts leading up to Orlando.
You know, I think something that is amazing about you guys is the fact that you're such a dominant team. We can see the talent. It's pouring out the screen when we watch you play in any series. I think it's just fine tweaks, you know, fine-tuning little tiny things. I think that's a pretty scary concept for a lot of the other competition out there. So thank you so much for that incredible insight, Lucid. Best of luck for the rest of the Pro Series today. Not that you're going to need too much luck. And thank you so much for joining us.
Of course. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, man. Good luck.
Well, there we have it.
Lucid, I didn't get his autograph.
Sorry, Dan.
I just want to say, look, very quickly.
Yeah.
If we could, I don't know if production has the time to do this. If we could get a side by side of Lucid and Dan, like Dan is starting to look a little. If Dan buys a new pair of glasses that look like, I'm just saying, all right, this is developing. I can see it happening over the weeks. Okay. He's got it. See, they're not the Lucid glasses.
He's
working on it.
Yeah.
I'm telling you. Happening.
And then a couple hundred hours of in-game play to practice. You'll be right on the mark, Daniel. Right on the mark. How many hours? A couple hundred, probably. I would say.
Yeah, fair. That's fair. Okay.
Yeah, that's how it's fair. I'll tell you what, folks, we've heard from Lucid. He's feeling pretty good right now about the team and heading into this grand finals, but we have a quick break, and after the break, we're coming back to our elimination final. We're going to be finding out who is going to be joining our grand finals team, Optic Gaming. It is going to be really, really exciting. We have our winners bracket on the screen for you right now, and our elimination bracket looking at Cloud9 versus G1. The boys did mention it earlier. G1 beat G2 2-1. Pretty epic stuff. Well, I'll tell you what, folks, taking a quick break, coming back, elimination finals. You want to see who's going home. You want to see who's in that grand final spot. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Hello, folks, and welcome back to the HCS Pro Series. We're here in North America for the number 6 Pro Series this week, and I just want to give you guys a little update on a different region before we get back into NA. And I have the results in from the MX region, and Knights, they do it again, folks. They win once again. Pretty impressive stuff. We have some seriously dominant teams here in Halo Infinite and in the HCS, and it's pretty incredible. And it's just all about how they can then transition that into their international regionals as well. And speaking of, perfect segue, because we do have their regionals happening on July 22nd to July 24th. And we are so excited, aren't we, lads? Because we're going to be there.
We're going to be there.
Be absolutely amazing. So tickets and team passes, they're available right now. Get your hands on them. Make sure you get those in the bag, and you can be joining us right there at the MX Regional Finals as well. So incredible stuff happening in Mexico City. And fellas, I can't wait to join you. It's going to be another Halo adventure. So I cannot wait. But you know what? Even better for you guys at home. The game is ready. Our Elimination Finals is happening right now. Cloud9 versus G1. Fellas, please take it away.
All right, thank you so much, Lottie. Dan, excited to get into this one with you. And it's not every day we can say a C9 versus G1 elimination finals, but that's what we have on our hands here. And we'll have to see if G1 can strike against C9 that was obviously very unhappy with that last result.
Yeah, they've taken down Complexity, Kansas City Pioneers, and now G2. Like, that is such a good performance from a G1 squad who wouldn't have necessarily been on the radar in this kind of top 4 to top 6 conversation, let alone getting into the top 3. And yeah, okay, we don't have a few teams playing right now, but you can only beat what's in front of you, and G1 will be delighted to make their way into an elimination final. But they are going to be going up against a pretty roughed up Cloud9, a little bit bruised and battered, and maybe he will be looking to try and make a statement here. But with King of the Hill Recharge being the first opener, Catalyst Capture the Flag featuring as well, some new maps and modes that maybe Cloud9 may not be as strong at.
Yeah, we'll have to see if G1 can take advantage of that, and also maybe take advantage of C9's spirits. Of course, G1, a team that's going to absolutely fly at you as well. This will, of course, unless I'm mistaken, mark their highest placing in a Pro Series so far already, and now looking to add even more to that. What a statement it would be if G1 was able to take down C9 tonight. It would make for an even wilder evening and wilder week here in Pro Series number 6. That's the task ahead of them. It will not be an easy one, even against a roughed up C9. They know they're going to have quite a match ahead of them, but it's going to be King of the Hill Recharge to kick things off.
G1 stock has been rising for quite some time. Pre-KC, they were starting to make some waves, and then at Kansas City, they featured on the main stage for the first ever time, and they got to play in the balls, of course, and they really put on a show. Some of these players very much impressing not just the spectators, but also players alongside them and on the opposite side of them as well. But here, King of the Hill Recharge, a very difficult game to play if you don't keep tabs on some of these spawners, if you're not setting up properly. So I'm excited to see what goes down.
Absolutely, and we've seen a lot of talk on Twitter as well from the G1 side, from Kenny Vaccaro and others, about just the importance of what the teamwork means to this team and what the bond of players means to this team. And to be honest, between Swish, Devin, Tony Tutor, and Squale, there might even be viewers here in the Pro Series that aren't even familiar with those names yet, just because they're not yet maybe household names in the world of the top 4, top 6 of competitive Halo, but a big opportunity for G1, maybe a turning point for them in this season. And I have to say, almost regardless of this series, they've got a lot to be proud of this week, but you have to wonder if they're maybe going to sit back on that a little bit too much. So hopefully they're hungry here to go up against C9.
So many times in the history of Halo tournaments, whether it be online, whether it be LAN, when a team manages to achieve what you think is the unachievable by getting those few placements a little bit higher, and they find themselves suddenly with the big boys, they almost accept defeat in a way. I've been in that position personally where I got top 3, I got to a winners final, and then I just knew we weren't going to be able to beat a team, and we just got absolutely spanked. But we were happy. We had already achieved what we set out to achieve. So you need to look at it in a different way, I think, that maybe some other teams do. You have nothing to lose here. You can take risks. You can take 1v1s. You can maybe re-challenge a fight you wouldn't typically do. Try and do something a little bit different to throw Cloud9 off here, because no one is going to complain. No one's going to judge you if you lose and go out in a way where you've tried something a little bit different.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. And I think also, even if they're able to put together a great series here, I think that will put them even in a different trajectory than if they find themselves on the receiving end of a 3-0. As we said, King of the Hill Recharge going to be your first game type in this series. Perhaps an opportunity if G1 has the practice hours in to take the first game of the series.
First hill is a little bit of a messy one. Camouflage can play a big part if you can get hold of it first, but sometimes it is difficult to get hold of it, and usually it's about trying to find that camouflage player. Squall is the able-bodied person who does grab the camo, but eventually he falls.
Taking a look here. Stellar already going to be in control bottom middle. First points on the board. Not an easy one to hold, but so far able to put a few seconds here down for the team. G1 found themselves one dead, but to be honest, based on those long haul spawns that we saw for so long, oh my god, Stellar gets a little bit too much damage on Swish if you ask me. They'll find themselves two dead, but it's a good push because Bound's the last player alive.
It's 1 versus 1, and Predevinator doesn't put himself into a position where he can be naded by spawners. Instead, he turns, he tries to find Bound, and he does actually get to a position where he can take that fight. Good decision making there from Predevinator. It's very easily to just get sucked into the must run into hill, must get hill, must position myself where I can at least get a little bit of time. No, he thought about that for a second, and he got into a position where he could be with his spawners, where he could take the fight.
Certainly here. If you're just joining us, this is the elimination final. Cloud9 versus, yes, G1 here. They've made it all the way to the end in the elimination bracket, seeing what they can do up against one of the best in the world. Going to be a little bit of a time here for G1. They will control bottom middle. Eco now in Repulsor Tunnel with some great damage and going to have some help as well to come in. They'll get the first kill. That will be Devin falling. Tony two-turned, by the way, one of the best gamer tags in the league, if not the best gamer tag. Trying to do what he can from C-Plat. Squall gets a double. Right now, Penguin versus Devin, a 1v1.
Yeah, Penguin was able to get a double as well, so it was a double-on-double action, a little bit of double, but I do like that G1 are able to consistently keep this seaside spawn. That's where the next hill is going to be, so if you can fight consistently from that side and still pick up hill time and maybe even edge out that first point, then you're going to be in even better position if you have the spawns to set up for that next hill, because we know how difficult that C hill is to actually take off of someone.
Certainly a little bit of chaos here, and it feels like both teams playing with a lot of aggression, but C9 almost just holding forward here. Tony does not pop the camo before falling, so it will stay bottom middle. He will fall already. Squall 7 kills on the board, by the way, does lead the game. Not just G1, but also the entire game at this moment in kills. As I say that, though, Penguin will tie at 8.
Big fight going down, big fights going down constantly, but it's another double that happens. And elsewhere, Predevinator, he's been always anchoring for his team. He's been making sure they get those spawns. He's been winning those last fights. He's been doing enough damage, but then once the team is up, that's when he starts to re-engage. That's when he starts to re-emit some damage to try and help the rest of the squad.
Squall with some great shots once again. He'll be 10-8 in the game, and so far, a great little rally back here from G1. They're not ready to give up on this bottom hill just yet, and what looked like it was going to be a sure thing for the side of C9 has not been secured just yet. Devin with some nice shots from double stack, trying to get some damage on batteries as well. Stellar, though, will jump in, and with 2 dead, Bound will join him. They will stack up here. Penguin with that Mangler angle will be forced to drop down, though, to try to pick up some extra time.
What G1 have done very well is off spawn. They have consistently been getting Cloud9 out of it. They haven't allowed them to get over that final hurdle when it comes to hill time, and that's because they've had those C spawns. It's so easy to bank nades off that C flat. Long haul spawns, I should be saying, excuse me, of course there isn't a C necessarily in this, but I'm referring to the strongholds point of C on this map over towards long haul and blue. But this is a good amount of time from Tony two-turn and G1. They are slowly but surely working their way back into this. 3 dead from Cloud9.
Yeah, that was 3 dead, as you say, and now the spawn's finally coming in. They were coming from Mangler and Whirlpool. Right now, they got to watch from the batteries angle. Here comes Stellar on the desperate drop. 3 dead again for just a moment here. Down to the wire. Eco's going to try to get the hero run. Will not get it. That will be 3 dead again. Now, Penguin will trade as well. Devin versus Bound, one of the last 2 players. Devin gets their first. Bound will drop Mangler. Bound will win it and retreat back to Mangler to keep the point uncontested just yet. Here, we'll have to see who pushes in. Eco will fly in. Somehow, are they going to do it? Pops the camo as well. Doesn't get it, though, off of the contest. 3 dead for both sides. The 1v1 again. Penguin in the bottom middle will secure it somehow. Cloud9 takes the first point.
Pure, unadulterated action just happened on your screens, but it is Cloud9 who come out on top just. That is going to be heartbreaking, though, for G1 when they were so close. And what's worse, Cloud9 still had those long haul spawns, but G1 do very well to quickly reassess how they break it. 3 dead, and now they get control of long haul.
Absolute carnage, absolute chaos there several times in that final hill. That bottom hill, by the way, if we take a look at the clock, lasted much longer than your standard opener here on Recharge. Several times where it came down to 3 dead each side and 1v1s with really a player on double stacks and another player around Mangler Pit trying to win that battle, and we saw it go back and forth. Bound with an enormous play to win that 1v1 and then retreat back to Mangler Pit, paving the way for Penguin to come in as the last player alive. Just like that, though, as you say, G1 with some great time on the board here for our second hill and long haul.
Cloud9 did break it again, though. Similarly to what we saw them do last week on this game type, it was the Cloud9 slide. Both of them came in at the same time to just output so much damage. Similarly to the Cha-Cha slide. Maybe we'll start to see it in Family Holidays sometime soon. But Eco using that sword to full effect.
Wow, even just a little bit of that fake out that I've seen way too many times where he starts to turn just a little bit to the left, then flies back in, just to maybe take a little bit less damage in terms of how the Spartan hitbox will take damage, especially when we talk about headshots. Killing spree for Eco. It's a double kill as well. Second point goes in for C9. Like you said, a clinical push to regain control, and thereafter they do not lose it.
Look how quick Cloud9 are to move from one side of the map to the other and retake control of the hill once more in the new desirable position of Elevator, and Eco is not missing at the moment. Gets another double kill. Still has the sword in the back pocket. They still have control, and G1 now starting to flail a little bit.
Look at this. I mean, we talked about Squale, who's popping off. He's still 17 and 15, still leading the game, but now you've got Eco Bound and Penguin 16, 15, and 15 as well on the C9 side, and now well over halfway through hill number 3 as well.
And if you think about King of the Hill and, you know, which hills have structure, which hills are a little bit of chaos, you would expect G1 to have a better chance of those hills that are kind of bottom middle, maybe the one that ends up in Turbine a little bit later as well if we get there. So certainly look out for G1 to compete in those hills, but those that have a little bit more structure, that have a little bit more planning about them, Cloud9 should have the better, and certainly that has been evident so far. But a good push from Squale and the rest of G1 to take down 3 members of Cloud9 here and finally get control of this hill.
Yeah, that was 4 dead as well. Eco's first spawner, he's going to be Pipes. Bound and he in Pipes, as you can see there, now making the push. Bound actually just goes front face battery. He's not afraid to challenge. That's the kind of confidence you need. That is a perfect example of what Bound brings to not only previous teams, but also this C9 roster as well. Bound will be your first man in. He will fly batteries, take a battle that many other players wouldn't, and then from Bat Legend top gold, they push in. Now Eco versus Tony, 1v1.
Big 1v1 to win. A lot of responsibility if you are either of these players, but it seems like Eco has got the better in a way where Tony was too far away to really take the fight. At least teammates are there for Tony first. I think both teams are going to be arriving now, full sending into this hill. But who's actually going to get the grenades that are going to make the big impact or hit the shots as Predevinator gets a double? He's been playing pretty lights out. I've got to say, I'm very impressed with how he's played.
Where's Penguin? Penguin was your last hope here for the side of C9. And that will be a G1 point on the board. There, as you say, the pushes were coming in, but a big 1v1 from Devin at bottom elevator will secure that point for them. So what looked like it might have been a quick 3-0 lead for C9 will actually be a much closer game. It's 2-1.
Cowboys coming up, and both teams will focus it, but G1 have lost 2, as well as Cloud9. Bound jumps out to try and take a fight once more to help the rest of the team, but it's the G1 bombardment down bottom middle to ensure that Squale gets the camouflage, and now he can put it into effect. Cloud9 did position themselves to get some time early on in this hill, but now with G1 having the camo and having blue control, it's their chance to put some real time on here.
What can Squale do here? Still leading the team in kills. Swish also stepped up in a big way, 18 kills for him. Clearly being outslayed at this point, but only down by 1 hill. Once again, big opportunity for G1 in their first elimination finals in HCS play for Halo Infinite.
Jumping out batteries again are Cloud9. They seem to keep doing it, and you've got to be careful because eventually, if that's a tendency that's noticed, you will be punished, just as Penguin was there. The grenade was perfect from Squale. And unfortunately for Cloud9, they're a little bit sporadic at the moment, all over the place. And that means that G1 are just lapping them up because the assists are coming through, and G1... I mean, they've ran through so many teams already in this Pro League, and they are going to make a series of this one, that's for sure.
And I tell you what, it feels like C9, I kind of started to talk about it at the opening of the game. C9's doing a little bit of rush because we can't lose, and they're just kind of playing off of their confidence. And it's worked well so far, but right now they might pay the price. We could likely see a tie game in just a second. There you go, tied 2-2, and it's a great hold from G1 over here on our third hill at Blue Underpass.
I will say, remember last week in the grand finals how close it was between Cloud9 and Optic, but it was C9 who clutched up in the very last hill to ensure they won 4-3. But with the time where it is and how long that first hill took, I don't even know if we'll get to a team being on 4 at this rate. Like, we might just have it end on this Turbine one because it's so difficult to actually secure this hill at Turbine, because it is so easily contested by teams who could just flood themselves from bats over and over if you're not controlling it properly.
Eco with a big momentum kill there at top. Control needed to win that one, and does. Stellar's able to fly up. Tony wants to decide to bring a sword to the party if he can. And actually, if we're going to take it down, you had to think that Stellar might have been around the corner on 8cat. Pays the price in the end. Swish, last player alive, 4 dead for G1. And right now, this should result in even more time. Bound also going to sneak away with the camo. That'll result in more time on the board.
Happy to give his camo away by giving away his position as well, but this is what I was talking about. G1 just sending it, full sending it from batteries into hill, and if you're not holding those right angles, you do leave yourself so vulnerable, but it's a triple kill for Stellar, and I tell you what, he fancies more, but perhaps a slight over challenge there. Maybe feeling a little bit too confident.
Maybe, but can you blame him there? Of course, he's going to fly out, especially here in a series like this, try to go for whatever he can. Still tied 2-2, Cloud9 with a little bit of an edge here on this 5th hill. Devin somehow picks up one, might even get another one, an elevator if he can. The repulsor doesn't hit. We'll end up with a trade. Penguin with last player alive for C9. We'll take a look. He's in pipes. He's going to have to retreat over here to gold. He's going to get pressure coming in and will be taken down. So for the moment, we'll see more continued time on the board for G1. And Swish is your player that is on a wild trend in this game right now, tied with Squale and Eco for most kills in the game.
I remember chatting to Swish just before their first series on main stage back in Kansas City, and he was saying how excited he was, and I asked the team, who's your star player? Who is the guy I need to look out for? And Swish was like, he looked around and he said, yeah, probably me. He's got that confidence, and I tell you what, he deserves it, because look at G1, they are 3-2 up now, and when you consider how close, Andy, they were of getting that first hill, this game could have already been over, so they need to play in a similar way. Get that first hill this time, get over that finishing line to ensure they can win this first map.
Absolutely. If you looked at the stats earlier, I believe 3 out of 4 players on G1 were just about even or negative. That has changed quite a bit as we take a look at this side, and big kills coming in from not just Swish and Squale, but also Devin getting on the board in a big way as well. And right now, only 1 hill away from taking game 1 off of C9.
It's almost like what we saw happen to Optic back in Kansas City. They lose that winners finals, and it just means they crumble into the losers bracket and just aren't playing as well as they should be. And maybe there's elements of that for Cloud9, and they need to quickly pick their chins up. They can't let their heads drop after that winners finals, because otherwise G1 are going to be taking full advantage of it, because as we mentioned, they have nothing to lose. Stellar will go down. Points still being scored by Cloud9 though, but this hill is about to get messy.
Yeah, 2 dead both sides. What's going to happen here? Tony gets a melee, should be able to clean it up. Yes, that was a 3 dead for both sides. 1v1 bottom middle, but the help comes as well for Eco. Stellar's flying into Mangler Pit. Not sure if he even needed the help. It's a convincing win from Eco. So now you're going to have G1 with those C-plat long haul spawns, maybe give them an opportunity to take this hill.
And I'm wondering whether maybe Cloud9 think about that and they move through control and they try and take C-plat, and that's exactly what just happened. Eco has done just that. Tony might have a shock rifle, but for not much longer. 3 dead for G1. Cloud9 not only have the hill, but they've also got the good side of spawns, and that means G1 now have to fight out of elevator.
Squale already through Hydro. What can he do? Bound is in control, which means Squale is going to have an angle on him. It's a great 2v1 Mangler Pit push there. Always got to be careful. That means 4 dead for C9, so it'll be guaranteed time. Eco's the first spawner. He's going to be top elevator, and we'll have to see how G1 defends this, what could be the final C9 push.
At least there is a little bit more elevation over towards elevator. I didn't mean a pun, but it means you can challenge from 2 angles, and that means you can really dominate those who are in the hill below you. 3 are dead, make it 4. So Cloud9 off the back of all 4 dead, get an A4D of their own, and now they have the chance to try and get this point to try and tie the game. But where are G1 spawning? It looks like it's a battery pipe spawn.
They might just give us one up. If you have to think, look at the timer. They really need to make sure they don't take too much damage here in Whirlpool. 1 goes down, might be 2 going down. Yes, indeed, they will trade as well. 2 dead both sides. This 2v2 could determine a lot of points on the board.
And just like the grand final, it's going to come down to this final hill over towards Long Haul. One thing that Cloud9 did very successfully against Optic was how they broke that hill when they didn't have it. The plays that Bound was able to make. But are G1 going to make the same mistakes that perhaps Optic did in those final moments? But for now, it's Cloud9 who have control.
Nice rotate here from Devin, able to get that angle a little bit faster thanks to the grapple. Now coming around, going to pick up another one. 3 dead for G1. Last player alive was Devin. Tony's a spawner. He's not going to be in position. This will mean more time for C9. Tony has made it over to Hydro, but he will need to make sure to wait for teammates here. because C9 now almost halfway here on closing out the final hill, and what could be a heartbreaking upset come from behind win.
Cloud9 are pushing, they're getting aggressive. Eco is diving on the spawners over towards Turbine. That's going to be 2 members down for G1. Tony was waiting for teammates, but they never really arrived, and now he doesn't have time for teammates. You have to go into the hill, otherwise this is game over.
Oh my, Cloud9 actually flies through Whirlpool, and G1 maybe had a gap there, and that's going to be the end of it. G1 maybe could have gotten away with a C plat push. I don't think they realized the 2 had already come through Pipes and Hydro to Whirlpool. And in the end, C9 come from behind win. That's a heartbreaking defeat for the side of G1 in a game that you might argue they should have won.
Heartbreaking when you consider how much time they had in that first hill. They were a second away from grabbing it, but it was just a couple of 1v1s that went in Cloud9's favor. It was a very interesting game to watch as both teams kind of were fighting for those C-plat spawns, and then from Elevator they were able to get the kills on those who were in hill because of the 2 different angles you could take that fight from. Eco with 38 kills. Absolutely astonishing.
A huge number from him. Keep in mind, we were all keeping an eye on both sides of the scoreboard all game long, and it's out of nowhere. Eco 38 when the next nearest is 31 from Swish. In the end, the late game, you could just tell how much damage Eco did on those final 2 hills to allow them to come back and win that game. The man who knows how to step up when his team needs it most. Also 9 less deaths than anyone else on his team. A fantastic performance from him.
And something that I took away from the Lucid interview was when it comes to King of the Hill, no one really knows what to do at the moment. There's still not a sure way of playing, and that means it is going to be a toss-up, even when you have 2 teams who maybe on paper look like a completely different golfing class, but there on that map, it was very even. And if it wasn't for Eco with the amount of kills he was able to find, it could have been a very different game that maybe G1 could have led. But C9 do hold on, they clutch up, and that is the sign of champions. No, those are winners. When you win the games that maybe you're not even playing that successfully, you still manage to eke it out, and they go 1-0 up in the series.
G1 certainly going to wish they had several moments in that game back, and moments that might haunt them through the rest of the series. Stellar with that triple as well. Has to fly out for the Squale over, regardless of the scenario. Here was Swish again. He's able to pick up a few with some help in Whirlpool, and at this moment, keep in mind, right, you have Eco leading the game for his team, but essentially tied with the kill leader Squale on the other side. It was a really late game where C9 just made everything count.
It's a solid performance from Cloud9. The highlight reel will show plenty of kills going round, but in the end, all we'll see is a victory for C9. It's going to be lit up blue on the series layout. Street Slayer is going to be map number 2, and traditionally I'd say that, you know, any Slayer is going to benefit a team who might be a little bit lower down in the ranking points than the other, but we know Cloud9 on Streets. They are a scary force to be reckoned with.
And I think one thing to note is this is C9 playing in a little bit of a pissed off elimination final, just holding forward. And I think that's why that game was so close. Anyone who's watched enough C9 knows that this is really just kind of an aggro C9 holding forward, and they're ready to get back into the grand finals. We'll have to see if they bring that to Street Slayer as well. Here we are into game number 2.
I do think that in that Optic series, before the Bizarre Capture the Flag game had even finished, a member of Cloud9 had already quit and joined this lobby to get ready as they were just wanting to have another chance and another stab at Optic Gaming. And G1 might be on the receiving end of that, that's for sure. An early stages 4-3 lead in favor of Cloud9, but they do have Rockets.
Interesting, they're bound going to come away with Rockets, as you say, but they will be tied 4-4. It's a great push from Swish as well, and going to double back. Bound, he has to use 2 Rockets, but he'll make them count to give them a minor lead here. I think actually several players in the end, before that final clock ticked down with that final flag as well, did leave that game, as you say, something we don't always see in competitive play. And C9 had one thing on their minds: get into this series, win it as quick as you can, and then get back into the grand finals. That was 4 dead for G1 off of the second series of Slays, so even though the opening might have been tied, it's now 9-5 in favor of C9.
Also love the information I'm receiving from one of our producers of not too much stats to work with aside from C9 good, G1 bad when it comes to Slayer Streets, and I couldn't have put it better myself. When you look at how these teams have played throughout this tournament and most recent Pro Series, this does lean towards Cloud9, but on any given day, any team can win a Slayer. So G1, certainly don't worry just yet, don't panic. There is still a chance they could win this one, but when we start to get to around the, you know, midway point of this map, I think that will be a telltale sign of how it's going to end up.
Eco slowing things down, knows there's a player on Heaven. It's a great team shot coming in from C9. Heard a player around here as well. That's going to be Squale with the Bulldog. but gets bulldonted. He's going to hold that now. Eco with a bulldog in hand, 15-9. So it was just a 10-8 game. Great patience. You saw Eco just taking his time over at A, and you know, I'm glad we're seeing this because it tells you that C9 maybe not only holding forward here, they're also making sure they also put together the right plays in this series. But I stand behind what I said earlier, Dan. I think the type of series that G1 plays here will make a difference in terms of their season trajectory. I think they want to put up as respectful as a series as they can. Game 1 was close. We'll have to see if they can do it in game number 2 as well. They're down by 4.
I mean, it does so much for your confidence as a team when you look back and you assess how you played in the Pro Series and you say, well, we came X amount of points close to beating Cloud9 on this map and that map, and they can look back at this series as well. This is such good practice for a team because Cloud9, let's be real, they're not necessarily going to scrim every single team down below top 4. They're mostly, for the part, going to play teams similarly to their level so they can get the best experience. So this is going to be G1's best opportunity to really get some playtime against the biggest and best squads here in the HCS.
Done well to keep the game still within 4 here on board with Eco. Team Edge are going to be spawning back Tram. That'll allow him to push up towards Caution. As you see 2 players there, Tony's going to be alone in PD, and maybe not for long. Eco's going to be the one that knows he needs to fly in to finish this one. Not the easiest kill to finish on his own, but just going to try to wait this out, and a little bit of an awkward battle there. Finally, the help will come in from Bound, and it'll be another kill for Eco in PD as well. Great positioning and great shots onto the rail. That will extend their lead now to 5.
Cloud9 have been doing that very well. They've really been isolating some of these G1 players, forcing them, backing them into a corner, like into PD, and then just hunting them down like lions looking for some prey to try and have a meal for the evening. And unfortunately, G1 just haven't really been able to escape those isolated exercises.
Oh my God, look at Eco from the L, just snapping to that kill on B stairs. A nice little double, and that will start what could be the C9 steamroller here, 30-22. That will give them an 8-kill advantage. And once again, it's Squale on the G1 side with the most numbers, but Bound and Eco now leading with 9 and 8 respectively.
Eco's position is given away just purely off sound cues here, and Tony was well aware of it, will get the kill, but the damage comes from the rest of the C9 roster who will swarm, and it's another set of rockets if Penguin gets away, but he does not. Swish, if he can grab these rockets after a double kill, fantastic chance to try and get back in this game now. Rockets can really swing in your favor.
Certainly couldn't agree more. If he does not get that double, if the Rockets get away, unfortunately, the first one not going to connect, as I think it was Eco who's actually going to stay alive. Yes, all the way back to garbage. Might even use the thrust in order to achieve that. Nice work from Eco to force that rocket. Now only 1 rocket left, and it's a 10-kill game.
I'd say around the halfway mark, 25 to 30 kills is when you start to see the bigger and better teams usually take a lead and show their true colors, as eventually Swish does get a kill, but Bound does fantastically there to actually get the trade. Usually you'd expect that rocket just to terminate the player he was looking at, but this is the difference with Cloud9. They do manage to get those trades that really help them keep the lead.
Love how you decided to use the word terminate there. Absolutely savage term. Getting the kill's not good enough. You got to terminate them. 40-28. It's a 12-kill lead now. And I think what we saw with the deny of that rocket stand is a perfect encapsulation of how C9 is approaching this series. They forced the wasting of one rocket. They forced the trade of the other. And I think C9 has just been such a tough opponent in this game. And right now they're on the home stretch. Only 9 more kills to go.
And it wouldn't surprise me, Andy, if Eco planned that. He said, look, I've got thrust. I'm going to run totally middle. I'm going to look for rockets, and I'm going to thrust out the way. I'm willing to put my life on the line to try and waste one of these. That is C9 all over. That is very much Eco all over with how he plays and the way his brain thinks. 44-31, 6 more required as G1 probably realizing now they are not going to get back into this game and perhaps already considering game number 3.
Reminds me of an age-old Unisha quote, which I believe was thrust a lot. You can take that however you'd like, in any context that you'd like. 3 kills to go here for C9, 3 dead as well, make it 49. The kills keep coming. Devin is a first spawner, and potentially the first target. He's going to spawn Arcade, so are the rest. Bound knows it, and here comes a C9 push.
Rockets have just spawned, and I think Cloud9 are going to have them. This should be the last kill. Will be the last kill. It's a killing spree for Bound, and it's a 2-0 lead for Cloud9, as it may have been close on map number 1, where King of the Hill, perhaps Cloud9 didn't really know what's going on, but when you talk about bread and butter, Cloud9 on streets, they know exactly how they want to play that map.
They certainly do, and as soon as they had the openings, they maintained that 4-kill lead for quite a while, started to extend that. It quickly became a 10-kill lead, and they never looked back. When we get the stats on screen, you'll see they're pretty impressive as well. Bound, I believe, in the end, 16 and 10, maybe 9 assists to his name. On the other side, though, we saw even more assists coming out from the C9 players as well, as we'll take a look. And indeed, that was the case. 16 and 10 from Bound, but take a look at the assists coming out of Stellar. He's 10 and 8 with 12 assists, big numbers as well.
Yeah, it really was
Eco,
a one.
Wait, I apologize. Eco 13 and 5 in that game as well. We didn't really highlight that enough during that game, but he continues to also put on quite a show in these elimination finals.
Yeah, a lot of big brain plays coming out from Eco as well, and just how he kind of directs the team. They were moving around the map in a way where G1 weren't able to kind of counter it at any point, and they really did isolate players. I think Tony got caught in PD 2 or 3 times, just cowering in a corner, hoping that no one knew he was there, but it was the Cloud9 master plan. They had almost forced him backing into a corner, and then they would wait until they got a kill, knew they had the numbers advantage, and then suddenly they would take down Tony, they would take down anyone they had forced into a corner, and that's why we saw them have such a significant lead.
Perfect time, actually, with what you said. Eco just waits, and Tony tries to bait Eco around those corners to maybe get some help for some angles, but the help doesn't come, and when it does, it comes late. And you could see that really did not throw C9 off of their game whatsoever. There's that trade that I was talking about as well, and I think I even saw a comment from Batchford earlier on in the tournament as well, just saying the way that Eco plays streets is unbelievable, and he's doing the same thing again here with incredible numbers across the board. And I mean, to put on a performance like that, 13 and 5 in elimination final, really impressive numbers for him.
It's funny, I was actually playing matchmaking with Batchford last night, and he was saying how much he'd learned from other players in Europe and how they play the game. And if you want to learn from anyone in North America, I'd say Eco is a pretty good player to learn from. Watch his gameplay, assess what he does differently, because he really is a game changer here for Cloud9. Speaking of changing games, we're going to change maps. Catalyst Capture the Flag is where we head, and G1, they've got to try and work their way back into the series. And I know I keep harping on about, new maps, new modes, it's a chance for the lower teams, but we saw what happened on King of the Hill. Surely there's a chance here for G1, Andy?
I would say there's a good one, but I'm just glad this is game number 3. I'm glad we get to see this played. I'm glad we maybe get to see C9 at their best. We'll have to see what they can do against G1. Certainly it's an opportunity for them to put on a show, but I do agree. If G1 has the hours in, could be an opportunity for them as well. Bound flats out right away, gets to Ivy before anyone else has even woken up and had the coffee in the morning.
Gets a sword as well, and we know what happens when a sword gets into the base, gets behind enemy lines, and starts slicing and dicing. 3 already dead for G1, but look at the patience from Bound. He looks, he waits, he assesses, he waits for maybe the call from Eco as to when to go and where to go. They almost wait for the spawns to happen. They say G1 are going to be spawning on that flag, then we collapse.
And you could force those flag spawns in the worst way. That's going to be 3 dead again. Squale is going to be a spawner, and you could force those flag spawns even when you're looking at the flag. So if you know you're still on Ivy and Gold side, it's almost a guarantee that those opponents are going to be spawning there. Squale has OE'd. We'll see what he can do, but Stellar with the overshield, not afraid to push. He's going to have help as well. Squale picks up 1, which is an impressive effort, but not before Stellar will bring this flag back in with the overshield to help, and he needed the help. Take a look at his shields. C9 first on the board.
Even though that run was so effective and they went top mid, the fastest route, they had overshield, they had all of the things you would need to get a flag cap, still it was close for G1 to being able to stop it. That's how dangerous it is and how quickly off spawn you can make your opposition base. Even though this is quite a big map, or it feels a big map, actually from where you spawn and how quickly you can kind of slide across it, you really can get into a position to contest that flag very quickly.
Couldn't agree more. 4 dead, and they run the flag just like you said, as fast as you can with the power up. Still, the flag barely goes in. That's how hard you have to work. That's how much you have to overslay on this game type to ensure that your flag comes home. 2 dead, though, as we say that for the side of G1. Little stutter step here from Stellar, but he will bring that flag Ivy side. And taking a look here across the map, there will be 2 fresh spawners as well. Penguin doing whatever he can to stay alive and does well to play these angles, not taking damage, and able to re-peak once again with help from Bound. Still 2 dead, 3 dead probably in just a moment. You have to think Squale will indeed fall. This flag should come home as well. Maybe another one for Penguin. Overshield's going to be popping. Tony grabbing that overshield, though, so Penguin's going to be retreated back. Flag will go in 2-0. We'll see what Tony can do with this overshield off the back of it.
I feel like Penguin just didn't really know where to look. He had so much to do there, and he was able to do the damage. And I tell you what, Penguin missed 1, but you will not miss another. That is going to be lethal when you hit from any sort of distance, of course, but certainly when you put it in the right hands, it is going to be a weapon that is terrifying to go up against.
I want to see Penguin do some wacky grapple stuff here. He's going to do it. Let's go. Oh my God, he's doing it. Gonna grapple all the way back around for the flag as well. This is the Spider-Man nonsense I'm talking about. He's gonna grapple in all the way to the flag. And for the first time on an official HCS broadcast, you're seeing just what's possible with the grapple here on Catalyst. Gonna also start the flag run himself with 1 dead.
There was so much potential, but then unfortunately he only had 1 skewer bullet and he missed it, but he still gets a flag run. And G1 were all pushed out. They thought they'd done the job. They got rid of all the Cloud9 boys in their base, and then suddenly someone comes zipping on in behind you, and you've definitely got to be prepared for it. It has to stay in your brain as a potential thing that could be happening, and because of it, Penguin's got a flag pretty much across the entirety of this map so far, but now it's going to be a big old battle in his base.
Absolutely, and that moment that he had when he was grabbing the grapple, I think a lot of people were thinking the same thing that I was, that this was the opportunity. We were going to start to see people really kind of exploit and take advantage of what you could do outside of the map with the grapple, and that's exactly what he's done. Nice kill here, a cleanup. Both flags out though, so a little bit of a flag standoff here.
It's a 1v1 though, but at least Penguin's teammates are going to be spawning closer to the flags than G1, so Swish unfortunately will fall, and you can see the cross mapping from Squale and G1 Tony is going to be a position where they can do damage, but is it going to be enough to allow them to get across and ensure they keep that flag moving off their own?
Like this from Squale, doing as much as he can. Can't get the finish there on Penguin, but wisely just nades the main ramp, but bails off of it immediately. He will fall though, so 1 dead for each side here during this flag standoff. Overshield gonna pop.
G1 have been able to get these overshields, so that's one thing that's gone their way, but Cloud9 still have a 2-point lead when it comes to actual flags. But Swish with overshield and sword can do some real damage here, but Bound has done enough damage to at least get rid of that OV, and that is going to be the end of Swish's run.
Flag goes in as well. Cloud9 will score again. They're up 3-0 in what may be the fastest 3 flag caps, especially uncontested, that we've seen in Catalyst. CTF so far, Devin wins a 1v1 there, but a last player alive is Swish on this push, so this should be a dead run, a dead opportunity for the side of G1. C9 just kind of regroup in their base a bit.
And this is the one-sided game we were expecting with these two teams, and that's no disrespect to G1. I think they're going to be more than happy with the fact they find themselves in an elimination final, but I think them themselves will know what they're going up against when they are facing the likes of Cloud9, and they should be happy with how they've played Game 1 in particular, how close that one was. But it seems like Catalyst capture the flag just seems to be flowing a lot better for Cloud9 right now. As I say that, a double for Squale maybe could start to allow them to push into this space and maybe get a flag run of their own.
A nice little killing spree for Squale as well. Not done, gonna challenge Eco. Having some great shots, but Eco answers back with fantastic shots of his own as well. Worth noting though, Squale once again tied with the most kills in the game. That's the 3rd game in a row that we've said that. He's made sure to put the kills on the board for his team in this series, that's for sure.
Skewer not going to be used just yet from Stella. He gets taken out. Predevenator gets a double kill, and now for Cloud9, they can play this probably whichever way they want. And maybe one way is to allow Eco to start popping off with this, because the Skewer, doesn't matter if it's close range, long range, as long as you can hit that shot, if you can lead that shot correctly as it's a projectile, it just is so detrimental to the opposition team, because just like that, a snap of your fingers and one of your players is wiped out and you find yourself in a 4 versus 3, and we know in Catalyst, a 4 versus 3 is so difficult to play against.
It also has the built-in factor of being super demoralizing when you get killed by a skewer. It just kind of sucks. You know what I mean? It really sucks when you get skewered. So it has that little bit of kind of salt in the wound addition as well, which not every game weapon, across Halo games has had. But it really sucks getting skewered here. Penguin going to be the only player dead on the map for just a moment as we take a look here at that flag run, looking at Eco. Going to slow things down. Find Tony bottom middle.
It's another Ovi.
Bound to win that battle on top Ivy as well.
It just gets depleted so quickly. I mean, you can grab an overshield and be bottom middle all you like, but that's the risk and reward that you have to try and weigh up here on Catalyst, that you can be so quickly destroyed if everyone focused you. And okay, G1 have been able to get a flag out since, but it means Cloud9 have also been running a flag at the same time. And the Re's about to come in. It's about to be 4-0, you'd imagine. Nope, there's a last minute touch, so this one stays alive just about.
Tony getting turned with that flag. He's going to turn the corner as well. He'll stay alive with that, but going to be an opportunity here for Eco with the grapple. We'll see how he pushes in here. Tony and Squale defending on the flag. Nice shots from both of them. They will both back each other down.
There's a grapple waiting to happen right here. Okay, I
thought so too. Maybe he'll use it to go top Ivy. Saving the grapple right now.
Maybe he's forgotten he has it.
No, he's not. Come on, it's Eco we're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I take it back. I wouldn't dare insult him. He's got some bigger brain plays coming on the way. It doesn't matter. Predevinator has done well, gets the kill, and we'll have the flag moving and grooving, but still the flag on the other side. Stella, the last remaining player.
Yeah, we'll see if Tony can win this one. It would be a big 1v1 from him, and he does win it, but spawners will be up. So Tony can't push in just yet. Instead, he's going to grab a green gun and think about his next move. Eco responds very well off of the main ramp, might even keep going off the push, checks his own spikes. The assist will come in. So 2 dead for the side of G1. A little bit of extra love taps coming in from Eco as he'll now push down on the gold side as well. But he's actually going to decide to maybe come back over shield up. He should be able to grab here.
And of course, the longer this flag standoff goes on for, the more it benefits Cloud9 because they have a 3-0 lead and they'll just be happy seeing that clock deplete in front of them. Big nades coming out to try and take away some of that overshield, but now with the overshield in hand, it means that the G1 are going to be under a lot of pressure, but they've done pretty well to defend it. But it's all well and good defending your flag. You need to also be trying to get someone on the other side to get a return.
Yeah, Penguin was essentially last player alive there, and that's kind of what I mean. You just saw Eco flying with the overshield. I think it's a fine play, but does Eco make that play in a different setting in a LAN environment? Probably not. He probably plays it a little bit different there. So they're doing a little bit of holding forward, especially being up 3-0. In this game and 2-0 in the series. I think that was just an attempt to fly in, but guess what? Eco off the back of that on the respawn will still be off screen, the guy who goes in and gets that flag returned as well. So the score will stay 3-0 with 3 minutes left in the match.
I think the term that the kids use nowadays is W keying. But the kids also use a term called like cracking 90s, and I have no idea what that means as well. Cranking 90s, who knows? But certainly Cloud9 very much holding forward, as you say, and it hasn't exactly gone bad for them, right? They find themselves 3-0 up. They've been playing very aggressive, and even though G1 have won some 1v1s at the time, it has not allowed them to get a flag.
20 and 10 for Stellar in this game, by the way. Huge numbers from him. He leads the game in both of those categories and quite a few assists to his name as well. Here's Swish with 2:30 left in the game. That flagpole's going to come in again.
Flag taken.
Sword kill on the kill feed that you can see. So you've got to be aware of that if you are Cloud9. You know full well there is a sword somewhere that could be doing some damage. Stellar, of course, will have that information, will feed that information. So you'd imagine that Cloud9 wouldn't be running the flag onto that side of the map, and judging by where Stellar spawned, I'd say that Sword's probably on the other side, or at least in their base right now. Swish is doing so much, though, and has so much support. Gets a little Scorpion action as well with the grapple, but are we going to see Cloud9 just about get this one over the finish line and manage to get another flag?
Yeah, we'll see. Penguin now staying alive, taking a look at that flag. Just going to hold down here bottom Ivy. These corners on bottom Ivy and bottom gold are pretty tricky to try to manage. It's easy to play as a player and hard to push if you're on the defensive here. Penguin just going to go for a touch, thinks about the run, and will continue the run, actually. There were 2 dead for his side. Eco, though, coming in with a very welcome overshield. He's here to help and save the day.
And earlier when you were saying, you know, where G1, they want a good showing, I'd say that not getting 5-0'd is a good enough showing, and regardless if Cloud9 aren't playing maybe in a manner they would if they were going up against Optic, for example, G1 are still kind of matching them in these individual fights. They are winning gunfights, so that's going to give them a lot of confidence moving forward with the not just the rest of Pro Series, but the future of Halo Infinite.
Absolutely. Now 2 dead for the side of G1, still on board with the Eco. Of course, now he's 21 and 15 as well off the back of all those kills. The 4th flag will go in with 1 minute left. A double kill for Bound, and they're not satisfied just yet. 2 dead, and Bound looking a lot like he did at the end of last game. Players flying into the courtyard. It will still be 2 dead for G1, and Penguin, the objective man himself, gonna run this across in a scene out of Star Wars. Falls off the main bridge now, and will try to bring it to courtyard. Both flags out, though. 3 dead for C9.
Swish still trying his damned hardest to stay alive and get a kill to stop this 5th flag from going in as Tony challenges Bound and wins the engagement as well. But Eco, Cloud9, all of the boys, they've got the flag as far as they needed to, and now they just have to win these engagements, but all 4 are dead for Cloud9.
Let's see what Bound could do here. Last player alive. You could tell he's probably going to fly in eventually. Staying alive, though, so Squally going to continue this run with just 13 seconds left, and this will be a pad of the stats if they can get the flag in. Squally is the last player alive. We'll see if he can bring this one in. Has a spawner, and it's 4-1 on the board. The clock will tick down 3-2-1, so let the record show. G2 not shut out in Catalyst CTF, but it will be a clean sweep of the series for Cloud9. They'll win game number 3 4-1 and take the series with a score of 3-0.
A consolation flag for G1, but as you say, maybe a little bit of a confidence builder. They did score a flag against G1, and against Cloud9, excuse me, and they're going to be more than happy. They managed to get to the Elimination Finals. It's a top 3 placement. No one would have expected that before we started the tournament today. As for Cloud9, I think you were very much right when you said they were a little bit peed off. They probably just were thinking about the Optic game in that grand final, and they have stormed their way back into that manner. And it really was a position where they found themselves constantly over and over just running at G1, taking fights, being as fast-paced as possible, not necessarily thinking too much about structure there on Catalyst Capture the Flag, instead just continuously bombarding the base of G1.
23 and 14 from Penguin. Quite a performance from him. Everyone on the side of G1 there going negative in that game. Like we said, though, they will put a flag on the board, so a little bit of a confidence boost there at the end of that series. But still, for the side of G1, we got to mention a lot to be proud of this week. Their highest placing yet, and maybe the momentum that they need for the rest of the season. Here's a look at the damage as well. Eco just shy of 7K.
Swish putting 6K on the board as well, and hats off to G1. Very impressed. We didn't get to see too much of them, of course, with their elimination bracket run. They only show up on our screens realistically against the Cloud9, who were always going to be on top of their game. But I do think that Cloud9 are going to look at this one and say, well, fair enough, G1, they came, they tried to take us down on King of the Hill Recharge, but ever since that didn't go their way, then suddenly we started to tear through them. And Cloud9 probably were just thinking about Optic, thinking about that grand final, thinking about maybe trying to get a reset on the cards, because that's what's going to have to happen. If Cloud9 are going to beat Optic in this tournament, they have to win not 1 but 2 best of 5s.
I think it's a lot like you said, Dan. I think once they lost not only that game number 1, but maybe honestly once they lost that first hill on King of the Hill Recharge, a little bit of wind taken out of the sails from the side of G1, as you so well pointed out. If they had won that first hill, they did have 3 after that. That could have been the game. It could have been a little bit of a different series for them, but I think C9 took advantage of the deflated spirits of G1 after that in games number 2 and 3, as we're going to bring everyone back in here. A great series for C9, maybe a little bit too easy of a series there in the elimination final. They're used to maybe a little bit more of a challenge as we bring Lottie and Onset back in. But guys, C9 wants their revenge, and the tour may be well underway.
They certainly do. Yeah, the tickets are out for sure. I think the audience are buying them. The fans at home, they're going to be watching this tour, and it's going to be in the form of a grand final. And incredible effort for C9. But I got to say that on the flip side of things, I kind of want to talk a little bit about G1. You know, we don't really get to talk about G1 very often. And Onset, you know, something that I noticed was definitely that first map, obviously. I think King of the Hill on Recharge, going up against Cloud9, especially on Recharge as well, was pretty impressive, to say the least. And I feel like it really did come down to confidence with this team. They are an aggressive team by nature. And I feel like they came into this with really nothing to lose. I think they're pretty happy with their placement, with what the guys are saying. But it was small moments. You know, obviously Swish being that serious aggressor, the standout player, but also things like Tony flanking Stella from behind of gold. Being able to take the shock rifle out of his hands and team shots, obviously being able to take him down. But heads up plays like that, does it give you a little bit of confidence, maybe a little bit of a convincing that G1 have something special in them?
Oh, they certainly do. And the thing that really stood out for me on that Recharge game was just the confidence in the calls from teammates. You could see how many times, like, I think Predevinator would be inside a tower, put 2 shots onto one player, 2 shots onto another, and then we'll wait a few seconds knowing that the distraction had come in from another teammate, and then just challenge back out, because he knew that he would have that little window of opportunity to hit the final shots and get the kills. And that was synonymous with all the players, all baiting and switching beautifully. It was an extremely close game 1. I think they scrapped that bottom hill extremely well as well, which I think we're going to see more and more teams having to do when they don't have full control. It's almost as if you've got to just get a body in there just to force someone else to fight you. But I was impressed with G1, and you can see why they beat G2 earlier on as well. They looked very, very solid individually. The teamwork was there as well. The Slayer wasn't close, I have to say. The Slayer was completely dominated by Cloud9, but that's going to happen against one of the best teams in the world if you give them control. But G1 have got a lot of positives to take out of that series. I think they'll be pretty happy.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. There were definitely things to take away there for sure. An incredible effort on their part as well. And then, you know, Cloud9, I mean, what could you say, man? It got progressively worse for G1, and that's because Cloud9 got progressively better. It just felt like they just switched it on by the end of it. And that, you know, that CTF game on Catalyst was just, I think, a prime example of what this squad can achieve. I mean, bravo, finally, you had your wish granted on the spot, by the way, with Penguin. I mean, the grapple on the outside, pretty impressive stuff.
How lucky did I get with that one, huh? Look at this. I was like, I wonder if we're going to see some nifty grapple stuff. And Penguin knows the routes. Let me tell you, he flies all the way into the back of the base, knew exactly what he needed to do. And to be honest, I'm surprised it took this long to see it on screen, but you can do even more than that. We're going to see some wild grapple stuff on this map. It's certainly something to look forward to whenever we see Catalyst in a lineup.
Certainly. And you know what? I'm just loving also seeing, you know, certain things in with Penguin as well. You know, I think Penguin today has shown us what he's capable of in many different ways, in many different respects. We've seen that countless times, sure. But, you know, today with the skewer in his hands on Catalyst, being able to kind of take out players in the way that he was, for example, Tony grabbing the overshield bottom mid, and then Penguin like, oh, nope, bye. You know, it was just like small moments like that where I'm just like, Penguin, damn. Like, we love to see that confidence. The grapple play on the outside, just grabbing the skewer, going for it, being able to hit the shot so easily. I'm just loving what I'm seeing from the players. And Eco, dude, where has this come from? I mean, I know he's amazing, but my God, this is a different level this past couple of weeks. So I don't know what magic Bound is putting into this roster, Gaskin, but he's doing something, isn't he?
He's definitely injecting something. It is a lot of magic, that's for sure. Cloud9, they win 3-0, but can they take down Optic? As we look down at the elimination bracket, want to give another congratulations for G1 for their impressive run. Look at that. They take down BBG, Complexity, Pioneers, then G2. They've just wiped out all of their competition for, like, not just top 8, but looking towards top 6 when we talk about LAN events. So I think G1 are going to be on our radars for sure. Disappointing performances maybe for the likes of Space Station, be taken down by G2. I think they'll probably be looking at maybe changing things next week. But ultimately, it was another solid elimination bracket for some of these teams.
It certainly was, and G1 actually did fall short to Optic there, so a really, really impressive run. And like you said, Gaskin, I think they're going to be really happy with the progress that they're making, taking down, you know, some of their hard-fought competition this season so far. And a top 3 finish, they're going to be happy with that for sure. Let's take a look at the winners bracket, though. We do have 2 different stories here. Cloud9 progressing through to the grand finals after actually already going down to Optic in the winners finals 3-1. They bounced back up to meet them once again. So it's rematch after rematch, people, and we love to see it. But the question is whether or not this grand finals is going to be any different from last week. I think Optic Gaming are looking pretty happy with how they're performing right now, and I think already taking down Cloud9, I think that's the confidence that they need to boost them forward to get another win on the board. But we'll have to wait and see, gentlemen. Folks at home, you're going to have to wait for the goods to happen on the screen as well. But I'll tell you what, we're going to head to a quick break right now. We're going to get all of our players ready in the lobby, situated for a potential bracket reset. You never know, because it is Cloud9 we're talking about. It is Cloud9, so you never know what could happen. Cloud9 are capable of many, many things, and a bracket reset is definitely not out of their reach. You're going to have to stick with us, folks, to find out what happens in this grand final. We got Optic versus Cloud9 happening once again. So stick with us, and we'll see you after this.
The HCS is presented by Astro Gaming, AMD, Dolby, and the Marines.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines. So God, I'll be back.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the HCS NA Pro Series 6. We are on the mics because we're talking about Halo Infinite, and before we get into North America specifically and get back to what we've been doing today, I want to talk about a little update. And I've been updating on all the regions because of course we are having our Pro Series across all of the regions, and our EU Pro Series 6 winner is in fact Ascend. So a bit of a change of tune there. The dominant team are back in full force, but I tell you what, they brought on Respectful. Gaskin, I had the pleasure of talking to you about that all of yesterday and hearing you cast over these incredible clips here as well. So, you know, I gotta say Ascend, they're kind of back in it, and Respectful was a very welcomed addition to this roster.
He was. Mark, this was the game, by the way. The 3-0 lead that Quadrant had, and then Ascend got back in. They got to 3-3, but then Quadrant still won it, by the way, so it never really mattered. But yeah, Lottie, to your point, Respectful was added to Ascend. Initially dropped from Na'Vi a couple of weeks ago. He played on Online Warriors last week. They came second, beating the likes of Na'Vi, beating the likes of Ascend. But then he joined this powerhouse roster who have returned now to the throne of Europe. It was just a blip in the radar for Ascend's history books. They went 599 days without losing a European tournament, and then it was stripped away from them for 1 week, but then they're right back at it after a change, and Respectful looks right at home on this team.
He really does look right at home. I was really upset at the fact that they didn't get 600 days. It really bothers me still, and it always will bother me. However, it just shows you how incredible this team really is, especially making that adaptation of putting a new player on the roster and being able to gel so quickly. I was also so happy about Na'Vi also putting their name forward once again, seeing them back, seeing them have a little bit of success here, even if it is second place. I was really proud of those guys too. But make sure you guys check out the fact that we got the HCS EU Regional Finals happening at DreamHack Valencia. It is very soon. It's July 1st to 3rd. And I gotta say, you guys need to get team passes. Listen, there is so many team passes available right now. If you guys want to have a part in this, if you guys want to have a chance to lift the trophy on the main stage, that dream could be a reality. Make sure you go and get your team passes right now. And equally, if you're a massive fan of European Halo like us, then make sure you go get your tickets to go watch as well. It's going to be special. We're going to be there. It's going to be absolutely incredible, and you don't want to miss it. Well, we have a grand finals to talk about, gentlemen, and I am really excited about this because we have a rematch. I'm excited because we had a bit of a change of tune from last week. Optic obviously taking down Cloud9 in the winners finals this time around, and I'm impressed with what I saw from Optic. And Onset, the big thing for me right now is thinking about what Optic have to do to continue what they'd already kind of started in that winners finals. So what do you want to see them stay true to? What do they need to do against Cloud9 to make sure this is done in one series?
Aggression. You have to win the pivotal battles, but also, you know, just put Cloud9 back under pressure. Make Cloud9 feel like they did at the end of that bizarre capture the flag game where, you know, they left the game early. You've got to remind them of what a powerhouse you can be. The last thing you can do if you're Optic Gaming right now is give Cloud9 a sniff in this series. Game one, you've got to win it. You've got to win it. You've got to make sure that it's in the books. And C9 are thinking, hey, we can't even extend this one to a second best of 5. So get it done in the first best of 5. But most importantly, I think vital for Optic, win this first game and try your best to win it in some sort of style as well.
Very true. And on the other side, Gaskin, C9, you know, they're going to be kind of eyeing up the fact that Optic can be very aggressive, feeling confident. This is their time. What can Cloud9 do to counteract that?
Well, how much is in the tank for Cloud9 is also another question, right? Can they actually do it in 2 best of 5s? Are they prepared to slug it out this evening? To counter Optic, they need to match some of the structure. When Mark talks about, you know, Optic need to play fast, they need to make sure they're as fast as Cloud9, if not faster. Cloud9 also need to recognize that in some games, you've got to be able to slow it down in certain ways. And even though they did match each other pretty well on the Slayer Aquarius at one point, it's just about maybe outthinking Optic in certain areas and outplanning them, making sure you're the first to get maybe the power weapons or the overshield that's going to be on the map that can really make the difference. And I know full well Cloud9 can do that. I do want to keep an eye on Bound as well, even though he's been incredible. Don't get me wrong, there was a couple of times in the series against Optic earlier on today where he kind of got caught out on his own, where perhaps that information hadn't been fed to the rest of the team, where he threw himself into a fight and the rest of the squad were like, oh, okay, sorry, we weren't there with you. Just needs to make sure that the rest of the team are with him so that he doesn't throw away a couple of easy deaths.
Well, I'll tell you what, the grand finals are ready to go. I'm going to throw it over to the casters, Onset and Bravo. But as I do, Bravo, I need you part of this conversation as well. We've seen what Bound can do with C9 currently. We know what he's got. It's Bound's playground, right? What does he need to do with this team right now in order to reset this bracket? Is there a lot of pressure on his shoulders, do you think, going into this?
I think after last week that he got rid of the pressure. I think everyone knows what he's now capable of. But I'm curious what you think, Mark, in terms of Bound. For me, I think Bound already, they're clicking so well, he just needs to do what he did last week.
I agree, and it's difficult to do against a team like Optic, who can play in quite a structured way, right? You've got Formal, who's always going to be there locking down one of those lanes that we have on Streets, on live fire. I mean, it's difficult to be super aggro and take a 1v1 that you feel like you can win without getting a little bit of assistance from an Optic Gaming player. So you have to be kind of careful if you're Bound here, and you have to be careful if you're Cloud9 that you aren't falling into the traps that Optic try and set. But Stronghold Streets, I mean, what a way to start this grand final, Andy. One of the fastest game types we have, constant action, constant rotations, and one where both teams are going to feel extremely at home.
Oh, it's going to be absolutely non-style. I could not have picked a better game type, like you said, to start off this grand finals between C9 and Optic Gaming. This time it's a little bit different, a little bit flipped from last week. It's Optic Gaming coming in from the winner's bracket, and it will be Cloud9 that needs to win 2 back-to-back best-of-5s in order to close out this series here, and see what Optic Gaming can do.
I mean, what an opportunity it is for Optic Gaming to add another online championship to their belt, just to get that confidence back after the little break that they've had. They've already beaten C9. To beat them in a final would be a completely different thing indeed. They've got 2 best-of-5s to get it done. Hopefully, they only need 1 if you're an Optic fan, but we're going to start off with the POV of Lucid. Why wouldn't we, Andy? The man was destroying in the last series that we saw against C9.
And let me tell you, if you're an Optic fan, you is, by the way, going to win this one against Stellar. Does not give up on the tires battle. Fantastic work from Lucid. If you're an Optic fan, you have loved what you have seen from Lucid, with the exception of that last rocket. Second one a little bit better, but my God, like we talked about, we got to hear from him during the post-game interview from that last series. He's so calm, he's so cool. That's when he's his most dangerous, just absolutely putting on a show. And like I said, winning battles he shouldn't. The man went 32-14 in the last game that we saw him against Cloud9.
He really did. It was quite the episode of Lucid playing Halo Infinite. It really was one of the specials for sure to go back and watch. But for now, at the start of this game, you can see that Cloud9 have momentary control. It's a really important 1v1 here around the back of tower, because if Penguin wins it, then there is going to be a little bit of delay on that A being converted. It looks like Optic are trying to play the end of the map at the moment. A and C will go into their hands. However, you can see the C9 already pressuring A here. It looks like C9 might be able to take this one over.
Just like you said, you should flip, but great team shots coming in from Optic. And to be honest, if that's a sign of things to come, this could be a pretty quick series for Optic Gaming. They will maintain AC off of that stop, and look at that play just from Lucid to continue challenging from the Stalker Rifle into that left corner of A, and he had the help. And already those little battles, those are going to be the things that start to just eat away at the strength and the resilience of Cloud9.
And double kills from Formal certainly going to be testing them as well. Stella's trying to survive at the moment, but you can see that it looks like Optic know where his location is, so Stella just trying his best to stay alive. He's actually going to catch Trippy off guard here. Maybe a little bit of a miscom coming in from Optic, maybe just good positioning coming in from Stella, but you can see he's just waiting to step inside of that C stronghold before he gets that information to his teammates. At the moment, unfortunately for Stella, his teammates are kind of getting slayed across the map, but winning important 1vs like that can be the difference maker here for C9.
Oh my God, look, he's going to do it again to ABG, maybe with a thrust. Nah, I thought he's maybe going to thrust to the right in the end, though. Great win in back Tram, using that thrust to close the melee distance before the trade came in on Formal. 32 now to 19 in favor of Cloud9.
2 dead here for C9 as well. It should be A being converted here by Optic, and Trippy just traversing his way over to the pink street means that anyone who tries to push out of that tram towards where he is going to fall into that death screen. There's one rocket for Stella to hold and take to the grave with him. And now the Bulldog is going to be spawning at just the right time for him as well. C9 trapped at B at the moment. Optic playing the ends, and Trippy set up to pounce on anyone inside of these tires.
Yeah, Trippy just going to wait here in the rocket pocket, doing the laundry. Finds a few players around A courtyard. Some very good shots against Stellar is going to allow him to engage and not even get his shields fully stripped. Somehow slides through tires for free while A's being converted. Not the easiest to do. My God, very good shots from Eco, though. You thought that was going to be a Trippy win. Eco says no, but the kill will be traded out.
So tied up essentially in this game at the moment, 36 to 35. It's exactly tied up now as C9 do turn over C momentarily, but a lot of resources were expended in getting that conversion. So Trippy just being a pain here. The longer he stays alive, the better this is for Optic, because they have BC control. The help can now come in, and we might be on the verge of seeing our first triple cap of the game here.
Help comes in from Lucid as well, but they're trapped and cornered here in back A, doing whatever they can to bait and switch, and Trippy just going to try to maybe get this conversion because they get the kills they needed. Eco's last player alive for C9.
Eco gets the nades in, but Trippy's going to get the shots in. My word, Trippy. Those kind of shots are grand final shots. Takes down Eco, and that is the triple cap finally here for Optic Gaming. They've been patient on it. They've been waiting for it. Rocket's going to be popping as well. Stella gets 2, but Trippy, you just feel like he's on a tear right now.
Oh gosh, if he kept those rockets out, it might have been a different scenario. 3 dead. Lucid was last player alive for a second in a 1v1 with Eco, but let's remind everyone, this was tied 36-36. It's now 104-37.
That's how quickly this game can change. One triple cap could completely change things, and now you're also seeing, oh my word, APG snapping onto heads as he picks up 2. They're going to get the reset onto A. APG put a list in front of him of things to do. He'll get it done quicker than anyone else you know.
They don't call him AP Jesus for nothing. Amazing work there from him. He's going to even stay alive in the Bulldog battle. Wanted another weapon to play with. Eventually, he'll fall. Lucid with a hero's journey up the C stairs. Eventually, he will go down as well. But guess what? It's perfect trades because 4 dead for C9 yet again. Continued scoring. And what was tied at 36 is now a 140-point lead for the side of Optic Gaming.
You look at the Cloud9 stats right now. Nobody can get going. Ever since that game was tied up, no one has really gone on any kind of a spree. If you look at the Optic side of the stats, it's just Optic. 12 and 7 for Lucid. Optic looking very, very strong at the moment, but finally it looks like C9 have managed to win that team fight. They have 3 dead from Optic. They get B back in their control, but that triple cap, the damage that's done from there is going to take a lot of repairing here from Cloud9.
Let's see if Cloud9 has what it takes right here. You know, of course, if this was a LAN event, it'd be something a little bit different, but do they have, I think like Gaskin said, the gas in the tank to bring this one back? Already down by still 130 in this game number 1.
Formal versus Stella. Oh, he just went for the little weapon switch there, and it almost cost him his life. Formal had the help coming in from Lucid, though, and APG should be able to clean up these kills at the front of C, so they will be able to not only hold C here, but the kills that go alongside it as the rockets are popping means they'll be able to rotate to B. They should be able to get this in their control. They'll have the bodies here to flip it. Now they can turn their attention back to rockets. Great timing here from Optic, prioritizing everything they needed to at the right time.
Really great timing. Look how long APG watches caution. He watches and nades it just long enough before he had to immediately get his head on a swivel, pivot back towards rockets. Now he flies through Neons with the team. They will continue scoring, and they're less than 50 points away from taking game number 1.
C9 dip their toes into B. APG dips his toes into some kills. 2 fall. Make that 3.
Whoa.
No! Wow, Eco somehow managed to turn that one around. A little bit of help actually coming in from a C9 teammate as they now jump into B, but you can see how desperate C9 are having to be just to convert any of these strongholds at the moment. Another body jumps in. Formal stays alive for now. Has that red gun, but Penguin has the thrust.
Great job there from Formal and Trippy to work on that stellar kill. In the end, though, we'll still be B in control of Cloud9, and we'll be Trippy now in red room, going to pick up the thrust as well to rally back, and they're going to try to continue to put points on the board, but my God, do they have a mountain to climb.
They certainly do. Now, this is where patience is going to be important here for Optic. And what I mean by that is they've seen what the effects of a triple cap can be. They were the ones who were dishing it out. They were the ones who got that 100-point run pretty much without response. Cloud9 can do exactly the same to them. That's why you're seeing them slow things down. Formal with that first pick, vital. As Lucid will also find one. Trippy finds another, and it looks like C9 just fell into the Optic trap.
4 dead, bounds the first spawner, and look at the timing, Mark. You put it perfect. The patience out of Optic. Lucid sat back, and Tram actually went to the ATM, got his ticket sprinted. He's got the entire return journey planned, and they fly back out, and they get control, and they get 4 dead. That is surgical work from Optic Gaming.
And now they just have to hold. They have to hold the 2. They don't have to do anything crazy. It looks like the push is coming in from Cloud9 onto B, but there's a Bulldog to meet one player. There's also Formal to meet another. And Stella, you've got to be careful, my friend, because with the way that Formal is shooting right now, you're not going to have many opportunities to hit shots. He's going to hit them himself. Triple cap once again here. Eco desperately trying to do what he can, but this might be game over before C9 can even reach a stronghold. A dominating 250 to 110 performance from Optic in game 1. They look so strong right now.
Lucid 19 and 13 again, leading the game, not just the team, but also the game in those categories. Amazing stuff from him. And I tell you what, when Lucid is starting to go full Super Saiyan at these levels, Dan talked about how much he's been playing, how much he's been streaming. This Optic Gaming roster looks scarier and scarier, and that's not even to mention all the rest of the talent across APG, Formal, and Trippy. Big stuff from the entire squad.
Yeah, they just had complete control of the map, it felt like, at all times, whether it was when the power weapons were coming up. They were getting the kills at just the right time. The distraction on B as that rocket was coming up was instrumental to that final run, and you're looking across the stats here, there's nothing to shake your head at if you're an Optic fan. Every single player doing the job, and Formal with 13 assists to his name as well, shooting anything that moved in front of him.
Got to apologize as well, because I was talking about Lucid, but look at APG. He's even higher, positive 17 and 10 as well. So my apologies, popping off big there is both APG and Lucid as well. We'll take a look at the damage. And with that win mark, we're getting word from production here that Optic have now won the first map of their last 4 series against C9 now.
I mean, one thing you should be talking about with Lucid is that damage, though. 5.2k damage, Formal chasing him, but just behind in second place. 5.1k damage for him.
Wow.
Both those players putting down so many shots, and Lucid just taking not a lot of damage as well. So taking some great routes around the map in order to get those kills on the board. But, I mean, it was tied up at 35. It was back and forth all the time, Andy, but the first triple cap was the game changer.
It absolutely was, and really Optic never looked back. That was a great sequence that you saw early on coming in from Stellar, but not enough from the entire C9 squad, and this was where things got dangerous. Look at this win as well. This was the win for the trip cap against Eco. Like you said, fantastic shots from Trippy against Eco, last player alive, and from there it just felt like an Optic highlight reel.
It really did. It was just perfect rotations, and one thing that was impressive, like I mentioned, was when Optic found themselves 3 dead, the patience just to hold the 1 cap, to wait for the C9 push, to wait for the C9 aggression, and then just pick off that first kill, which then kind of leaves the rest of C9 in a little bit of no man's land, right? They don't know whether they want to go forward, they don't know whether they want to retreat, and Optic were able to set that trap and perform it effectively. Optic, complete control at all times of the pace, but also of those strongholds in game number 1.
Also, look at Formal going 15 and 13 with 13 assists. Those are great numbers from Matthew Piper. He's going to be happy with that. The entire Green Walls are going to be happy with that. And they will lead the series 1-0. Now we set our sights. A little bit of live fire Slayer.
We do indeed. Now, one weapon to keep your eyes on here is going to be that sniper rifle. I feel like somebody has it in them in this game to do something ridiculous. Whether it's Lucid, whether it's APG. On the other side of things, maybe Bound's going to get his hands on that and be hyper aggressive, running at players and just sniping them as he slides across live fire. All of these things wait, of course, to see if they come to fruition. But a massive game here for both teams. Cloud9, they need this to elongate the series. For Optic, if they win this one, they find themselves on championship map.
Starting things off here with Lucid, and as you said, it's a huge opportunity for Optic. We talked about how important it is to close this series out in the tournament out in the first series, and this series within the first few games. First few kills will go for C9. We'll see what Lucid can do, sniper rifle in hand.
Some responsibility here as well, because you can see that the rotation now has come in for Optic to play for that overshield. Formal gets a trade, which is going to stagger C9's push. Eco trying to do some damage, and I'll tell you what, Lucid might have somewhat of a field day here. Bodies Eco. Trippy will clean that one up as well, and it looks like they might have actually got control of that overshield. So Bound, even though he has the heat wave, is just getting peppered in the back. But Lucid at the moment is kind of chasing shadows. All of C9 are picking up the kills where they need to, and it's 6-3 off the rip here.
Yeah, let's see what he does here on this flank. He might try to quick jump up to C-plat. He thought about it, but instead going to get this angle on Nest Bridge. It's still a great angle. He might not have hit the jump, but he's still going to get the kills. Goes for it a second time. Will hit it the second time. Now over to Nest Bridge. Going to keep his eyes on Big Door as well as Green. They keep the game within 1.
Trippy with 2 there. Now the teamwork coming in from Formal and Lucid. Just not even looking. Bound had no idea that Lucid was flanking behind him. Formal just providing that distraction. That's the teamwork I was talking about. It just seems like the baiting and switching, everything is perfect. And that has allowed Optic to get back into this one. Now tied up at 8-8, but Lucid still with this weapon in his hands has a chance to change things here.
By the way, this is the tour to Lucid. He's been at every corner of the map with this sniper rotation. Brings it all the way to scoreboard. Instead brings it all the way over to Nest Bridge and bottom dirt. Stays alive as well. That's the no-scope repulsor for the added injury. And will continue to stay alive at Green.
That was disgusting. That was absolutely vile from Lucid. That shot was just, yeah, it's difficult to take if you're on the receiving end of that. And maybe that is going to be what breaks C9's back. But for now, Eco's managed to get 2 at least. Eco's still alive, and Penguin there to challenge. The overshield has popped, and unfortunately here for Lucid, there might just be too many players in front of him, but somehow he's alive. The teamwork, again, from Optic is there. Bounds on the flank, but Lucid puts him in the dirt. A killing spree for Lucid.
Oh my God, he's going to also repulsor up to stay alive. Now they're going to be looking for him bottom mid and key door. They do find him top mid. In the end, Eco will sniff that out. Had to get a little bit mind gamey there, maybe knowing that he would have been top middle, so Eco was wise to the play. Stellar with the overshield though, patrolling for a second. I got scared. Patrolling back tower. And now only down by 1 kill.
Trippy being elusive.
Oh, God, nice back.
Stella finding him with the back smack. Lucid and APG providing some damage onto that overshielded player, though. Stella now just has to join the normies of us with just some normal shields. That sniper rifle is going to be popping in 8 seconds. Maybe this is a chance for C9 to get their hands on that weapon.
This is how the rest of us live here with our normal shields. Trippy already 8 and 6. Good numbers from him. On the other side, it's Bound, who's already 9 and 6 as well. Couldn't ask for a closer game number 2. It's 21-22. Make a tie game, actually. There you go. It's even closer. Stellar goes for the shot on Trippy. Trippy wins that from dummies. 1 dead for each side, and still just a 1-kill game.
Bound doing his best moonwalk there as the cam went a little bit funny for a few seconds, but he gets dispatched.
Oh, boy.
And Trippy might have just stuck himself off the wall. We've all been there. That's happened to the best of us. And that has given Optic just a 1-kill lead now. So Lucid just playing slow, and this is what Optic have done so well that we saw on this first map. When they go down numbers, they wait for everyone to get back on the map. They do that damage, but I think the Bound might have found that sniper rifle from those player outlines. If you're Lucid, you get the feeling that he might be in for a haircut pretty soon.
Oh boy, just missed there on those 2 shots. Has a few left, though, to play with. We'll see if he can connect with them. Still tied at 25, and what a fantastic grand final we have here. 1 kill does come in for the side of Optic. It's all to play for on this overshield. Bound's actually going to be the one who goes for it himself, but he loses the snipe and overshield.
Penguin's going to be there to pick it up, though, for C9. Lucy's going to be flying at him. Lucy's got the repulsor, and here comes the rest of Optic as well. Penguin, oh, he got the help at just the right second there to stay alive for just long enough to make sure that C9 can get those kills to keep this game tied up. Bound 1v1 top middle. Lucid is there to turn it into a 2v1. Does Optic eke out a 1-kill lead?
Oh! Look at bottom mid. Stellar from the basement with the heat wave. Turns it into a yeet wave from bottom middle. That's something like the reverse Santa Claus. You never want to see something like that coming up the chimney with the heat wave. It's a terrible sight to see. Nice melee win from Bound on Formal, though, at the key door. And the punches keep coming. 34-31 in favor of C9.
Couple of players from Optic just trapped bottom middle here. APG's trying to escape to key door, and that's going to allow Cloud9 to push over the top here. Lucid's inside of the base, but that space that's created might be good enough for them to pick up kills, but no Formal this time. With 2, he's going to completely shut things down. APG, who initially looked like he was in all sorts of bother, has got out, has got the kills, and that's turned into an Optic lead now. Just 1 kill, though, the difference make it 2, as Formal cleans up the kill onto Eco.
This is crazy. Neck and neck all the way to the finish between these two. I mean, just going jab for jab. It's been a fantastic game number 2. If you're just joining us, this is the grand finals. Optic versus Cloud9. Optic is in the winner's bracket. Cloud9 will need to win 2 best-of-5s to win this tournament. We'll see if Bound here can do it once again with Cloud9, but it's going to be an even more difficult road for them this week.
APG gets the pick onto Eco as well. Overshield is the next point of call for both these teams. Heatwave in the hands of Lucid. Bound, dodging, diving. Gets his shields chipped away at, but here's Formal. Stella, that's such a vital double kill to pick up. APG comes in for the cleanup, and with the overshield popping, you can see that Optic have gone into a 4-kill lead. If they get this OS and they pick up these kills, Andy, this could be 2-0 in the series.
Big kill, big angle for APG. Somehow stays alive and continues to challenge as well. Lucid comes in with the flank on the double. They will lose 2, but it should be an Optic overshield grab and a 5-kill lead.
5-kill lead, Heatwave, overshield. And even with Eco just bringing it a little bit closer, you feel like Lucid, with the overshield, has at least got the chance to make a play here. Even if it's not perfect, he's going to do enough damage. But no, there's the green gun. Bound gets taken down, though. There's the push. Stella has a sniper rifle, though. Lucid down to 1 shot, dodging, and somehow he's alive. Trippy comes in and Lucid survives. I don't know how this man does it. He seems to be just made of different kind of stuff. He's 14 and 6, and by surviving there, Optic now find themselves just 2 kills away from closing out this game.
He's been called the best player in the game many times. 49 APG will make it, and right now living up to that name. Only 1 more kill to go for Optic.
APG going for the fancy play to close things out. Lucid flying in for the 50th. He will get it. 15 and 6 for Lucid. Optic 2-0 in the grand finals. And 1 map away from being your champs.
My God, Lucid's on a different level. We've seen him playing like this before, maybe flashbacks to the first few weeks of Halo Infinite and other signs of greatness that we've seen from him throughout the season, but this might be the best we've ever seen him. This man is on something else right now. An unbelievable performance in game number 2 as well. 15 and 6, he closes it out.
Amazing stats from Lucid. Great. I want to highlight some of the other players, though, that allow Lucid to do what he does at times, right? He takes those slightly longer routes. He'll be flanking quite a lot of the time. And for Formal, APG, and Trippy to be doing enough damage to make him an influence and also surviving long enough to allow him to complete that flank, the wheels are starting to turn and the gears are starting to look very, very good here for Optic Gaming. 50-44 your final score. And if you look across the board once more, Lucid, yes, he is the standout, but I've got to give a huge amount of credit to his teammates as well for the damage they did.
Lucid 15, 6, and 8. He leads in all 3 categories for his team and maybe the game. Here's the damage as well. I mean, unbelievable stat lines, but as you say, Mark, it's a 6-kill win for them. But if APG doesn't stay alive scoreboard, get the kill on Ovi, also continue to challenge Bound while he's no shield, that paved the way for the Lucid Heatwave flank. An unbelievable performance from Optic once again. Now they're 1 game away.
1 game away as we take a look at some of the highlights of that game number 2. And it was at the start here, a very strong start for Cloud9. They were up by 7-4, but as I say, early game is one thing, but this shot from Lucid, I mean, it's almost like almost like the repulsor was just a middle finger. You know what I mean? It was like, get off me, do not challenge me, and learn your lesson.
It really was here. Eco trying to do whatever he could in the back of the base, but the pressure that we saw from Optic Gaming, here's Stellar with some nice kills, as we said, from down low with that heat wave, able to pick up a rare double kill from bottom middle, but APG flying out on the sandbag, going to tuck in back to key door. Lucid with another double kill. This is the double kill I was talking about that was set up by APG, and even though APG doesn't connect in the end, who else are you going to send in? It's Lucid to fly in with the heat wave to pick up the final kills.
Really, really impressive stuff from Optic. They have looked on another level today, and it looks like the holiday period is officially over and they are back to the grind. It's going to be Oddball next. We're going over to Recharge. First time we've seen Oddball for quite some time, and I think it's the first time we've seen it on broadcast today, if I'm not mistaken. Recharge, Oddball is where we find ourselves, and this is the game type which both teams are very, very well versed in. My question to you, Andy, is do you think that Cloud9 are going to be able to recover now, or do you think that the damage has already been done in this series by Optic?
Can they recover? Absolutely. I think, will they recover? I don't know. I think it's a tall order, and based on the momentum we're seeing, I think Optic closes this series out. Of course, we can't count Cloud9 out, but they're going to have to pull out something special if they want to bounce back in this series.
Well, no messing about. We're straight into this game number 3, and a little bit of a slow start for both teams here. Nobody wanting to give each other the advantage. Lucid going to take that mid-bridge angle. Eco actually is going to get the first one, and now once again, it's the man who loves to flank him once more. He's going to grab himself the camo. Get bonked on the head, though, by Stella to take him out. 2 dead for Cloud9. Nobody able to get control of that ball quite yet, but Stella moving through the pipes might have to flank onto Formal.
Yeah, you can kind of tell that once Lucid took damage at control, he was just playing for the burn on the camo. That's exactly what he did, so he's going to be happy with how that one ended, but the ball will be rotated already through long.
Stella, a really important part of this push coming in as well. He's going to take down Lucid. He's got Formal to deal with. There's the repulsor. Formal had the shock rifle, and you're kind of worried for Stella there. If I'm in that position, I see a player falling back and fading away with a shock in his hand. More often than not, I find myself in the death screen. It wasn't to be that time. The repulsor certainly, I think, just knocked Formal's shot off.
Especially if that player's name starts with 4 and ends in mole, then I'm even more scared. But really thankful for Stellar that he had the repulsor. Oh! APG and the double! On the triple as well. He's not done. One more player left. Can he get the over on Lucid? Gonna come around. In the end, he's probably gonna clean this up. It will not be an over, but Stellar putting the team on his back. Big damage and will be points on the board as well.
Well, that was nice, wasn't it? That was a highlight for sure. Production, if you needed a little bit of an indication of some highlights to put for this show, then Stella is providing it to you now. Do not go away from this man's screen right now. He's got plenty more ammo to play with. And if C9 needed a spark to get back into this, it is Stella. 7-0 at the moment and not missing.
Oh my God, and gotta think that win on Formal means even more now, and thank God he had that repulsor. Staying alive here as much as he can on C-Plat. Formal sneaks under the tag, though, and it's a 3-man Optic push, very well executed, and the ball will play.
Formal gonna get his shock rifle back as well. Okay, Stella, you had your fun. Let me have my weapon back now. Stella. Okay, he survived for now, but the ball is in the hands of Optic. Looks like they're going to try and rotate this one towards the elevator. And as you just saw on your screen, a little bit of a weapon drop to Trippy. He's got the camo, he's got the shock, and he's got all of the toys you need to make some plays.
See what Trippy can do here to stay alive. Perfectly lines up the shot. Knows there's a player on the right bat. Helps out with the second. That will be 3 dead. Eco's the last one alive. 4 dead. Should be ball time for Optic here.
So a bit of a lead off the rip after those stellar kills. 47-24. But that is going to be closing now as Optic do have that set up in and around Elevator.
It's a moment out of the potions room there as the invisibility cloak runs out. get caught with your pants down in hydro.
You're such a nerd.
Trippy has to stay alive. He's like, oh crap, as that camo runs out, but somehow stays alive at top control. 2 dead for the side of Optic. Make that 3 dead for just a second.
C9 have got that ball in their hands as well. Lucy's going to be flanking. It looks like he's down low on the double stacks, but Stella cleans them up. So Formal's going to be the closest player alive here to really do any kind of damage. And Penguin going to be moving away with that off ball as well. Formal trying to push in, trying to do damage. And Formal doing a huge job here, actually. As the first player forward to get a kill and get out with your life, you can't ask more of a player.
Nice little rotate here from him as well. He's going to bring this to C-Plat, wondering where spawners are. He doesn't see long haul spawners, so wisely comes down the ramp, so he's in position to play ball. Looks like he's going to be ready for that. The pressure comes in. Finally, he'll grab a few extra seconds, and the ball will play once again. And good timing, because they still have 2 dead.
Yeah, a lot of grace on that fall as well. 9.5 out of 10 Formal. Look good going into the water. Not a lot of splash as well. That's what people look for. Oh, jeez. Nobody's missing at the moment with this thing. Seriously, Trippy. It's quite the highlight reel at the moment. I think people are going to have to work pretty hard to get into it.
You certainly are. Not easy to get into this list right now. It has been a who's who and an incredible set of clips just to start this game off alone. That was 3 dead. Trippy was the last player alive, but of course he hits a long distance nade on Eco to help even the tides just a bit. And just like that, it will be 2 dead. And he's actually going to grab the ball, rotate to Whirlpool. So quite a play for your last player alive.
Yeah, smart play here from Trippy as well, recognizing where the spawns were, recognizing that Cloud9 had overextended a little bit as well towards that C-Plat, so he's going to be able to just scrap a little bit of time, but with kills going against his team, he's going to have to throw that ball out, maybe look to just slay out for a few seconds. There's one. Penguin got away with no shields, but big damage being done by Trippy, and those kind of kills, that kind of staggering can help you not only maybe get the ball out and hold a team off on their push, but also allow your teammates just to get back into the map ASAP.
Yeah, almost got the second kill on Danger as well. Still, the first kill alone was impressive, but that allows, just like you said, moments like this where Lucid tries to fly in. Stellar, though, with banks the nade off of that pillar, and Whirlpool, that's going to keep things a little less interesting. Bound is the last player alive, trying to play ball. The ball will not roll far enough. Little Happy Gilmore moment. Trippy going to stay alive and rotate the ball once again, and maybe a lead change coming in just a moment.
Yeah, what a round this has been of oddball. Everybody popping off, everybody taking turns to provide us with moments to remember, but it is going to be Optic who will go into a lead now. 2 minutes 13 on the clock, so a lot of time left. Maybe a little catch here from Eco. No, he's going to challenge the kill instead. Trade comes in from Trippy to get the play ball in the trade there from Trippy. You couldn't ask for more once more. Formal now with a chance to add to the collection of clips we've seen so far. Instead, it's just going to be a little bit of an electric shave this time for Stella, but nothing too dangerous.
Looks like a C9 of Cirque du Soleil there. C9 synchronized swimming team coming across there with just 3 players gracefully falling and challenging a player in elevator. Really nice. But they will find themselves 2 dead. APG and crew just trying to work, stay alive at C-Stairs if they can to continue pressuring the ball, but we could not ask for a better round number 1. It's 78-74, only a 4-point round in game number 3.
4-point round, and you feel like if they can pick up the kills they need to. Formal just got an overkill.
Oh my god.
That's one way of cleaning house, is just send in Formal. H4F for sure. I mean, the man has just cleaned house, and now he's got a shock. Optic have the ball in their hand, and most importantly, with around 1 minute 30 left on that game clock. Oh, they've got a lead as well.
H4F's in the chat without a doubt. 90 points on the board. 4 dead again. Back-to-back 4 dead. That is the round. My god, Optic, what a way to end this round number 1.
Maybe a +1 here for Formal, just to close things out. Not to be, but Optic with that last second push with the overkill from Formal will take home the first round here. And people at home, and Andy, it's now 1 round away from Optic calling themselves champs.
And not just that, but would be a 3-0 sweep if they close it out, of course, in the game, maybe even in this round, to not really sacrifice any points on the board throughout these grand finals. Optic Gaming looking so strong so far. Formal picking up where he left off as well.
A very, very close round that was just decided, I was going to say by a crazy play, but the whole round was filled with crazy plays, and that was what all of the time came off the back off for both teams. Whether it was Stella with that triple kill, whether it was final overkill coming in from Formal. Whatever it was, that was how teams got their time on the board. That's how close they are. As Lucid is going to be challenging here on the mid-bridge, but do not challenge Penguin. He's got camo, but he's also got a pretty damn good BR.
You thought Lucid there as the last player alive was going to take down the camo player. Certainly based on his performance so far this tournament, he was poised to do that. But as you say, Penguin putting up some great resistance. Does what he can to try to bounce back in this series. But this has been a one-way series without a doubt.
Cloud9 with a little bit of all time to start with, though. APG gets the stick. I think actually managed to clean the kill up before the plasma grenade even detonated. So Cloud9 now trying to rotate that ball, get that play. It's Bound who makes the play. But Tripper will be there to clean him up. Penguin taken down. Great communication again here from Optic Gaming as the little fadeaway comes in this time from Formal, who, with the way he's playing at the moment, Andy, you can just see the confidence starting to ooze through his veins.
I mean, look at this. You got Formal on 13 kills, Lucid on 15 kills. This is actually the first game of the finals, by the way, where Lucid isn't leading in the kills category. He was moments ago in the last round. Picks up another one on Bound. Tries to connect on Whirlpool. Finally, he'll get taken down, but not before going 19 and 13. Huge numbers from Trippy.
2 points the difference between the two teams at this point as well. APG versus Penguin. Going to be a trade between the two. Optic find themselves 2 down. Numbers advantage here to Cloud9, but that's going to be Lucid falling as well. So Formal is the last player alive and no shields to speak of. Is going to be falling to his death. Now the rotation with the ball might be coming in towards Pipes or maybe towards Blue. It looks like a hold for now, though, as they're getting aggro. Lucid should be taken down here by Bound, but instead Formal going to find himself as last alive, and Bound is going to run that ball straight towards him. Maybe he's going to have to get that call from a teammate that is not the way to try and rotate this op ball.
Let's see, a nice job there to hit the slide to get away. Maybe a play ball, and Mangler Pitts thought about it, but then the nades come in and gets punished. 2 dead for both sides, 3 dead. Lucid, last player alive for Optic. We'll see what his decision is going to be here. Maybe he's going to think about pressuring as well. Instead goes for the control play, which I like. Going to make sure to anchor here for the team and just wait for some help.
Yeah, needs to get some damage done before even thinking about moving across those catwalks. The respawners probably coming in at Pipes. They can jump up that ledge. They can do all sorts of damage. But Eco, he's starting to use everything that's on the map. You can see remote detonations being used. And Lucid taking all these routes, but just can't find bodies at the moment to do damage to. Bound in a big 1v1. And Penguin just scarpering away now with that op ball in his hands. That play and this hold from Cloud9 has changed the look of this round.
Certainly now, Penguin continuing to hold. I think Penguin's also going to play that ball down. Formal's just going to fly right in. Those kills will be traded out, but one thing we have to note once again, there's a big outlier on the side of C9. It's Eco. He's 26 and 18 again. Also big assists coming in from Bound and Penguin as well. Nothing like that in the assist category on the Optic side. So far, it's been a good second round for Cloud9, but they need to close it out.
Yeah, they certainly do. It's a really good point that you raise, actually. The assists certainly stacking up here for Cloud9. Optic nowhere near as close. And you have to wonder, maybe that's a little bit of weaponry they've had in their hands, maybe a sword, you know, just a couple of those things you're not going to get assists off the back of. Seems a little bit strange that they were able to win that round without having stats that kind of match. But Lucid, I mean, Penguin, you're dead as well, my friend. Just don't even bother. Lucid is having his turn with the shock rifle now, and he's got a grapple to grab the camo as well.
Oh, what the?
Oh, we've all been there. He pressed the wrong buttons.
No, I think that grapple needed to go to the shop. There was something wrong with that grapple right at the end. It was kind of just kind of gave up right at the very end, but continued ball time. Yeah, there you go. Another one here for Lucid. Picks up another one. 3 dead. Eco's the only player alive, and he's trapped in elevator. This will be continued time and a potential lead change. Lucid's still alive with plenty of shock, plenty of camo to play with.
Yeah, if I'm alive right now and Amico, I've come off respawn in elevator, I'm going to be the first person in Halo for the history to hope that the elevator goes down for once and just goes under the map. Because no one is missing with this thing at the moment. No one.
My God, Lucid just continuing to put on a show, and as we suspected, a potential lead change here, and if not that, at least the tie game here is 54-53. Now that entire Cloud9 lead has been put away. Oh God! Poor Eco, receiving end.
I thought you were going to say pour one out for Eco, because that would have been as applicable. 57-54. That's the score right now. Bound. No swimming trunks needed for him right now as he stays on the map. Lucid will fall, but only a slim lead here for Optic Gaming. Even with those huge kills being picked up, and Eco is going to steal that ball away with the grapple.
Not just that, keep in mind, Eco's already on 30s, 30 and 23. Eco has been popping off even in games and series where they've been losing like this. Eco has been putting up unbelievable numbers here. Quite an impressive game from him, but we'll have to see once again if they can close this out. Leading the game once again, though, 64-57.
2-2 on the map. Eco now getting out of the sticky situation he found himself in just a few moments ago. APG and Formal going to be pushing through the pipes, but there's going to be chasing shadows at the moment as Eco has managed to transfer himself to the other side of Recharge here in the tower. So Cloud9 probably looking at that game clock and thinking, let's think about slaying out right now. Let's not think about that ball too much. Let's look to just keep our reticles traced on these Optic players, pick up the kills where we need to. But the difficulty for them now, if you just saw in the kill feed, is that Formal has a sword. And if Optic can get this ball back to pipes, then there might be a problem of breaking in.
Might be a ball grab here. There was 2 dead for the side of C9, as you said.
3 dead.
Ball grab does come into gold. Formal still with the sword, and he's got some ideas as well. Gonna realize that the kill comes in elevator, so kind of a weird double back there. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication that comes in, but regardless, the rest of this Optic Gaming team, especially Formal and Trippy, right back on par with Lucid here, all in the 20s. Eco somehow, by the way, is still 34 and 24.
Yeah, Eco going a little bit wild here, but Optic going a little bit wild, as in this could be a 3-0 pretty soon if C9 aren't careful. 80 points and rising here for Optic Gaming. This pipes hold has been solid. This might be the last push that's going to be coming in, and with that kill from APG, it's going to be Cloud9 with 2 players in that death screen. Eco picks up 1. Trippy, though, he's picking up the ball. He's got his thumb in the eye of that skull. And with that, it might as well be a trophy because he can lift it above his head as Optic Gaming will close out the Pro Series number 6 as your champions.
Oh my God, and what a way to do it, folks. The polar opposite from their performance last week. Not only did we see their first win against Cloud9 in a series in HCS play earlier today, we now see a championship win from them and make it a 3-0 sweep as well in the grand finals. Optic Gaming are your champions here in the NA Pro Series.
And no one could doubt that performance. It was dominant. I mean, they didn't look like they were struggling at any point against Cloud9 in either of the series, to be honest with you. The teamwork in that grand final, though, Andy, it was exceptional. And that's what we want to see from Optic, right? That level that they're hitting right now looks like a new level for even Optic. They seem to have found another gear. And if they can play with that consistently, especially when we get to events, which is, you know, where they want to perform themselves the most, then this is a scary looking lineup.
Scary indeed, and equally scary is going to be the stats from this game. And like we said, a lot of players stepping up in big ways in this game. Formal will go 24 and 23, but with 14 assists. Lucid 28 and 24. Trippy as well, 25 and 21. Just big numbers across the board.
I mean, some of the shock rifle plays that we saw in that game, Andy. I mean, usually we see one a series, you know, one every couple of series, but in that first round and the second round as well, some of the best plays we've seen with that shock in the hand.
Absolutely. Also, the question's got to be asked now. Is he 8K? Eco just shy of 8K as well. Lucid will break 8K. It's worth mentioning, Eco's got to be wondering, when he's on 35 kills, the rest of the team's on 14, he's got to be asking what's going on. And of course, that's something that C9 is certainly going to look at after a dominating performance last week. And I think a lot of people thought they might repeat. Optic Gaming had something to say about it. As we take a look at your series layout, is something we haven't seen too often. Optic Gaming 3-0 over Cloud9 in a grand final here, with pretty convincing score lines across the board.
Very convincing score lines. Let's be real here. 250 to 110. That is not a close Stronghold Streets game. 50 to 44. A little bit closer, but they clutched up in those final moments. And the oddball, even though some of the rounds were pretty tight, the final holds from Optic were good enough to give them that gap that they needed to close things out at 3-0. It was extremely impressive, Andy. And I think it's only right that we bring everyone else in right now to have a chat about what we've just seen, because Optic are your champions. And to be honest with you, you can't say that they did not deserve it. It was a phenomenal performance.
It was absolutely lights out from Optic. And I've got to say, onset, they did exactly what you wanted them to do. I asked you before this series, what do they need to do to stay true to their game plan going into this one against Cloud9 to make it as easy as possible in this first series? They did exactly that. It was aggression. They were so aggressive. But I think, Gaskin, the biggest thing for me was how synchronized that aggression was, how tactical that aggression was, the fact that they were able to pace themselves at certain times and really kind of like let it out the bag when it was needed. I mean, that final map, Recharge Off Ball, I mean, that round one, the end of it, it just kind of showed you how amazing synchronized aggression can be with this Optic gaming roster. That last overkill that Formal got, it was huge, to let them get a setup with very marginals on the timer, 1 minute 30 left, and the execution of that end of round 1, 2 sets of 4 dead on C9, and then that aggression we talked about. What really stood out to you though on Optic?
I think it was the interview earlier from Lucid and about how him saying, this is what we can do. When we're playing at our very best, when we're all on the same page, we are capable of beating anyone and anything that's in front of us, but the consistency has been our issue. Getting over that mental hurdle has been our issue. And the first mental hurdle was beating Cloud9 in a series. That was the first ever one. But then the second one is to then win a tournament, also beating Cloud9, and they've done both now. So I think that they can be very happy and delighted they've finally beaten that mental barrier, and then I'm wondering whether we're going to start to see a more consistent and solidly based Optic gaming. Particularly in that series, they just looked like they were all on the same page. They were constantly in a point where every single battle there was someone to fight alongside them. Very rarely were they flanking and taking individual engagements that would leave the rest of the team vulnerable, something they were very guilty of doing last week. In particular, when you look at the final moments of the grand finals where Lucid was kind of over towards Whirlpool and left the other 3, hoping that he could do damage from across the map. There was less of that today. There was a lot more structure in their play, and you can see why they had so much success.
They had a bunch of success. I think another thing is they had a lot of success because Lucid was doing what he did best, and I think the team were allowing that. And the boys kind of touched upon it during their cast as well, saying that Lucid couldn't do what he can do without the likes of the rest of the team being able to set that up and aid him on that journey. I mean, Lucid, middle of that series, Livefire Slayer, 15-6 is such a significant slaying result. I mean, incredible stuff. And, having the Heatwave and camo in his hand, and at times we saw Heatwave and Overshield, he loves to double up. Putting the toys in his hand like that spells out danger for anybody going up against this Optic roster. How important is it for Optic to continue this kind of synergy with one another on set, to make sure that they are doing what needs to be done around certain players, around certain times, having that kind of tactical, synchronization from this team's perspective to continue, what they've created here?
I think there's some really good signs for Optic today, and I think Dan hit the nail on the head. There were some mental hurdles that were overcome today, and even though it isn't the LAN environment, it still matters. When you go up against C9 and you're thinking, we beat you the last time we played you online, we can beat you again here on LAN, and that's the final hurdle now for Optic, right? It's the championship. That's what they want. They want to take home a major championship on LAN where they can put all the doubters to the side and say, this is our trophy and we've deserved it. There's steps to get there, and they've crossed a couple of those today. I just think that it was a different looking Optic today from what I've seen previously. It just looked like a ruthless Optic, and that's the Optic I want to see.
It really did indeed. Let's take a look at the winners bracket right now to see Optic's journey. And as we look at this, Bravo, it really did spell out danger right from the beginning. In that winners finals, did Optic do enough to convince you that this was going to be the result by the end of this grand finals?
Not necessarily. I don't think so. The main thing I'm going to point out is that, right, they had a 50-48 Slayer. I think that them closing that out was huge, and that showed me that they're clinical in the way that they're closing out games right now. But let's not forget that game was 2 kills away from maybe that series being a little bit more interesting. And if Cloud9 wins your winners finals, I don't know if Optic comes back and, say, beats them in the grand final. So I think that still what's exciting with Halo Infinite is, guess what? Next time we see these two teams face up against each other, it's going to come down to game types. It's going to come down to that series layout to see who's able to close it out.
Yeah, very, very, very true. And I think playing devil's advocate here really quickly, Gaskin, Cloud9, I think they got a little bit heated after that winners finals. I think they actually ended the game pretty early on in that final winners finals. How much comes into play in terms of how they're feeling mentally going up against Optic in that grand finals position? If they're just, kind of annoyed, they don't really want to play too much, how much of that can we kind of read into?
I think that the mental game is always going to play a part in not just esports, but real sports as well. Like, you've got to consider that a factor and how that's going to change people's games and change how they approach things. If you are even slightly emotional, you can make a risky play that you wouldn't normally make if you had a clear head. So that's definitely something that we will take into factor and we will consider. But I think this is a rivalry that is going to develop and strengthen the further we get into Halo Infinite. These guys have been at each other's throats for ever since the game came out. Not, of course, literally, like they are good friends, but when it comes across, playing against one another, you are going to be wanting to beat the best. And these are two teams who are very much up there, and I can't wait until the rest of the squads who haven't been playing Pro Series come in to try and shake up the bag a little bit.
They very much are up there. And a huge congratulations to all of our teams qualifying for next week, our NA Pro Series 7. Optic obviously taking this week as our champions. Cloud9, G1, G2 Esports, Pioneers, Space Station, Luminosity, and Complexity all go forward without it into next week. And of course, we do have another 8 teams hopefully qualifying as well just a little bit before next week to get back into Pro Series 7 as well. But my goodness, what an incredible day it's been. And guess what? Lads, I can't wait for next week because we're going to be seeing so many different clips happening from today. We're going to be talking about them, breaking them down. I mean, we're never short of clips and montages, are we, here in the Pro Series? They're pretty exceptional.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that just that game alone, right? I think that last recharge game alone, I think is going to be an absolute highlight reel. So I can't wait to see. It's going to be tough to pick favorite moments for next week's broadcast.
I got one more thing to say. Valencia is closing in. We've seen record signups to the EU Pro Series for the last 2 weeks. Get your tickets. I want to see everyone in Valencia. If you're in Europe right now, unfortunately, NA, we'd love to have you there. You can't be there. It's a regional. But next week's going to be amazing. Valencia is going to be amazing. We're about to start another little run of amazing Halo events, and I'm super pumped for it.
Come on, teams. Team passes, Valencia. Team passes. Get the teams there. We want to see you there at Valencia at the regional. But thank you so much for joining us as per usual, folks. And make sure you come back next week. Hang out with us. It's going to be amazing. June 16th, of course. And there's a very special announcement that you guys won't want to miss. So we will see you very soon for more NA Pro Series.